Chapter 101 Snape's The black and white lines on the map of the live map depict all the details of Hogwarts Castle and the various venues. The small ink spots that move along the map begin to appear. Each ink point is marked with a small letter. Give a name. Ivan leaned forward and held his wand tightly in his right hand. His whole body of magic gathered secretly. Because of the tension, he could almost hear the sound of his heartbeat. As long as the name of the little dwarf Peter appeared on the map. The next second, jingle. The streaks suddenly ran out of Ron's pocket, and it jumped onto the table, knocking Ron's plate and the milk cup over, and a lot of milk flowed past the live map, and Harry hurriedly took the map up. Ron hurriedly stood up to wipe the table, but more plates were knocked to the ground by streaks. Minced meat, butter, bread, dishes and milk splashed everywhere, and Evan, Harry, and Hermione also hurriedly stood up. In a panic, the streaks quickly jumped to the ground and ran outside the hall door. Oh, Streaky! Ron chased 2 steps forward. Evan's eyes locked tightly. His right hand pulled out his wand firmly. He was going to use a stun spell, but it didn't work. His wand was just taken out from under the cloak, and his arm was accidentally touched by Ron. Ron wanted to chase the spot, but he was tripped over by the chair and even touched Ivan on the side. When Evan raised his head again, the streaks had disappeared from his eyes. Damn! Ivan waved his fist and put the wand back. He knew that he missed a good chance to catch the little dwarf Peter. Fortunately, he didn't make a curse. The action of lifting his wand was also very hidden. It should not be discovered. At that time, he only looked at the little dwarf Peter who escaped. May notice, otherwise he really does not know how to deal with this situation. Since it has not caused the vigilance of the little dwarf Peter, it is not in a hurry. Anyway, as long as you have the help of a live map, you don't have to get in touch with little Sirius Black. It's only a matter of time before you catch Peter, unless he can keep hiding. Avon, Ron. What are you doing? Hermione said anxiously. She stepped forward and slammed Ivan. Her face was very bad, apparently remembering what happened in the common room a month ago. She was afraid Ivan and Ron fight again. I'm fine, I accidentally fell over the chair. Ron hurriedly climbed up and patted the dust on his clothes. He said, I am going to look for streaks. It just didn't know why it ran suddenly. Go out. Don't worry, Ron, I think. Harry's words hadn't finished yet, and suddenly stopped and said, eyes crossed over Ivan's shoulder. It was Snape, and Harry quickly stepped over to Ivan. Ivan heard him whispering a prank finish. Potter. What are you doing? Snape walked over with a sullen face, his eyes taking turns to look at the 4 of them, and finally locked in Harry. Nothing. Ron's mouse accidentally knocked over his milk cup. We are cleaning up, Harry explained in a panic. Yes? Snape's voice was full of suspicion. Are you a few wondering how to violate the rules? No. Several people hurriedly shook their heads. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking about in these blindly arrogant Gryffindors' heads. The Sorcerer's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets. The Serpentine. What are you going to do this year? And grab the Sirius Black alone. Nep's mouth is full of familiar sneer. This is the case. Everyone from the Ministry of Magic has been working hard to make the famous Harry Potter from the attack of Sirius Black, but the famous Harry Potter, it is the law itself. Let ordinary people worry about his safety. He doesn't care about those. He doesn't consider the consequences at all. He must go to Greyback alone. I don't understand what you are talking about. Harry's expression was a little confused. Why, whether it was Mr. Weasley, Malfoy or Snape, they all thought they would look for Sirius Black. Why do they think they wanted to catch the other side? There must be something in it that he does not know. I don't understand. Snape snorted with disdain. Potter, what did you hide under the cloak? Nothing. Harry tried to make himself faceless. You're lying. I obviously see what you put in. Snape's gaze swept over several people, and finally stared at Harry's eyes. That look is like trying to retreat an eagle-headed horse with a winged beast, and Harry tries to keep his eyes open. Snape was originally planning to use force to oppress Harry to tell the truth, but seeing Harry's green eyes, he seems to be in memory. The atmosphere was a bit strange, and the two stared at each other so much that no one spoke. Seeing their appearance, Ivan was speechless. It is said that Harry's eyes are very similar to his mother Lily. Is Snape looking for memories in it? Exclamation mark. Professor, Hermione tried to explain. Quiet, Granger. Snape returned, his eyes turning back to Harry's face. His expression clearly becoming disgusted. How come you like your father, Potter? What? Several people looked at Snape with amazement. But he is also extremely arrogant. The little talent on the Quidditch pitch makes him think he is superior. He and his friends and admirers are stalking everywhere, looking at the light. The two of you are terrible. My dad didn't have a big strutting, Harry said subconsciously. It was too late to shut up. He didn't. I didn't. Your father doesn't follow the rules very much, Snape continued. He leaned forward and the thin face was full of malice. He thinks the rules are for the more people to follow, not to win the Quidditch. The person who made the cup made his head rise too. Shut up, Harry suddenly shouted, and he had never been so angry. What do you want to say to me, Potter? Snape's black eyes flashed dangerously. I told you to stop talking about my father, Harry shouted. Don't think that I don't know anything. Dumbledore once told me the truth. My father saved your life. If it weren't for him, it is impossible to be here. When he heard Harry, Snape's yellow skin turned into a color like bad milk. I don't deny that he saved me, but the principal told you, is your father's background to save my life, he whispered. Otherwise, he just thinks the details for the valuable Potter's ear. Is it too unpleasant? Harry bit his lip and the other people in the auditorium looked at them in a panic. I don't want you to always carry the wrong concept about your father, Potter. Snape's terrible smile on his face was distorted. Dumbledore certainly didn't tell you all the details. Let me correct you. You, the saint-like father, and his friends made a very funny joke to me. If your father didn't cringe at the last moment, then I will die. There is nothing he can do to be brave. He saved, I also saved myself. If their disgusting jokes are opened, Hogwarts will expel him and his stupid friends. Snape's untidy teeth were exposed, and his gaze quickly glanced at the teacher's seat, where Professor Lupin was sitting. Harry gasped, and the situation seemed to be back to the beginning. The two men looked at each other with such eyes open, and no one was willing to show weakness. Professor, I am sorry to disturb your good memories. Ivan's voice rang in a timely manner. But I think it is not appropriate to recall these things at this moment and on this occasion. What do you think? Snape raised his head as he heard Evan. He seemed to realize what he had just said, and when he saw almost all the students were watching around, his face became more and more gloomy. Chapter 102 Live Map and Argument. Turn out your pocket, Potter. Snape suddenly shouted. Harry didn't move, and there were roars in the ears of several people. Professor, shut up, Mason. Shut up, Granger. Snape shouted angrily, and he looked really angry. Severus, I don't think there is a need to yell at a few children. Professor Lupin came over and said softly, they did not violate the school rules. No violations of the school rules. Snape's anger looked bigger. He sneered. That's because you don't have the necessary understanding of them. I don't know how many of them have passed. Ah, I forgot. You are just a few things with them, or worse. Severus, Professor Lupin said with a frown. Enough, Lupin. Don't tell me how to use my education methods. Do they violate the school rules? I will prove it to you. Snape turned and shouted to Harry again. Turn the pockets over. Come out, or else we will go directly to the principal. Turn it out, Potter. In the auditorium, the whole school students looked at them with a stunned look. Ivan saw that Fred and George had just got the news, ran in flustered, and each man had several large dung eggs in his hand, hesitating to throw it out. Looking at their two expressions, it is clear that the live map is in the Harry's pocket. If it is discovered by Snape, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Evan hurriedly shook hands to Fred and George, indicating that they should not act rashly, throwing a large dung egg in the auditorium to transfer Snape's attention. This idea is stupid. Let's not say whether we can succeed. If the two of them dare to do this, They will be very miserable in the end. Evan gently pushed Harry around and told him to listen to Snape's words. They can't clearly confront the teacher. Besides, as far as Ivan knows, there is absolutely no need to worry about this, because according to the setting of For Harry's fathers, their old rival Snape can't use the live map. Harry saw everyone staring at himself, and he was cold because of fear. He slowly took out the things in his pocket, except for a few pieces of sugar, only live maps. Seeing the live map, Lupin's face showed a strange, mysterious expression. Ivan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione tried their best to keep themselves quiet. They watched Snape pick up the map directly. The next second, Hermione was too nervous, and the cold little hand clasped Evan's arm. "What is this?" "A small blank parchment." Snape turned over the parchment and stared at a few people. "Porter, of course you don't need such a very old parchment. Why? Don't throw it away." He took out his wand and gently swung it. The tip of the stick gave off a blue flame. His left hand held the map and moved slowly toward the flame. "No," Harry said quickly. "That's it." Snape's long nose flapped and sneered. "Why do you need a blank parchment? Maybe this is something else. A letter, maybe with invisible ink, written? Or, is it possible to enter Hogwarts without going through the dementors?" Harry blinked and Snape's eyes brightened. Let me see," he muttered, flattening the map on the table and gently touching it with his wand. "Show your secret." Ivan stared at the live map, but nothing happened. He noticed that Harry was too nervous and clenched his fists and shivered slightly. "Show." Snape hit the map sharply with his wand. The map was still blank, and several people took a long sigh of relief, and the hearts that everyone raised were put back into their stomachs. "Professor Severus Snape, commanding you to present the hidden information," Snape said, using the wand to hit the map. In the next second, it seems that an invisible hand was written on the parchment. The smooth surface of the map appeared. Moonface greeted Professor Snape and asked him not to make his county abnormal. The nose stretched out to others to do nothing. Snape froze. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the passage and couldn't say anything. Ivan noticed that Lupin's face was even more strange. Under the horror of everyone's eyes, the live map still does not stop, and there is a new text under the first paragraph. Mr. Toothfork agrees with Mr. Moonface, and is willing to add that Professor Snape is ugly idiot. If the situation is not so serious, this is really interesting. In the second sentence, there is still, Mr. Bigfoot is willing to express surprise. How a fool like Snape has become a professor. Then the fourth sentence, Mr. Wormtail said hello to Professor Snape, advised him to wash his hair. That group of soft mud. Everyone didn't know what to say, and the quiet sound of a needle in the grand auditorium could be heard clearly. Everyone saw Snape's face as never before, and they were waiting for him to be furious. It turned out to be like this. It turned out to be the case. "I should have thought of it," Snape said weakly, and he seemed to finally realize what this parchment is. Ivan noticed his expression, just like when he was looking at Harry with his eyes, apparently falling into the past memories. But this time is definitely not a good memory, because Snape's face is full of hatred and disgust. The atmosphere was repressed, and he quickly recovered from his memories. In the next second, Snape turned quickly and looked at Professor Lupin. His face was almost discouraged. He said in a very disgusting tone, "Lupin, what do you think of this thing?" Snape pointed at the parchment, and the handwriting of the Moonface, the Bigfoot, the pointed fork and the Wormtail was still shining. Professor Lupin looked at the map and seemed to be thinking about it quickly. "This parchment is definitely full of evil laws. This is your professional scope, Lupin. Or more accurately, you should know what it is." Snape gnashed his teeth. "You think, Harry, where did you get such a thing? Look at Snape's appearance. It must be that Lupin gave the live map to Harry." "Hey!" Lupin looked up and quickly blinked in the direction of Harry, warning several people not to interrupt. "Is it full of evil laws?" he repeated gently. "Do you really think so, Severus?" "It seems to me that this is just a piece of parchment. Whoever wants to read it, it insults. Very childish, but certainly not dangerous. I think Harry got it from the store that specializes in mischief material." "Yes, Is this your opinion? Snape sneered. His chin stiffened because of anger. You think that the store will provide this kind of thing? You don't think he is directly from the manufacturer, got it? Chapter 103 The Secret Behind the Live Map. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were confused and they didn't know what Snape was saying. Lupin seems to be the same, but Ivan still notices a slight change in his eyes. Severus, do you mean that Harry got it from Mr. Wormtail or one of these people? Lupin turned and said softly, Harry, you know these person? I don't know, Harry said quickly. I saw it, Severus. In my opinion, this seems to be the product of the Zoko magic joke shop. Lupin turned and said to Snape, it's us. Fred and George rushed in from the crowd. They explained to Lupin and Snape, this parchment was bought back from the Joko magic joke shop a few years ago. We just got to give it to Harry. Very good, things are clear, Professor Lupin said happily. Harry did not violate the school rules. He just showed this blank parchment to his friends. In my opinion, he is simple. I don't want to be known by the professor. Lupin. Snape took a step forward and lowered his voice and said, don't be stupid, you and I know what this parchment is. Obviously, I have already said that this is a mischievous product. Whoever wants to read it, it insults who? Professor Lupin blinked. Not this, I have seen it before. Snape suddenly stopped, looking angry at Lupin. Although he saw this parchment from the old rival Jambert more than once when he was at Hogwarts, he did not know what this parchment was and did not know the specific usage of it. The four of them were very prepared for their own defense. Since Lupin did not want to say it, there is no point in continuing the stalemate. Snape does not want to discuss the past of his student days in the face of the whole school. Very good, Lupin. Snape regained his usual unpleasant tone. He smiled and said, I suddenly remembered that this evening is just a full moon. I hope you will arrive. Stay alone in the house, don't forget to lock the door. Yes, I will send your pharmacy after waiting. We can talk about the happy topic related to this parchment. Snape looked at Lupin with a sly look. He deliberately added accents to the words of the night, the full moon, and the locked door. It seems to give you some hints. No problem, my door is always open for you, Severus, Professor Lupin said briskly, and, thank you for your potion. Welcome. Snape had no smile on his face. He looked at Lupin, Harry, and Ivan with a sullen look and continued to squint. I did a pot full, if you still want. If you tell me, I started drinking a week ago. It's enough to come again this afternoon. Professor Lupin turned to look at Ivan and they. Harry, Avon, Ron, Hermione, you and me. Come, I have something to tell you about the homework you handed me. Professor Lupin took 2 steps forward and seemed to think of something. Severus, I took this away. Don't you mind? Snape didn't talk, but from his gloomy face, he obviously thought. Lupin pretended not to see Snape's expression. He quickly stepped forward and took the live map on the table and stuffed it into the robes. Ivan, the 4 of them, followed the Professor Lupin and left the auditorium. No one dared to look back at Snape. They dared to speak until the entrance hall. Professor, Harry said quickly, as if he wanted to take the live map back from Lupin. I don't want to hear the explanation, Harry. Lupin looked at the empty hallway. The other students were still in the auditorium. There were no other people besides them. He lowered his voice and said, in fact, I just learned that this map was confiscated by Mr. Filch many years ago. I recognize this picture. Harry and Hermione looked at him with interest, and Ron bowed his head and wondered what he was thinking, and Avon was unable to hold his forehead. Professor Lupin does not only know this map, he is also one of the makers of the live map. Harry's luck was so bad that it was useless once it was first arrived. It was discovered by Professor Lupin that he would definitely not hand over the map to Harry. I don't want to know how many of you got it. What surprised me is that you didn't plan to turn it in, especially Sirius was still lurking around the castle. Lupin turned to look at Hermione. You did something wrong, Hermione. I thought you would be more rational compared to the 3 of them. Don't blame Hermione, she just persuaded me to turn this over. Harry asked curiously. Professor, why do you know this map? This is not something you should know. Harry. Looking at Lupin's appearance, he does not seem to want to say more on this topic. Well, why is Snape thinking that I got it from the manufacturer? Harry continued, not to be outdone. That's because. Lupin hesitated. Because the people who make the map may want to entice you to leave school. They think it will be fun. Moonface, Big Feet, Pointed Fork and Insect Tail, Ivan interjected. It turned out that after the four of them graduated, the reason why this map would fall into the hands of Filch was this: they deliberately stayed in the school. From this point of view, the student era of James Potter, Sirius Black, Dwarf Peter and Professor Lupin must be as mischievous as Fred and George, and let Fairy feel a headache. Yes, that's them. Lupin nodded. Professor, do you know them? Harry asked, looking anxious. We have met before. Lupin answered shortly and looked at Harry more seriously than usual. Wait a minute, Professor, about this map. Ivan asked in a hurry. If you know it, then you know how it was made. Oh, this requires a very deep knowledge of magic, not your age. Professor, I don't want to know the specific method of making this map. Ivan continued. You just tell me how the Moonface, the Bigfoot, the Pointed Fork and the Wormtail got the magic of making this map. Source, in my opinion, this requires a very powerful magic. Professor Lupin looked at Ivan with horror. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also looked at him with surprise. I don't know why Ivan suddenly asked such a question. Chapter 104 Legendary Magic Item. This is indeed the most urgent thing that Awin wants to know. Other intelligences, whether it is the identity of the Moonface, the Bigfoot, the Pointed Fork and the Wormtail, or the relationship between Professor Lupin and Sirius Black, the truth of the jailbreak incident, etc. He knows all of this. What he doesn't know now is the method of making live maps. The production principle and the magic knowledge involved are good. He can go to the library to find it. But the most crucial point, how did Professor Lupin, James Potter, Sirius Black and Dwarf Peter finally get the magic? From the situation of Snape just now, the live map is obviously thoughtful. Referring to the other two magical items with thoughts, the division hats are made by the four giants. Each of them has a very powerful magic, and they have mastered many high-level magic that has been lost. Naturally, they can integrate their thoughts into the division hat. Among them, as for Voldemort's Horcrux, killing is the source of strength of the Horcrux, and only the power of death is strong enough to divide a person's soul. Live maps are not as good as the split hats and the Horcruxes, but they also have simple ideas. As Ivan had speculated before, Professor Lupin had to use some method to get enough magic to make a live map and complete their own animagus deformation. There are many possible ways to take a lot of magical magic to increase a person's magic to an unimaginable level, on with the help of a powerful magic item. For example, the old wand in the hands of Dumbledore has this ability. Professor, Ivan whispered Lupin, hey, they found the place from the Forbidden Forest. They need their approval to get in. In short, it is dangerous, and this thing is not what you should know at this age. Professor Lupin said vaguely, what you should do is to abide by the rules of the school. Don't expect me to cover up for you again. After hearing his words, Ivan was immersed in contemplation. The Forbidden Forest clearly hides something that you don't know, and it is probably a very powerful magic item. From the meaning of Lupin's words, that place or that thing is very dangerous. What could it be? Ivan originally thought it was the old wand in the hands of Dumbledore. It seems that this is not the case. Lupin should have made a live map with Dumbledore. In addition to the Deathly Hallows, there are many other powerful magic items. For example, the legendary stone sword, the sword of the king, the knot of gold dim, the prehistoric stone pillars of Britain, etc. Ivan remembers that he had seen a magic book dedicated to this article, which was recorded many similar legendary magic items. Each of them is very powerful, has a strong magic, has existed in reality, and left a wonderful legendary epic in the history of magic. Unfortunately, most of them are lost in the long history. A few of the remaining pieces, such as the Stonehenge Monument, are also collected and studied by the Ministry of Magic's Mysterious Affairs Department. which is the highest secret of the entire Ministry of Magic. Of course, the legendary items that have been lost are not really lost, because this level of magical objects is almost impossible to be damaged. They are likely to be hidden somewhere, or inherited as an heirloom in some pure-blooded wizard families, but no one knows their names. It is like 3 pieces of death sacred devices. They are gifts given to the 3 brothers by the of death. The legendary person who has all the dead sacred devices is the master of death. The 3 pieces of death are the legendary magic items, which are also considered lost in the book that Avon saw. But in reality, the old wand was in the hands of Dumbledore, the invisible cloak was in Harry, and the resurrection stone was made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. From the current situation, it is very likely that the Forbidden Forest hides a legendary magic item, just like the old wand, which can provide the wizard with powerful magic. It seems that it is necessary for me to go to the Forbidden Forest to check it out. In addition, Professor Lupin just mentioned that the place must get their approval to get in. Who are they referring to? Exclamation mark. What strange creatures still live in the Forbidden Forest? In addition to knowing that there are horses, 8-eyed spiders, unicorns, eagle-headed horses and other miraculous animals, Ivan knows almost nothing about it. And this sentence sounds very familiar, and it seems that the 4 founders of Hogwarts have left a secret treasure. Ivan still remembers that the last sentence of the golden words behind the statue of Godric Gryffindor is that the key to unlocking the treasure is the courage buried in the bottom of your heart. You need to be recognized by his proud followers. The followers here, and Professor Lupin just said, will they be the same people? They all mentioned approval! Exclamation mark. If it is the same, then the legendary magic item in the Forbidden Forest is not the treasure key left by Gryffindor himself! Exclamation mark. Everything seems to be able to say, which explains why there is such a powerful magic item in the school's Forbidden Forest, but Dumbledore did nothing. You guys must abide by the rules of the school and can't sneak out of school. The situation is particularly grim. I can't let you despise the Dementors or create other misunderstandings, although the Guardians of Avon can defend them, but these monsters. The most terrible thing is, the Dementors kiss? Hermione whispered. Yes, Hermione. Lupin's face had a slightly ridiculous smile. That is the most horrible and powerful weapon of the Dementors. They only use this in the final and worst times. Weapons. They will put down their headscarves, for those who want to destroy them completely. What's under the headscarf, Professor? No one knows. I think there will always be something like a mouth under the headscarf, because they press the chin on the victim's mouth and then out the soul of the victim. Harry suddenly thought of himself on the Quidditch venue, before he fainted, through the horror picture of the Dementor headscarf. If you really do this, it will be worse than death. Lupin said, as long as your brain and heart are still working, you can live without a soul. But you no longer feel your own feelings, you have no memory, nothing. There is no chance to recover. You are alive, and you are walking dead. Your soul is here. Nothing. No one spoke, everyone tried to portray the fearful picture in their minds, thinking about sucking away the soul from the mouth. You must be careful. Don't think that you have rushed past the Dementors, and take them lightly. Lupin continued. The last time the Quidditch Stadium happened, they were very unhappy. I just got from the prophecy. The Daily News saw that the Ministry of Magic had promised the Dementors, and after catching Black, he did it to him. That is what he deserves, Harry said suddenly. Do you really think so? Lupin asked softly. Do you really think someone should live like this? Yes, Harry said. I heard everyone say that he is the most evil black wizard under Voldemort's hands. He killed a lot of people. In all the people who were finally confirmed to be Death Eaters, Sirius Black is the one I didn't expect the most. Lupin said, I used to think that I know him very well. He is very dangerous, far more than you think. It is very dangerous. He is very likely. Professor Lupin stopped and seemed to suddenly realize what? Wait a minute, Harry. Wouldn't you plan to use the live map to find Sirius Black? He said in a serious tone. Harry's expression was full of surprise when he heard Lupin's words. Strange, Why do everyone think that he will take the initiative to find Sirius Black? First, Mr. Weasley, then Malfoy, then Snape. Now even Professor Lupin thinks so. Are they four people crazy? Why is it that he is going to find someone who wants to kill him, or whether there is something he doesn't know, which is too suspicious? Chapter 105 Hidden Truth. Professor, why should I go to Black? Ha said in a skeptical tone, he escaped from Azkaban to kill me, isn't he? He came to avenge Voldemort. Looking for me, isn't it? Yes. That's it. Professor Lupin's expression was a bit unnatural, and he subconsciously avoided Harry's gaze. But this is definitely not the whole truth. I can feel that you have hidden anything and told me nothing. Harry continued to look at Professor Lupin. Nothing at all. Professor, I am no longer a child. Harry suddenly said loudly. You told me that you are my father's friend and you are very familiar with Black. You must know something. Why is Black going to kill me? Why do you want me not to look for him? Professor Lupin was silent for a while after hearing Harry. Harry, some words shouldn't be told by me. I don't have that qualification. So you are alone. I don't say anything. Just like I am a fool. Harry took a deep breath and said in a lost, sad tone, Professor, when the Dementors take a walk near me, I saw and heard something, you know. Professor Lupin shook his head and looked worried. I can hear my mother screaming and hear her begging Voldemort. If you hear my mother screaming, I am going to be killed by the previous scream, you will not forget. Harry's eyes read. I can feel it, Professor. My parents' death and Black must have something to do with. Malfoy once said to me, if I will choose revenge, I will find him personally. Harry, Malfoy is saying. Hermione worried. No, he must know. Harry shouted, refocusing on Professor Lupin, I beg you, Professor, tell me the truth. For my parents. Professor Lupin's expression was also very sad. Harry's words touched him greatly. He looked at Harry and looked as if he had seen his old friend James. I need to talk to you alone, Harry. Lupin sighed and said, you are right, we shouldn't be holding you. If James' son doesn't know about Sirius Black, James must. It will be disappointing. Lupin led Harry to his office. Evan, Hermione, and Ron stood in the dimly lit hall, watching the backs of the two of them, and looked worried. Ivan, what do you say? Professor Lupin would say to Harry. Hermione asked. Whatever is possible about his parents' past events. Ivan thought for a moment. He didn't know how much Lupin was going to tell Harry, and he was afraid that Harry couldn't stand the excitement. Well, you can wait for Harry in the common room. I always feel something is wrong. Hermione said in an uncertain tone, I and Ron are going to Hogsmeade to buy Christmas for everyone. Gift. I am going to look for streaks. Ron, who had not spoken, suddenly said that the voice was very dull and monotonous. Ron? Hermione wanted to tell Ron not to worry about his mouse, and the streaks would go back on their own. But as soon as she saw Ron, she hesitated and said nothing. Because of Crook's Mountain, her position is very embarrassing in dealing with the problem of streaks. I am going to look for streaks. Ron repeated it again, regardless of the reaction of Evan and Hermione, and did not go back to the tower. Under the light of the torch, his long back looks extremely gloomy and strange. Ivan frowned at Ron. The reality of the other party's watch today is too abnormal. Whether it is Snape or Professor Lupin, he is too calm. And Ron is not the same as his usual understanding. Also, how did Ron know that the parchment is a live map? Exclamation mark. What happened to Ron? Hermione said in amazement. I can't go to Hogsmeade alone. There are so many things to buy. I can't take it. If you don't object, I can accompany you, Hermione. Ivan suggested. No, Ivan, you will be discovered by the professors. I don't think so. I have been there many times. And I am very familiar with Hogmann's store. Just be careful not to be noticed by Filch. Ivan took the bag inside the handle. Moreover, Harry's invisibility cloak is still here. But Hermione was hesitant. She knew that Ivan had actually been to Hogsmeade many times before, and compared with Harry, Evan didn't have to worry about Sirius Black and Dementors. Since there is no danger and will not be discovered by the professors, There seems to be no reason to object. Although this may violate the school rules, Hermione does not care as much as she did when she first entered school. She has not known how many school rules she has violated in the past 2 years. In Hermione's heart, there is also a strange feeling that can't be said. She hopes that Avon can accompany herself to Hogsmeade, especially on Christmas Eve this time. I passed the secret road behind the One-Eyed Witch statue on the 4th floor, Hermione. Ivan said in a relaxed tone. The secret road leads to the Honeydew candy store. You can wait for me there. See you later. Ivan left the hall and quickly walked behind the One-Eyed Witch statue on the 4th floor. He looked up and looked at the corridor, and there was no one but him. Left and right separation. Ivan tapped the stone witch. The hunchback of the statue was immediately opened, large enough for a thinner person to enter. Ivan heads forward into the hole and then advances in the hole. Compared with this narrow secret passage, he prefers the more spacious passage behind the large mirror on the 5th floor. He has been through that passage to Hogsmeade in the last semester. But in the first few days of the school year, Fred and George told him that the secret road collapsed and was completely blocked. Now the castle leads to Hogsmeade, and only the secret road that is not controlled by Filch is left. Ivan slipped forward for a long time. The road was like a stone slide, and then he touched the cold and wet land. He stood up and looked around, black and white, fluorescent flashing. Ivan raised his wand. The passage in front of me is no different from the rabbit's tunnel. Evan hurriedly walked, and from time to time he fell and he held his wand in front of him. About an hour later, Ivan went to the foot of a broken stone step, and the stone steps stretched to the place where he could not see. He took a break, gasped and began to climb up. 100 and 200, Ivan climbed the number and put his attention on his own feet. After more than 3,000 levels, he slammed into something hard. It was a floor door, and Ivan pushed the door open and climbed out. He had just climbed out of the floor door and smelled a strong smell, as if a body was hidden inside the cellar. Chapter 106. Autumn. Evan hurriedly pulled out his wand and watched it with vigilance. Around him was filled with chairs and boxes, not far from a wooden staircase leading upstairs. He could hear the voices of various people above, ringing the bell and opening and closing the door. In the cellar, the sweetness of the candy mixed with the pungent smell made Avon nausea, and he carefully approached a wooden box next to him. The closer you are, the stronger the taste. Ivan was preparing to open the wooden box and heard the sound of a downstairs and a shout of a woman. "Dear, take another bucket of jelly slugs. They are about to buy our stock." "Know it." A figure walked downstairs. Evan hurriedly turned around and he saw a bald middle-aged man walking down. It was Mr. Ambrosti from, the owner of the Duke of Honey Candy store. He walked into the cellar and suddenly fell to his knees, looking at Ivan in front of himself in amazement. "Hello, Mr. Froome," Ivan whispered. "It turned out to be you." Ivan, scared me. "I thought who was in our warehouse." Froome sighed and patted his chest and said, "What are you doing with your wand?" "I smell a smell." The wand in the hands of Ivan did not let go. "Oh, you have already smelled it," Froome said in a hurry. "I just want to tell you about it. I want to find you in the newspaper to advertise our newly developed candy." "Amount? Advertising?" Ivan looked at each other strangely. Froome came over and opened Ivan's wooden box, which was filled with lollipops. Ivan was a little embarrassed. The smell of blood that he smelled was the taste of this candy. He hurriedly collected his wand, but fortunately no acquaintance was here. "The new product of our store is lollipop, and everyone's recognition of it does not seem too high," Froome said with a frown. "I sometimes don't understand the tastes of these little wizards. This is obviously a questionnaire. The most anticipated candy. Are you sure this is not for the vampire?" "Of course not. I thought this candy would be cool," Froome continued. "But actually few people buy it. The stock of these lollipops almost overwhelmed the entire warehouse. You have to help me." "Ivan, the last publicity about the piles was very good." Ivan remembered the first advertisement he wrote for the Duke of Honey last semester. The propaganda was to pile up this candy. He didn't move that thing, but until now, there are people in the school who are rumored that they like to eat. "I will promote it for you, Mr. Froom. Ivan does not understand that the traditional Duke of Honey candy is very popular, but they have been persistently studying these inexplicable new products. In short, Froom looked very happy when he heard Evan. He packed a lot of lollipops for Avon. When Ivan climbed out of the cellar with these candy, which was almost impossible to eat, he saw the Duke of Honey store crowded with Hogwarts students. There are so many people around him that he didn't see where Hermione is. Ivan walked among them and tried to find Hermione in one shelf after another. The next second, he was at the corner of a shelf full of chocolates, accidentally hit a girl, knocking the candy in his arms to the ground. Sorry. Ivan will bow down and scatter the candy on the ground. He looks up casually and sees a beautiful girl standing opposite him. The girl has a soft black long hair, wearing a sorcerer's robe from Ravenclaw College, with a smile on her face, giving a feeling of intimacy and comfort. I was too focused when I picked the chocolate. Are you okay? The girl smiled and looked at Ivan. Hello, I am Kujang, from Ravenclaw College. Ivan is amazed. It turns out that this girl is Kujang. It looks really beautiful. It's no wonder that Harry's slow-moving guy will be heartwarming. Oh, hello, I am Avon Mason, from I Know You. The autumn face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly explained, I heard from Luna. The newspaper you have. We have subscriptions in every issue. I think the above article is for everyone. Very helpful. And, in short, almost all of Ravenclaw's girls are discussing you. The atmosphere was awkward, and Avon didn't know that he was so popular with girls. I have heard of you. You are Ravenclaw's finder. Ivan said nothing. In addition to this information, he only remembers that Kujang is the girlfriend of Cedric Diggory. After the guy died, she and Harry came to an ineffectual love. Although the other party's emotional experience is relatively rich, but I have to admit that Kujang is really beautiful. You also like Quidditch? Autumn seems very happy and Ivan found a common topic. I have seen the game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Your college is very strong, especially looking for players. Libert. His speed is very fast. But we still lost to Hufflepuff. Ivan continued. I heard that in the first few days of the game, you won them. It's just a fluke. Their celebrity Cedric is also very good. Kudun paused. But Hufflepuff's other players are a little worse. Unlike Gryffindor, if you are not in the soul. Strange. Yes. Ivan nodded and didn't know what he was talking about. It is rare to have the opportunity to get in touch with such a beautiful girl. He is here to talk about Quidditch endlessly. The most important thing is that he has no interest in this stuff. At the time I faced so many dementors, I was almost desperate. Fortunately, your patron saint brought hope to everyone. In the autumn of Jang's mind, this thin boy is alone against more than 100 dementors, and that feeling will never be forgotten in her life. Ivan, are you a person? Autumn hesitated for a while, then said with a red face, we can go to the tea house outside to sit for a while. I want to ask you how to use the patron saint. Inside, is there any trick? No matter how hard I try, I just let the wand shine a little light. There is a trick to cast the patron saint, and Ivan is also very willing to communicate with each other. In particular, Kujang took the initiative to send out an invitation. He was stupid and understood what was going on. However, he saw Hermione just walked into the Duke of Honey and looked at herself with a smile. When she saw the autumn Jang opposite her, her expression quickly became vigilant. The choice between two beautiful girls is really difficult to choose. From the bottom of his heart, Ivan still prefers Hermione. For Autumn, he just surprised the other person's appearance. There is no other idea at all, nothing more. Ivan rereaded the girl in front of him. Is that really the case? Chapter 107 Mrs. Patty's Tea House. I am sorry, my friend is waiting for me there. Followed by Ivan's eyes, Kujang saw Hermione standing at the door. Oh, well, I am very glad to meet you. Autumn looked a little disappointed. She said in a gentle tone, goodbye, Avon. Goodbye. Ivan waved. Who is this girl? Hermione came over and looked at the back of the Autumn with suspicion. She is called Kujang. She is a fourth-year student of Ravenclaw. I just accidentally knocked her down. I helped her pick things up, and then she invited me to the opposite Mrs. Patty's tea house. Mrs. Patty's tea house? Hermione repeated in a whisper, squinting and saying, "She looks beautiful." "Yeah, it's pretty. Ivan suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little bit wrong. He said that he had not finished speaking yet. But the feeling of Hermione standing opposite him was suddenly alienated. "Autumn is really good, but not the type I like," Awin said cautiously. "In my mind, you are always the most beautiful, Hermione." When he heard him, Hermione's face suddenly turned red, and the tense atmosphere softened instantly. "It's not like your style, Evan," Hermione said in a serious tone, but her face was smiling. "You must have broken with Wiki." Wiki Froby is a roommate of Avon, a handsome boy, but also very fancy, chasing a lot of girls. "The wind valuation in the college is very poor." "I really think so." Ivan looked at Hermione seriously, and tried to think about the tricks of chasing girls before the bed every night before going to bed every night. "Well, I will believe you for the time being." Hermione was embarrassed to avoid Edwin's gaze. The atmosphere is a bit embarrassing, and Ivan still remembers that the wiki has said that this time is very crucial. It is necessary to pursue the victory and never give the girls a chance to avoid. "But what should I do next? What should I say?" Exclamation mark. Before Ivan passed through, he had no experience in this respect. He had no time to think about this kind of thing in school except for busy study and exams. Even if there is a girl who likes it, he just looks at the other side far away. In the face of Hermione, Ivan doesn't know what to do, but he has to say something. "Hermione, Ivan said with courage. "Wait a minute, Avon." Hermione seemed to realize what. Her looming gaze came back again. "You are too big. You are not allowed to go to Hogsmeade by the school. If you are found, you are here." Reassured, "I don't think Autumn is the kind of person who will go to inform." Ivan blinked, and the atmosphere that had just appeared was destroyed. "Of course she won't, but what if you see it by Malfoy? You will have big troubles, especially if we have just offended Professor Snape in the morning." Hermione said worriedly, "Hurry up. Harry should wear the invisibility cloak." Ivan found that Hermione was right. In the next second, he saw Malfoy, Crabbe from the window of the Duke of Honey shop, and he was ready to come in. He hurriedly took out Harry's invisibility cloak from the bag. "Set on your own head." When Ivan had just disappeared from the place, he heard Malfoy's voice coming. "This year's Quidditch Cup belongs to Slytherin. Who can think that Potter would be afraid of the dementors in their next match? The three of us can scare him again. He may still be from They Fell on the Broom. At that time, they had to put a parachute on Potter's flying broom." Crabbe and Goyle snickered, and Malfoy was proud. He suddenly saw Hermione standing alone in the corner, his pale face showing a malicious smile. "In addition to this incident, my father will attend a hearing organized by the Dangerous Biology Committee in January and tell the members that my arm can't move for 3 months." Malfoy deliberately raised his voice. I really hope that I can also participate in the time to see that the furry stupid man tries to defend himself. It is not harmful, really, it is safe." "Let's go, Avon." Hermione completely ignored Malfoy. She knows that the other person is saying that under their recent efforts, Hagrid and Buckbeak will be fine. There is no need to take care of each other. Because of this, Malfoy must be angry enough. Malfoy squinted as Hermione walked past her. He seemed to want to stop her, hesitated, and did nothing. Only Hermione was here, and Harry, Ron, and Avon were not around her. Malfoy didn't want to leave an impression of bullying the girl. Think about it, when they cut off the stupid big-headed eagle head with the winged beast's head, I think he will cry. Ha ha. Looking at Hermione's back, Malfoy said deliberately. Hearing Malfoy's laughter, Ivan came out with a burst of air. He saw the other side standing on the edge of a bucket of jelly-nosed mites, and suddenly had an idea. "You open the door and wait for me for a while," Ivan whispered to Hermione. "This opportunity is very good. Never let go." Ivan sneaked behind Malfoy, aiming at his ass, lifting his right foot and slamming up. The next second, a plop. Malfoy head down, planted in the jelly-nose worm barrel, green sugar splashes everywhere. His legs struggled the top, yelling inside the barrel, and Gower and Krabs panicked and tried to pull him out of it. The scene was a mess, and everyone in the store turned around and looked at Malfoy with surprise. He didn't understand why he stuffed his head into the noseworm bucket. Even if he liked to eat the candy, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. I completely ignored the confusion behind me. Ivan ran out of the Duke-Funny with a smile on his face. I believe that Harry and Ron will be happy after knowing this. Unfortunately, Colin is not here. Otherwise this picture is definitely the headline of the newspaper next week. You shouldn't do this, Ivan. Hermione wanted to laugh and have some worried look. If Malfoy found you here, I am wearing an invisibility cloak, Hermione. He can't see me. No one will know that it is what I did. Ivan made a slap, and he noticed that he didn't wear a cloak. We should then where to go. How about the 3 Broom Bars? This weather is best for a bit of butterbeer. It's best not to. That store is too popular. Malfoy may also go there. We better go to the Pig's Head Bar. Or Hermione, across the thick scarf, suddenly saw a small tea house on the corner of the street that she had never noticed before. The signboard on the outside said Mrs. Paydefu. She still remembers that Avon just said that the Ravenclaw girl named Kujang had just invited him to go there. Maybe he should go and have a look. Chapter 108 Third Contact with Stray Dogs. We can go there. Hermione pointed at Madame Patrick's tea house and squinted. The shop looks like very special. Are you sure? Ivan looked at the tea house in amazement. If it wasn't for Kujang's just mentioned, he had never noticed this place before. It was full of pink, pretty girlish ornaments with cheesy lace on it. Ivan was very suspicious of the taste of the owner. Of course, let's go in, Ivan. I can't let other people think that I am standing alone in the snow, Hermione said. It seems like a small compartment. Don't worry about being discovered. You can take off the invisibility cloak. Ivan and Hermione crossed the road, and a few minutes later, they entered the small tea house. There is a sweet smell in the air. The space inside the tea house is very small and foggy. It seems that everything is decorated with frills or bows. On each small round table, there are golden little angels flying, sometimes throwing people down pink confetti. The two sat down at the remaining round table and looked at the misty windows. Next to them is a big Christmas tree. Through the gaps in the leaves, I can see a Hutchaki 5th grade boy. He is with a beautiful blonde girl, and they hold hands. Ivan is somewhat uncomfortable, and Hermione is also opposite. They seem to have just discovered that the house is a pair of ones, and they all hold hands. What do you want? A middle-aged woman with a fat body and a bright black hair squeezing hard from 2 tables. Please come 2 cups of coffee, said Ivan. He had just raised his head and his face was sprinkled with pink confetti by the little angel in midair. While waiting for the coffee, Ivan found that the couple next to him started kissing through the sugar cans, and the lips seemed to stick together. He really hoped they would not. Hermione apparently found this too. She turned her head and looked at Ivan, and the eyes of the 2 men hurriedly panicked away. The atmosphere was very embarrassing, and Ivan tried not to think about the mess. But conscious thinking is uncontrolled, and he seems to feel that the boy opposite is making an example that Hermione will soon want to follow suit. He is not sure if he wants to do this. He and Hermione have not yet developed this step. According to the procedure, should 2 people confess before doing this kind of thing? Ivan asked herself. She really liked Hermione, and said that since the other party invited herself to the tea house, is it suggesting something? In this case, should you take the initiative? Opposite Hermione's cheeks red, very cute, like a ripe apple. People can't help but take a bite. No matter, let's go out. The feeling of fear and excitement rushed into my heart, and Ivan made up his mind and swallowed. His body leaned forward slightly, reaching out to hold Hermione's cold hand, and breathing almost stagnated in an instant. Hermione trembled a little and seemed to want to pull her hand back, but it stopped again. Her face was redder than before, and she was red as never before. Hermione looked at Evan with a faint look, and the sweet scent in the air almost stopped her head from running. She saw that Evan's body had come in and seemed to be doing something. She wants to dodge backwards, but her right hand is held tightly by the other party. Hermione's body trembled lightly, although this was not the first time she had shaken hands with Ivan, but it gave her a strange touch inductance. Hermione didn't remember when the boy ran into his heart, perhaps in the public restroom last year, when the snake monster hit him, or when he faced more than 100 dementors this year. He was stunned. When it is helpless, or, before that, she heard about this tea house from other girls. The appearance of Kujang made her feel a mysterious threat. Hermione originally thought that it was just an ordinary dating place, but I didn't expect everyone to be here. Hermione knew what Avon was going to do next, but there was no disgust in her heart, but it was too fast to do so. Her palms are all sweaty, and the heart is thumping. She should stop Ivan. They can't do it, but they don't have any strength. Hermione saw that Avon was getting closer and closer to herself, and she could feel the breath of the other person. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer and closer. Just as Avon's lips were about to hit Hermione, Mrs. Patty flew over with 2 cups of coffee. The two men hurriedly separated like a kitten that had done bad things. The action was so big that they almost turned the table over. Mrs. Pattifoo did not say anything, but the self-evident smile on her face made the two people extremely embarrassed. Ivan's face was hot and turned to look at the window. In the next second, through thick water vapor, he saw the Minister of Magic, Connolly Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and 2 others he did not know, crossing the street. 6 people struggled in the heavy snow, as if they were going to the 3 broom bars opposite. Evan swept them in a hurry, and his attention was completely attracted by 2 small figures beside them. A dog and a cat slid across the street, Sirius Black and Crook Mountain. Unexpectedly, Black was so bold, and he appeared blatantly in Hogsmeade, and passed by Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Hagrid. Black stopped and looked at the back of Fudge and the 2 others. "Hey, that's Crook. What did it run to Hogsmeade?" Following Evan's gaze, Hermione saw the Crookshank outside the window, and she did not see Sirius Black because of the angle. "Wait a minute, Hermione, I will take it back." Evan hurriedly stood up, and under the horrified eyes of Hermione and Mrs. Patty, she opened the door and rushed into the snow outside. I don't know why, when I think of Ron's recent anomalous behaviors, he has an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Although there are plans, if you can get in touch with Sirius Black before, it would be better. On the street, the figure of Black and Crook Mountain disappeared into the corner of the street, leaving 2 rows of shallow and deep footprints on the thick snow on the ground. A followed the footprints and came to the owl post office, which was faint and dark, with owls on the shelves, at least 300, from the common big grey eagle to the small slap-sized barred owl, all kinds of styles. They are crying low. Except for owls, there is no one in the store. Black and Crook Mountain seem to go to the 2nd floor, where the owl postman is trained to collect postage based on the distance. Ivan pulled out his wand and there was only one gate at the post office. As long as he entered here, Sirius Black had nowhere else to go out. He didn't know why Black was going to send a letter, but it was a good opportunity to get in touch with the other side. Chapter 109 Lonely Avengers. Ivan climbed up the 2nd floor along the dim stairs, and the old black wooden floor creaked under his feet. From time to time, an owl flew over the top of his head. The layout of the 2nd floor and the 1st floor of the post office is similar. There are owls everywhere. On the shelves under them, the codes of various colors are marked. Crookshank was squatting on a semicircular balcony, and it saw Ivan screaming loudly, expressing satisfaction. "Wait a minute, where is Sirius Black?" Exclamation mark. Ivan suddenly realized what he was, and he turned quickly. In the shadow of the aisle behind him, a black figure flung out. In the next second, Ivan was thrown to the ground and splashed with dust. A few grey long-eared owls spread their wings and flew higher, dissatisfied with Evan and his huge black dog with thick hair. Sirius Black jumped lightly and took the wand in the hands of Ivan. His body changed rapidly in midair, and when Black fell back on the floor, Avon saw a middle-aged man who was exactly the same as the Ministry of Magic. A dirty, tangled hair hangs down to the elbow. The eyes hidden in the deep, dark eyes are not bright at all. The waxy skin clings to the skeleton on the face and looks like a skull. "You are too big, boy." Blake held Ivan's wand tightly and grinned with yellow teeth. "Don't resist. Look at you as a Harry friend. I will only use the forgotten mantra. Erase all my memories in your head." Black's voice is low and hoarse. Sounds like it hasn't been spoken for a long time. "Listen, I need to talk to you." Sirius whispered, "I didn't intend to resist. You can take my wand, if that makes you feel safer." "Hey, security doesn't make any sense to me." Black's face showed a sneer. "If you are like me, because of an unwarranted charge, you are locked in Azkaban for 12 years, no matter whether it is day or night. Thousands of dementors are tormented, thinking about the darkest memories in their heads, and always enduring the torment of the innermost friends of their best friends, and you will completely forget the feeling of fear and fear." "It sounds really bad." Ivan worried. "Do you know how I got over?" Black's expression suddenly became awkward. "It's revenge. It's the power of revenge that keeps me awake. I don't become a walking dead like everyone else. Maybe I can help you and complete the revenge for you." Ivan sat up from the ground. "Help me?" Black's face was more intense, and his wand in his hand pointed firmly at Ivan. "I don't think so." "You better be honest. Don't move. Don't play tricks with me. This year, after I met for the first time in the Mole world in August, I have been observing you for the past few months. I know that your actual magic level is really amazing. I am not at your age. You have no such strength." "Thank you for complimenting. If I am as powerful as you said, the situation should not be like this now," Avonton said, continuing. "But I really want to help you. Remember that on Halloween, we are banned. The second time I met Lin's Edge, I covered you to escape, or you were discovered by Professor Lupin." Evan secretly gathered magic, and since he saw Tom Riddle in the last semester using Ron's broken wand to release the spell, he has been studying stickless spells. Although many theoretical books in this field have been found in the library, it is very difficult to operate in reality. Ivan has been practicing for nearly a year, but his magic is controlled to emit a little light, which is far less than the impact of the magical riot and loss of control of the little wizard. Not to mention the use of a complete magic spell. This light does not help the actual combat, but may be distracted by Black. Ivan had to be careful. If the communication was not successful, this was his last life-saving means. He didn't want to be turned into an idiot by Black's forgotten mantra. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to be discovered." Black snorted and his wand shone a little light. "And, I don't need Anon's help." He waved his wand, but Avon was faster than him. His magical spurt came out, and a dazzling white light flashed past, like a dazzling lightning, and Black closed his eyes subconsciously. Hundreds of owls skyrocketed and the entire second floor was tangled up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ivan slammed up from the ground, and he slammed into the dark Sirius Black. Although he was short and thin, it was far from the tall Black's opponent, but the sudden glare let Black be caught off guard. He didn't raise his wand in time, and Avon grabbed the hand of Black's wand with one hand, forcing the end of the wand to change direction. The knuckles of the other hand hit the side of Black's head, and the two turned backwards. Falls and knocked down the wall. The heavy impact finally made Black wake up, and his wand in his hand gave a red light to the air, only a few inches from Avon's face. Evan could feel the wrinkled arm under his finger writhing like a madman, but he clung to it, and he used his other hand to slam the various parts of Black's body that he could get. Black's strength was bigger than him, and his free hand found Ivan's throat. Just as Avon felt desperate, Crook Hill, who had been kneeling on the balcony, suddenly jumped over to join the battle, and its two front paws were deeply trapped in Black's arm. Black snorted and let go of Ivan. He wanted to open the Crook Mountain, but he didn't succeed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ivan slammed a few punches against Black's stomach. Black pained curled up and let go of the wand. Evan took his wand and quickly stood up. He held his wand and pointed at Black's chest and looked down at him. Black spread his limbs to the wall, and his thin chest quickly undulating. "Good, Crookshank," Ivan gasped. Crookshank screamed and jumped back to the windowsill as if to complete a trivial little thing, and the owl in the air also fell back. Evan looked at Black, and the face of the sallow was faintly able to see the handsome of the past. The 12-day prison life has made his character cold-blooded. Before killing the little dwarf Peter, he would not believe anyone. No need for any help. As a lonely avenger, he must seize Peter by his own strength. In terms of believing in other people, he is not even as good as a cat. "I am ignoring you. You are much better than I thought. No sticks. I haven't seen a wizard to learn this technique for a long time." Black's mouth rehanged the sarcasm of sneer. "You are going to take me." What to do? The errors handed over to the Ministry of Magic are those dementors. I repeat it, I just want to help you, whether you believe it or not. Ivan wiped the blood stains on his lips, and his wand tipped a few sparks. "If you like this kind of communication, we will so communicate. Speak up. I really want to thank you," Black said calmly. "Thanks to the Hogwarts magic that you did. When Fudge went to Azkaban to inspect, he gave me a newspaper. Above, he gave a photo of a special contribution award to several of you. On the front page of the newspaper, on the shoulder of the boy, I immediately recognized him. I saw how many times he was deformed. He was still alive. He actually stayed at Hogwarts, next to the sons of James and Lily. That night, I escaped from Azkaban because I knew I had to kill him. This is what I can make up for. The only way to make your own mistakes is not to face death." Black's body was slightly trembling, his voice was a bit tragic. Chapter 110. Avon and Black Steel people used to imprison me on murder. I am here to commit this murder. Sirius Black shouted. "I want to kill him personally. I have to avenge James and Lily. In your current state, nothing can be done." Looking at Black's appearance, Ivan shook his head. "More than nothing, since you won, then hand me over." Black couldn't close his eyes, his head leaning back against the wall, and the whole person was decadent. Suddenly, his eyes slammed open again, and the man's died. He shouted unwillingly. "The one who lives in the same bedroom as Harry, the boy of the Weasley family? The pet of the boy is an animagus. He is a little dwarf Peter." "Little dwarf Peter?" Ivan blinked. "Trust me, you are also an animagus. You just have to look at the mouse carefully, or use a morphing spell on him." Black suddenly stopped and said, "You must think of me crazy, isn't it? To be honest, you don't seem to be any different from a madman now. I am really confused. How do you know who the little dwarf Peter is?" Black suddenly laughed, and the smile was full of hate. Let me tell you the true face of this hero. We were at Hogwarts that year." Ivan was speechless. Looking at Black's appearance, he obviously wanted to recall his past in his student days. He didn't mind listening to this hidden history. But now it is not the time, not the right occasion. Here is the Owl Post Office, and there may be other people coming in at any time. Before all the truth, he didn't want to misunderstand his connection with the Wanted. Besides, Hermione is still waiting for him outside. He can't delay for too long. "I am sorry to interrupt your memory, Sirius. We will cut into the topic as soon as possible." "About the little dwarf Peter is Ron's mouse streak. I believe you," Ivan said quickly. "In fact, I know a lot of things related to him." "What?" Black's eyes widened and he suddenly screamed with excitement. "How much do you know about that man?" "A lot. Definitely more than you think. Of course, the details need you to add, but not here," Ivan said in a relaxed tone, "and, you better have a little sound, unless you really I want to bring the Urras and the dementors." "What about Peter? Is Lupin telling you?" Black whispered his voice, his face full of suspicious look. "No, he won't say anything about us. Maybe it is Dumbledore. It's like his style, but it must be his words. Now it is more than just standing alone here. I have investigated the events of the past. What happened before you were arrested, and what you did at school is not a secret." Ivan squinted. "To tell the truth, the only thing that makes me curious. Only the live map. Where did you get the magic to make it? I heard Professor Lupin said that you got help from something in the forest, and that place needs some kind of biological recognition to get in. Who are they? It's a horseman. The horseman tribe in the Forbidden Forest has a piece of something left by Godric Gryffindor. That thing can give the wizard magic. Black re-excited. I can take you and to help you get the recognition of the horse. As to whether you can get that thing, it depends on whether you can pass the final test. In exchange, you just bring the little dwarf Peter to see me. The deal, Ivan said quickly. Listen to the meaning of Sirius Black's words, combined with the information you have mastered. If there is no accident, that hidden in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the legendary magic items in the Mar tribe should be the key to leaving the secret treasure of Gryffindor. I don't know how to get the recognition of the horse people, and what is the final test? This will certainly not be simple, or Black will definitely take the thing away long ago. Since all four of them have failed, Ivan is not sure that he will succeed. But he will not give up the opportunity to try, and then he intends to help Black. You will go back and grab the mouse now. No. Number. It is too risky. Although Peter is very weak, he is an adult wizard. It is not something that your young wizard can handle. You just need to help me. The Gryffindor common room, the rest are left to me to solve. I have a better idea. Why don't we tell the professors about this? Tell them. Blake shook his head. Who would believe me besides you? They thought I was betrayed James and Lily, then killed the little dwarf Peter and the 12 innocent muggles. They all think that I am crazy. No one will believe me. Others are hard to say, but Professor Dumbledore and Professor Lupin will still believe in you. No, I can't take risks. Since they can't believe me, I can't believe them, especially Lupin. In short, this is the fault that I have caused alone, and I should solve it by myself. Black stubbornly said, I was convinced that James and Lily let the little dwarf Peter become their secret person, because my stupidity killed them. It was all my fault. I have to kill him personally for James and Lily. Revenge. Black said, tears flowed down his uncontrollable cheeks uncontrollably. Okay. Looking at Black's appearance, Ivan had some headaches. Black's decision made the difficulty of the whole thing increase several times directly. He stubbornly thought that the death of James and Lily was all his fault. In order to maintain his proud self-respect, he did not take revenge. Will accept the help of anyone. It is like he would rather stay in Azkaban for 12 years to redeem his sins, and he would not like to defend himself. It is neither, nor disdain. No wonder he didn't look for Dumbledore's help after he escaped from prison. No wonder he tried it for so long, and it didn't work. Even if Black's current attitude is somewhat compromised, it's a last resort. In Blake's eyes, he helped him catch the little dwarf Peter, who was helping himself to get the approval of the horseman. The whole thing was more like a deal than a help. The password for entering the Gryffindor common room is a weird skin, and Sir Cardigan will let you in. Ivan continued. But I suggest you wait for another day, and the semester will end tomorrow. I have confirmed that this year's Christmas holiday, Gryffindor only 4 people, Harry, Ron, Hermione stay in Hogwarts. Hey, the thinking of the typical week. I doubt if you are a Gryffindor. For Ivan's suggestion, Black completely dismissed. For this day, I have been waiting for 12 years. I am willing to wait a long time. I will do it tonight. Chapter 111 Identity Exposure. We have to be careful. The little dwarf Peter is an awkward opponent. Can't be underestimated. I noticed that you don't even have a wand. Looking at the look of little Sirius Black, Ivan was unable to hold his forehead. In the matter of adventure, Black is an enhanced version of Harry. At the very least, Harry can sometimes listen to other people's advice, and Black doesn't care. Ivan glanced at a white card that Black had just left on the floor, which was an owl mailing item payment confirmation. The item ordered above is a fire arrow and the recipient is Harry Potter. This is a Christmas gift that Black gave to Harry. Looking at the long string of astronomical figures on the order price, Ivan secretly snarled. This guy clearly has time and ability to buy such a valuable item for Harry. but even it's incredible that a wand that can be cast can't be found. Wrist, Sirius Black dismissively said, I don't need this thing. I can deal with the little dwarf Peter with my empty hand. This is not a question of strength. On strength, he may not be your opponent, but if he wants to escape, he is prone to accidents, just like 12 years ago. Ivan continued to persuade, you must catch him once, and only then can you wash away the grievances on your body. What you said is totally unimportant, kid. Black snarled loudly. I repeat it again. I don't care what others think of me. I don't care if I am guilty. I just want him to die. I can't wait. His voice was so loud that the dust on the roof of the Owl Post Office was shaken. I can understand your feelings of revenge, but at least you have to think about Harry. I heard that you are his godfather. This is the last entrustment and mission that his parents have left for you. Ivan is not willing to show weakness. Said, you don't want Harry to have a murderer godfather? You don't want him to always think that it is you, his father's best friend in his life, betrayed his parents to Voldemort. Hearing Evan, Sirius Black slammed quietly. His body was trembling gently, and his eyes were full of pain. In the past 12 years, Harry has had a bad life at his aunt's house, and the Dursleys don't like him. You know that. Ivan whispered, maybe he prefers living with you, if you have to wash your grievances. James and Lily's children, living with me. Tears flowed out of control from Sirius Black's eyes. He wiped his tears and choked. You are right, for Harley. Let the little dwarf Peter live for a few more days. Very good. You can come to the Gryffindor common room at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Ivan said happily. Our goal is not to kill the little dwarf Peter, but to catch him alive. I will make sure the streaks are waiting for you in the common room, and if possible, I can catch him in advance. Ivan's words have not been finished yet. Just as he was preparing to discuss the details of the action with the Knight of Sirius Black, Hermione's voice suddenly came from the post office downstairs. You are above, Ivan? I am here. I am going down. Ivan replied hurriedly. He waved at the Crook Mountain on the windowsill, and the latter jumped into his arms. Who is this girl? Your little girlfriend? Black's mouth showed a sly smile. No, it's just a classmate. Ivan hurriedly explained. You should know, she is Hermione Granger, a good friend of Harry. I do know this girl, a beautiful little girl. From the age, she looks like your school sister. Blake looked at Ivan's face with a slightly embarrassed expression. But I just like it. I saw you and her at Mrs. Patty's tea house. What am I doing with Hermione? This has nothing to do with you, Ivan said with a red face. I was more popular than you in the student days. Many girls wrote love letters to me, but there is nothing worse than you. I have never been with my sister. Shut up, and quickly change back to your animagus form. Before we leave, stay here and don't make a noise. Ivan Yang raised his wand and said bluntly, remember, time is tomorrow night 8. Tick. After Ivan finished, I put my wand back into my waist. He patted the dust on his body and hugged the Crook Mountain down the stairs. He saw Hermione's face cold and red, and looked at herself with concern. I found Crookshank, Hermione. What did it run here? Hermione hugged Crookshank. How can it go to Hogsmeade alone? It's so far from the school. Halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped and looked at Ivan with a surprised look. Along her gaze, Ivan hurriedly turned his head. He saw a dog slowly descending from the stairs, stalking and dignified, like a noble gentleman invited to a high-class banquet. A little it is not like a lonely stray dog. Damn, Sirius Black, this guy ran down to add chaos. Did he tell the other person to stay on the roof? Exclamation mark. Avon. This dog. Hermione looked at Black in a panic, saying in an uncertain tone, is he the one that Harry saw? What is unknown? I have already said that it is just a stray dog. Ivan walks over and kicked Black. Black leaps to the side and escapes Avon. His eyes swam back and forth between Ivan and Hermione, and the corners of his mouth showed a very human smile, looking at Ivan with a man's eyes. Then he ran to Hermione, spit his tongue, and shook his tail, which looked like a real dog. Before I turn you into a slug, Go away. Ivan pulled out his wand and gnashed his teeth. Wait a minute, Avon. Hermione hurriedly stopped. She looked at Black for a long time, and suddenly screamed into Evan's ear. I always feel that this dog is not quite right. Harry said he saw it before. This dog has been used many times. From the streets of London to Hogwarts, ordinary stray dogs cannot run so far. It may be a coincidence that the stray dog that Harry said, I have seen, they are not the same. As she was very close to Hermione, she whispered in her ear while blowing hot air into her ears. Ivan's face was red, and with the heat of this stock, his heart itched, and his thoughts returned to the ladies' tea house. Only 1 second, he can touch Hermione's lips. Time is still too late. Maybe I should lead Hermione back, and continue to do things that have not been done. No, Evan, this is certainly not a coincidence. I saw this dog near the Forbidden Forest a few days ago. It was watching Harry's Quidditch training, which is not what the average dog can have. Hermione revisited Sirius Black. Black looked at Hermione strangely, and the body did not trace the forwards together. This girl should be talking to Ivan. He is very curious about what the other party is saying. Avon, this dog. Hermione's voice was a little lower. I suspect it is an animagus. What? When he heard Hermione's words, Ivan almost cried. The little Sirius Black, who had just come close, apparently heard this, and the smile on his face slammed. Chapter 112. Frankly wide Sirius Black swears that he will never despise the child again in the future. Although the brown-haired girl is only 13 years old and looks weak, she is definitely smarter and sharper than most adult wizards. Black originally wanted to use Hermione to make Evan embarrassed for a while. Who could have thought that he had just swayed his tail and did not do anything, and he was identified by the other party! He suddenly discovered that the real embarrassment is actually himself. When he heard Hermione's words, Sirius Black's first reaction was to escape. In front of these two little guys, there is no such thing as a bully look. First Ivan, then Hermione. One is more difficult than one. Black looked serious and stepped back 2 steps. Intuition tells him that it is better to have less contact with these two children. However, after seeing Hermione pulling out her wand, he hurried to stop. He couldn't just turn around and run away, even though he had full control to avoid Hermione's curse. But here is Hogsmeade, and the shops on both sides of the street are stuffed with heavily armed bearers. Outside the town, there are hundreds of dementors waiting for themselves. As long as Hermione shouted, he had little chance of being able to escape. Pounce on the girl to stun. Seeing Ivan standing with the wand, Sirius Black hurriedly dismissed this idea, and 3 consecutive contacts have already made him very familiar with Ivan. The boy's magic is very strong, although the actual combat is a little worse, but the overall strength not much worse than himself, not to mention that he still has no wand. Maybe you should behave like a real stray dog, maybe you can get away with it. Sirius Black rushed to give Ivan a look, then he tried to make himself faceless, staring at Hermione with 2 big eyes, looking very stupid. Seeing Black's appearance, Ivan sighed weakly. It was a pig-like teammate. He clearly told him to hide on the top of the building and not to come out. Now he is good, and he does not say it directly. He was also recognized by Hermione. For this section, don't talk about catching the little dwarf Peter. Hermione can't get through. Hermione, this stray dog can't be animagus. No. I have a feeling that the 3rd grade recently learned animagus in the class of Professor McGonagall. For a personal reason, after I finished my homework, I checked this kind of thing. Hermione quickly saw it. Ivan glanced, his face suddenly red, and his wand in his hand pointed firmly to Sirius Black. She said in a hurry, "Believe me, Ivan, this dog is definitely an animagus." Seeing Hermione's expression, Ivan secretly admired her efforts in homework. Hermione, if you look at the books in this area, you will know that the Ministry of Magic supervises the wizards and witches who can become animals, with detailed records showing what animals they have become, and their the mark on the body. There are only 7 animags successfully recorded in this century. This dog is not in it. I originally thought so. but he may be an illegal animagus. Hermione continued. You told me before, you also completed animagus in the summer. You didn't register with the Ministry of Magic, isn't it? Yes, but, Avon, what is your animagus form? Hermione asked suddenly. Since the last time I saw the Guardian of Avon at the Quidditch Stadium, Hermione has secretly reviewed a large amount of information this month. In the study of animagus, she is deeper than most wizards. But she was unable to determine what Avon's animagus form was, and could not determine the relationship between animagus and the patron saint. On the last day of the summer vacation, I met the black cat. Whether it was Ivan or not. Hermione always wanted to ask this question. I finally got the courage to ask it. My animagus form is a black cat. You see it before. Ivan suddenly stopped. Hermione had indeed seen her own animagus before. She not only seen, but also hugged. Not only hugged, but also, apparently, Hermione also remembered something. And the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Sirius Black was surprised to find that the two people were not looking at themselves. He quietly stepped back, and Evan and Hermione barely responded. His mouth is rising upwards. This picture is too familiar to him. He has seen countless times in James and Lily. Falling in love is the fastest way to reduce IQ. Black knows that Evan and Hermione will not have the time to take care of themselves in a short period of time. He sneaked away and ran out of the Owl Post office. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the corner of the street. Ivan, your animagus, the black cat. That night, Hermione said, biting her lip. Hermione, I don't mind giving you a demonstration of animagus deformation, but the dog seems to have ran away. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Evan hurriedly said, What? Hermione woke up, only to find that the dog had disappeared. She said anxiously, Oh, Evan, that dog, he might be Sirius Black. I should tell Professor McGonagall about this. Easy, Hermione, there is no evidence that the stray dog will be an animagus. This is just your guess. We can't take risks. If he is Sirius Black, then this is probably the reason why he can enter the castle. The professors certainly don't know that Black is an animagus, and will not be prepared in this regard. Mindly, we have to tell the professor about this. This is very important. Yes, this is really important. Ivan's mouth showed a bitter smile, and it was clear that only one day could solve the whole incident. At that time, Sirius Black loves where to go, and even if he goes to the office of the Minister of Magic, Connolly Fudge, no one will take care of him. Who can think of this problem at the last minute? If Hermione told the professors about this, let's not enter the Gryffindor Tower to catch the little dwarf Peter. It is a problem for Black to be close to the castle. With Evan's understanding of Snape, if he knew Black's animagus form, he would not be able to sleep with excitement, and went to the Forbidden Forest to catch Black. He must find a way to fool the past, but he does not want to lie to Hermione. Lies will be dismantled sooner or later, and whether the lie itself is full of goodwill will cause harm to each other and cause irreparable cracks between the two. Especially considering that Hermione had just discovered that her animagus form was the black cat on the last night of the summer vacation, and Ivan felt that it was better to be honest. Maybe he can consider telling Hermione about his plans. Sirius Black and Dwarf Peter. She will definitely believe in her own. In this case, you can still have one more helper, and the chance of catching the streaks is even bigger. Chapter 113. Convince Hermione you guessed nothing wrong, Hermione. Avon said suddenly. The dog was really Sirius Black, and like you think, he is an animagus. What are you talking about? Hermione didn't respond, as if she was still digesting the news. She looked up and saw that Ivan looked at herself seriously, not at all like a joke. I said that the dog is Sirius Black. God, I already knew. Unbelievable. Black just stood up as it has. Hermione's eyes widened and she said with amazement, Avon, we should quickly tell Professor McGonagall this. She is in 3 broom bars. No, we can't tell the professor about it. Ivan shook his head. Black is innocent. I believe him. I don't believe it. Hermione screamed and stepped back. She looked at Avon in horror. Black is supporting Voldemort. He killed 13 people. He is now fleeing from Azkaban to Hogwarts, just to kill Harry. Do you actually believe him? Hermione, listen to me, Ivan said quickly. Black has just told me upstairs that he was defamed. He didn't kill that year. If he is being shackled, why doesn't he tell others that many people can help him? Hermione didn't seem to know Avon. She said aloud, look at what he did. From Azkaban, the class escaped from prison on Halloween. He also broke into Hogwarts Castle and tried to enter the Gryffindor common room to find Harry. Is this something that an innocent person will do? Black is looking for the little dwarf Peter, which is Ron's mouse, and he is also an animagus. Everything is done by him. Crazy, Avon. How could a streak be an animagus? Hermione's voice shook almost out of control. It must be Black. Hermione's voice grew louder and louder, and the girls at the Hufflepuff College were attracted by her voice. Hannah Abbott and Susan Burns, who looked curiously at the door of the Owl Post Office. When and Hermione, Ivan has a headache. It is related to his next plan, and some words are not suitable for being heard by outsiders. In particular, the other party is Ibo and Burns. I know both of them by Evan. If they know what they are, it means that all the students in the school know it. He does not want this thing to be rumored. Small voice, Hermione, Ivan whispered. But this is useless. Hermione is still excited about the things related to Sirius Black. Hannah, Ibo and Susan Boynes are getting closer. Wait a minute. When men and women quarrel and argue, how do boys do it? Exclamation mark. In the next second, Ivan didn't even think about it, subconsciously holding Hermione's little hand, pulling her into her arms and pressing her head on her chest. Hermione slammed shut, her body stretched tightly in Ivan's arms, her face turned red from top to bottom, and her thoughts drifted farther and farther. God! Hannah and Susan screamed, and the two men looked at each other and saw a faint excitement from the other's eyes. Ivan and Hermione. This is a big news. They hurriedly turned around, as if they didn't see Evan and Hermione at all, and quickly walked to the far corner of the street, and couldn't wait to share the news with others. After seeing the two of them leave, Ivan sighed. He could feel Hermione, who was slightly trembling in his arms, like a kitten, warm and soft, with the sweet taste of the girl, and Avon suddenly found his heart beat. In fact, the two people who kept this action held their breath and almost couldn't breathe. A few seconds later, Crab Mountain, which Hermione held in his arms, suddenly struggled. It was almost killed by the two guys. Hermione seemed to realize what had happened. She hurriedly pushed Ivan aside, panting quickly, her face red. Hermione. Ivan opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. I'm trying to convince myself to believe in you, Avon. Hermione tried not to think about what had just happened, and she felt confused inside her head. Trust me, Hermione. Ivan looked at Hermione seriously. According to the procedure, should she confess next? Exclamation mark. But before he even talked, he heard Hermione say, I believe in you. But I still can't imagine how the streaks might be an animagus. He obviously lived in Ron's house for so long. Accurately speaking, it is 12 years. Have you seen which mouse can live for so long? Ivan stunned, and the topic went back to the streaks. No way, he had to continue. Remember that we are in the summer vacation. In the magical creature store, what did the witch say? Ordinary house mice like streaks can live for up to 3 years. But Hermione hesitated. Do you know the little dwarf Peter? Ivan suddenly asked. No, I checked the information of the year. Hermione paled and tried to recall. He was the wizard who was killed by Black, and the Ministry of Magic awarded him a first-class Merlin medal. It is said that people have found the biggest a will is his finger. This is what you know. The streaked front paws lack a toe. This may just be a coincidence. Maybe it is fighting with other mice, or something else. Hermione said that the lower the sound, the more I think about it now. The streaky behavior is really suspicious, not like ordinary mice. Since the dog can be the little Sirius Black, why can't the streak be a little dwarf Peter? Black has told me that he forced Peter to run away. Wait a minute. Avon. Hermione hurriedly said. Why was Black going to chase the little dwarf Peter 12 years ago? This is not common sense. Since Voldemort had failed at the time, he should. Black has no loyalty to Voldemort, and it doesn't exist until the end. Awin explained. The loyalty to Voldemort is the little dwarf Peter, who sold Harry's parents to Voldemort. Black was trying to avenge them to chase Peter. Hermione didn't speak, and it seemed that she was still trying to digest this shocking fact. Black had forced the little dwarf Peter to run away, and Peter yelled that Black had betrayed Harry's parents. Before Black attacked him, he used a spell to blow up the entire street and killed 20 feet around him. All of them then fled to the gutter with other mice, and Black was caught by the errors that followed. Black has betrayed Harry's parents. Why didn't he explain it to others? Because the Ministry of Magic did not give him the opportunity to explain it. They did not judge him and sent him to Azkaban. Besides, Black also believed that he killed Harry's parents. After killing Peter, he wants to go there to redeem, said Avon. Harry's parents were prepared to use the loyalty of the daring to protect themselves. They originally intended to make Black their secret. At the last moment, Black suggested that they replace the secret. Peter, you know everything that happened later, which is why everyone thinks Black is guilty. So, is Black really innocent? Hermione said uncertainly. Yes, little Sirius Black is Harry's best friend before his father's life. He is Harry's godfather. He can't hurt Harry. Avon looked at Hermione. I know, I said these words, it sounds really incredible, but it is a fact. Do you want to believe me, Hermione? Hermione looked up at Evan and didn't answer immediately. Hermione? Ivan looked at Hermione strangely, and the girl's chestnut eyes were very bright. Don't ask me this question later, Avon. Hermione's voice was as strong as steel. I have already answered it. I believe you, forever. The Crook Mountain, which has been held in her arms by Hermione, screamed boringly. The two men said it for so long, and let it wait impatiently. In its view, Sirius Black is innocent. He does not understand why Ivan wants to say so much. Also, say good confession, where have you gone? Exclamation mark. Let it wait in vain for so long. I have not seen a good show. Ivan, where is your exercise? Where have you gone? Exclamation mark. Chapter 114 Lucius Christmas present. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, England is tense. All the house elves in the manor were careful. They looked at the door of the master's study in horror, and dared not make a slight noise, for fear of disturbing the owner. Inside the study is a spacious round room with a luxurious interior. Decorated in dark green and silvery white, it features luxurious furniture, marble fireplaces and gilded mirrors. Just above the ceiling is a precious crystal chandelier. The floor tiles are covered by gorgeous carpets. The huge bookshelves that surround the majority of the rooms are filled with out-of-print magic books. There are more than a dozen portraits hanging next to them. They are all patriarchs of the Malfoy family. Below the portrait, Lucius Malfoy looked gloomily at the flames inside the fireplace. From the expression on his face, he knew that he was in a bad mood. He just received a letter. The content of the letter is very simple. The old guys handling the dangerous biology committee said above that they will return all the Jinjialong that he sent before, which means they will refuse to support themselves to kill. The Eaglehead has the decision of the winged beast. Unbelievable. They actually rejected the Malfoy family! Exclamation mark. If this kind of thing is put in the past, it is simply unimaginable. Lucius originally thought that the politicians of the Ministry of Magic had always been under their control, relying on the prestige and money offensive of the Malfoy family, and he was in it. Even 12 years ago, the Dark Lord failed to escape, and the power of the Malfoy family was not affected at all. But now, they actually refused themselves! Exclamation mark. Lucius showed a bitter smile on his face. He wanted to do something, but found himself could not do anything. In recent years, the reputation of the Malfoy family has indeed been worse than before. Until now, he has been weakened to even kill an eagle-headed horse with a winged beast. Oh, it's all Dumbledore and those dirty mud, Lucius said with anger. In his opinion, This is all the ghost of Dumbledore. The days of the pure blood family are getting more and more sad, and their status is getting worse and worse. On the contrary, the mud species of malorigin are more and more high. Lucius suddenly missed the days when the Dark Lord was still there. Although he did not have much affection for Voldemort, the other party's idea was what the pure blood family really needed. They were the most expensive. Those mud and muls must of course be enslaved by them. Lucius took a deep breath and knew that he had to stay calm. Although he thought so, he could not express these dangerous ideas. From the current situation, this does not have any benefit to itself. The Malfoy family can continue for 1,000 years, relying not on short-lived power, but on unparalleled wisdom. But he can't do nothing, waiting for his complaint request to be rejected. Since the beginning of this year, after being kicked out of the board of the Hogwarts School of Magic, the Malfoy family has no face. If this time is defeated by the rude Hagrid and 2 students of the mud, the Malfoy family, it will really become the laughingstock of everyone. What is the difference between a pure-blooded wizard and those despicable muds if you can't express your nobleness, distinction, and ordinary wizarding status and power? Exclamation mark. If a few dumb guns and mud can put the face of the Malfoy family on the ground, then Malfoy's surname will soon become like the traitor Weasley, worthless. No, can't let this happen. What you have to do, maybe you can use some hidden power or more Jinjialong. Just as Lucius Malfoy was considering the next move, a beautiful black long-eared owl suddenly came in from the window and interrupted his thinking. Damn! Lucius screamed in disgust. Is the group of lazy domestic elves in the family dead, and let the owl fly directly into his study? Or do they want to leave the Malfoy family like the traitor? When I thought of Dobby, I thought that the abominable house elf would dare to betray myself, betray the Malfoy family, and Lucius burned in anger. Because of this, he was laughed at by his friends for a whole year. Lucius pulled out his wand and he was prepared to let the smashing owl pay the price of blood. The next second, he suddenly stopped. He saw the mark on the owl, which came from Hogwarts. Lucius is a bit curious. Who will write to himself? Exclamation mark. Definitely not Draco. He has other channels to contact himself. Nor will it be Severus. Lucius has never seen him use owls. In addition to these 2 people, Lucius couldn't think of anyone in Hogwarts. At this time, he would contact himself and don't know what was said above. He walked over and took off the letter paper on the owl's foot. The handwriting on it was very ugly and scribbled, and the words were very rude. On the letterhead, I wrote, to Lucius Malfoy, my dear old friend, on Christmas Day, I will give you a big gift at Hogwarts. I hope you can be satisfied, and beg you can help. Lucius frowned. He couldn't remember when he had such an old friend at Hogwarts. Also, what kind of gift will the other party prepare for himself? Exclamation mark. He looked at his patience and, after a few seconds, his brow stretched out. Professor Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts, that James Lupin is actually a werewolf? Exclamation mark. Looking at the dirty stationery in his hand, Lucius' mouth suddenly revealed a cold, satisfied smile. This is really an unexpected Christmas gift. If all that is said above is true, it is a big news. But this is not enough. A tamed werewolf became a teacher. But it was only the headline of the Prophet's Daily headline. It was impossible to shake Dumbledore. As the greatest white wizard recognized by the magic world in modern times, Dumbledore's status and power are beyond imagination. He is not just as simple as the headmaster of a magic school. Last year, the snake monster attacked students in Hogwarts Castle. The example was until the last moment. After so many attacks, Lucius succeeded in persuading other directors to agree to recall Dumbledore. Of course, a werewolf can't compare with a basilisk, and he has to pour some oil on the fire. Only in this way can it make it burn more. But the most important thing is to write to yourself that person. What he will do. If both things are successful, then you have the confidence to drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. Careful preparation. Even Dumbledore's reputation is not impossible. After all, unlike the secret room incident, This incident was entirely caused by Dumbledore. Compared with this, the stupid Hagrid and the same stupid eagle-headed horse have the life and death of the winged beast. Lucius's current mind is completely placed on the content of the letter. Although I don't know who the other person is, it doesn't matter. The key is the intelligence he said and what he will do. This is very important. As for the other party's request to do it yourself, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Just pay attention to it in time. Lucius looked at the wall clock and there were 10 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. Although rushed, but still have time, Lucius indulged for a moment, secretly determined. Although this matter is dangerous, it does not need to show up on its own, hiding behind the scenes and igniting others, so that others can charge, which is in line with the values of the Malfoy family. Bobby, he yelled. The next second, slamming, a weak house elf appeared in the room. I am here, master, Bobby said in a sharp voice. He looked at Lucius Malfoy in horror, fearing that the other would punish himself. Go and prepare my dress. Speed up, I am going to meet the Minister of Magic. Luke Suston said, continue, and prepare Gingy Arlong, the more the number, the better, except Fudge. Besides, the appetite of my greedy old friends is not small. He walked quickly to his desk. Before meeting with Fudge, Lucius was ready to write a few letters to the old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. He also told the other people that he would like to see Dumbledore, the pure-blood family of Lido. Chapter 115. Darkness struck before the Hogsmeade Owl post office. Avon successfully convinced Hermione and told her about her plans for tomorrow night. It was still early, and I didn't have to rush back to school. He originally planned to take Hermione back to Mrs. Paydifer's tea house and continue to do half of the things that had just been done. The atmosphere there is very good. Maybe you can take the opportunity to express your confession. But Hermione did not give him another chance. She was always hiding herself. Whenever Avon talked about the key places, she hurriedly opened the topic. It can be seen that Hermione is very nervous. It seems that there is a boiling hot water rushing in her body, giving her a burning sensation. Hermione's cheeks stinging in the cold wind. She bit her lip gently, avoiding Ivan's burning gaze, and the depths of her heart twitched. The development of the matter was totally different from what she imagined. When a person searched for animagus information in the library, Hermione originally planned to know if the abominable black cat was Ivan. Learn from him. Now I finally decided that Ivan is the black cat. On the last day of the summer vacation, I don't just hold this abominable guy in my arms. Still in front of him. Hermione turned red and didn't know what to do next. What happened to Mrs. Patty's tea house and the owl post office just made her suddenly scared, afraid that Ivan would make the move that made her heart beat again, or confess to herself. She had not thought about whether to promise the other. Although the depths of my heart have already been promised, is this speed a bit faster? Exclamation mark. Also, how to tell Harry and Ron about this? Hermione thought it was weird and very embarrassed. She really likes Avon, but she is not sure if she wants to develop a relationship with her. Maybe you can wait another 1 or 2 years and wait until your 4th or 5th grade. She listened to Angelina and Alicia, and the girls in the college started to associate with boys at that time. In short, I can't agree with Ivan so quickly. Hermione took a deep breath and clenched her fists, and decided to make a secret decision. She sneaked at Ivan and suddenly found that she had no experience in the matter of love. If Ivan made a request for contact, she didn't even know how to reject the other party. Maybe you should go to the library to read the book in this area, see what the above says, or talk to Ginny. In addition to Ivan, the little dwarf Peter is Ron's mouse streak and worried Hermione. Unbelievable. An evil murderer is lurking among them. For 3 years, no one actually found out. From a rational point of view, Hermione believes that this news should be told to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall as soon as possible. Seeking the help of teachers, this is the most sensible choice. However, she promised Ivan not to say this thing for the time being. She is not sure if Irving and Sirius Black's plan will succeed. She has a strong sense of uneasiness, and maybe things will not be as smooth as I expected. Seeing Hermione's appearance, Avon knows what she is worried about. He knew what he had to say to distract Hermione's attention and keep her from being so nervous. As for what is confession, don't rush for a while, since the atmosphere has been destroyed, or look for opportunities in the future. Hermione, don't you want to buy a Christmas present? We can go to the store over there and have a look. Ivan said, yes. What are you going to give me? This is a secret, Ivan, you will know when you receive it. Seeing that Evan did not mention the topic just now, Hermione relieved with relief. She looked good and smiled slightly. Your gifts don't have to be bought here, I'm already ready, prepared for a long time. I believe you will be satisfied. Seeing Hermione's appearance, Ivan suddenly squinted inside, and he remembered that he had not thought about sending Hermione anything. He originally intended to send a practical mantra to Hermione, but now it seems that this is too out of place. Since Hermione's gift to himself had to be carefully prepared for a long time, it was obviously too shabby to send an ordinary spellbook. Ivan racked his brains. What do girls like? Candy, plush toys or other cute things? According to her own understanding of Hermione, she seems to only like to read books. If it can only be a book, it is best to change it again. Next, Avon and Hermione wandered through the whole Hogsmeade and bought a lot of things. Time has passed and the winter night is coming early. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky began to darken, and the little wizards returned to Hogwarts, and the shops on both sides of the street lit up with lights. At the door of the Fenrir brand witch clothing store far away from the main road, Ivan drilled out of the invisibility cloak. There are only 2 of them in this alley, and there is no need to worry about being discovered. Avon, the time is almost, we should go back to school. Hermione said with satisfaction that she spent the day at Hogsmeade, making her feel very happy. Yeah, I am hungry. I really should go back to dinner. Ivan looked up and saw a huge full moon in the sky. I don't know how Harry and Ron are doing. Yes, and Professor Lupin, who must be hiding in his office now. When I see the auditorium, I pass the secret road of the Duke of Candy. Ivan suddenly stopped. He saw a ragged, fierce man appearing in the alley, about 10 meters away from himself and Hermione. He was immediately alert, and he felt a dangerous breath from this person. Through the dim candlelight in the shop, Ivan noticed that the man had slender limbs, grey hair and a beard were tied together, and a broken black robe was very uncomfortably tight on his body. Dirty. There are long yellow nails on the fingers. He looked extremely excited and raised his hair with a screaming roar. This voice is very weird, and I have never heard of it before. In addition, he also smelled a whistling smell on the other side, mixed with earthy smell, sweat, and, no doubt, it was bloody. The delicious little kid is really happy. The man saw Evan and Hermione, suddenly grinning and revealing sharp teeth. Looking at each other's eyes, Ivan saw the danger. He and Hermione seemed to be his prey. He hurriedly pulled out his wand. Be careful, Hermione, Ivan said suddenly. What? Hermione snorted and did not respond. This guy is a little bit wrong, take the wand out quickly. Ivan kept Hermione behind him, and he waved his wand and shouted, drowsy. A thick red light flew out of the wand in his hand, and the other side still kept a sneer. It didn't seem that Ivan would suddenly attack. The next second, he was hit by Evan's curse and fell to the ground. He quickly climbed up, wandering through the next curse, and making a terrible roar in his mouth. Seeing the other side's performance, Ivan's pupil slammed sharply. After he was hit by his own curse, he not only did not faint, but also spared the opportunity to escape the next spell. Ivan can be sure that the power of the coma spell he issued cannot be so weak. This only shows that this man's body is very resistant to the spell. Strong beyond imagination, far more than ordinary people, and even some are not like humans. Chapter 116 Werewolf Greyback. Damn, you dare to attack me, I want to tear your throat apart. The taste must be good, the boy can make a dinner. The girl is a sweet after dinner. The man raised his dirty right hand and rubbed the blood on his forehead. Then he put out his tongue and put the blood on his back, slowly, a little bit, and disgustingly clean, and the expression on his face was still unfinished. Seeing this scene, Hermione's little face was pale. She hurriedly pulled out her wand and approached 2 steps in the direction of Ivan. "Get out of here, this is not where you should come, the Aurors and the Dementors are nearby." Ivan's wand steadily pointed to the front, and the tip of the stick gave a faint glow. "Before they rushed over, I ended up leaving everything here." The man scratched his teeth with a yellowed fingernail and smiled. "I guess you both are unlucky. I thought it would take a long time to find the prey. Since receiving the letter from that person, my companions, the coward, are concentrated in the streets of Muls. Only I came to Hogsmeade, because I know that the blood of the little wizard is far more than hemp. Melons are fascinating." His voice just fell, accompanied by a sharp voice. A black masked figure appeared beside him. "Speed is faster, Greyback, you only have 1 minute. I just took a look at Gingy Arlong and I promised to come here with you. I am not here to hear you talk nonsense. Hogwarts is very close to this. Recently, I don't want to provoke Dumbledore." He glanced at Evan and Hermione scornfully and shouted in an anxious, sharp voice. "Just these 2, go up and take a bite. Remember to leave the live. The number of moles that both of them are adding to that side should be satisfactory to that person." Everyone bites a bite, which sounds really unpleasant. Ivan's body is tight and the spirit is highly concentrated. The name between the other person reminds him of a person, combined with other information he sees, and he can almost certainly identify the man opposite. He is the werewolf Finley Greyback, which is the chief culprit in making Professor Lupin a werewolf, as everyone knows. As the most cruel one of the wizards in the wizarding world, Greyback has made people who bite and infect as much as possible. He specializes in biting children, then let these children grow up in an environment far from their parents, grow up with hatred of normal wizards, and then spread new fears and despairs. Because of the long-term consumption of human flesh and blood, he has always loved human flesh and blood. Even if it is not on the full moon. Greyback was Voldemort's most loyal supporter, and during the First Wizarding War he was one of the most deterrent weapons under Voldemort's hands. Voldemort let him bite those who disobeyed him, and such threats often worked. After Voldemort's failure, Greyback escaped and was not caught in Azkaban, but under the Aurors' hunt, he also disappeared and rarely appeared in people's eyes. Many wizards are even optimistic that he may have died. Obviously, their expectations are completely lost. Ivan didn't know why Greyback suddenly appeared here, appeared in Hogsmeade, but also met himself and Hermione. First, Sirius Black, and then the werewolf Greyback. This year's Hogsmeade is really full of excitement. They are all the most dangerous escaped criminals in the Ministry of Magic. I believe that after Fudge knows this, he will send another 500 Dementors. Moreover, listening to the man with a black mask next to Greyback, they are obviously planning a plot. Will this be related to Voldemort? Ivan looked at Greyback with vigilance. Although he was curious, he knew very well that it is not time to study this. No matter what conspiracy they have, it doesn't matter. The most important thing at the moment is to protect Hermione's safety. This guy is a werewolf. You are going. Ivan stopped Hermione behind him without a trace. I will drag them. You are going to the professor to help. Hermione shook her head. Tears swirled in her eyes. Her eyes were firm. She did not speak, took a wand and took a step forward, standing in a row with Ivan and demonstrating her determination with practical actions. Seeing Hermione's appearance, Ivan sighed. He knew that no matter what he said, Hermione could not leave him alone. Just as he can throw Hermione anyway, this is their insistence, and it is also the bottom line that two people stick to. Well, I counted 1 or 2 and attacked together. Ivan whispered. You pay attention to protecting yourself. Remember, if it doesn't work, don't let me run. After Ivan and Hermione had just finished speaking, they heard the man with a black mask on the opposite side anxiously urging again. Speed is faster, Greyback, we have no time. Shut up, coward. Greyback snarled loudly. Don't direct me, you just come to help. Half of his words suddenly stopped. He saw a red light coming over to himself, and he hurriedly escaped Hermione's curse to the right. Just as he was ready to breathe a sigh of relief, Ivan's curse followed. Greyback fell to the ground to avoid Ivan's spell, but it didn't work. He was too big. The angle of Ivan's curse was very smashing. He made a roll on the ground and his right leg was finally cursed. Hit. Ivan knows that Greyback's body is very resistant to magic, so he didn't use the stun spell this time, but the petrification curse. Under the influence of the petrification curse, Greyback's body turned blue-grey at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body became stiffer and looked like a wooden board. "Damn, I want to kill you," Greyback screamed, and he struggled to stand up, then quickly fell down and fell on the snow. "That's enough, stupid werewolf." The man with a black mask next to him hurriedly pulled out his wand. "I was absolutely in the head. In order to get Gingy along, I promised to go to Hogsmeade." "Come," he said, sending a few spells to Ivan and Hermione. The light of these spells is all green, like a wildfire. Needless to say, these are definitely killing curses. Two people rushed to dodge. The man took the opportunity to rush to Greyback, and he wanted to use the curse. But Ivan didn't give him a chance. He hurriedly issued a deportation spell to the other side. Opposite. The man jumped his feet to avoid the curse that Ivan and Hermione had sent, and his wand slammed with a wave of green light. The two sides are coming and going, and the situation is deadlocked. Although the overall strength of the opponent is stronger than Ivan and Hermione, but he is in a dilemma and is in a hurry. Under the joint efforts of Ivan and Hermione, they are struggling to cope. In a short period of time, it is impossible to separate the winners and losers, and it is impossible to use the curse on Greyback. As time went by, he looked very anxious. The situation became more and more unfavorable to him, and he screamed with anger, which obviously further affected his strength. His next few spells were shot and drubbed. Ivan and Hermione's body flew over. Although it was very difficult, Ivan and Hermione insisted on sticking their teeth. "Just stick to it for a few minutes and wait until the rescue came over. At that time, you don't have to say that you can protect yourself. You can even catch the two guys opposite." Just when Ivan thought that the victory was in the grip, the situation suddenly turned. Chapter 117. Ivan's fear. Seeing that the companion had no way to rush to curse for himself, Greyback, who fell to the ground, suddenly made a shrill scream, his voice so loud that the clouds in the sky were shaken by his roar. A huge full moon appeared in the air. His body began to change under the moonlight. The thick shoulders were clearly arched, black hair on his face and hands, clearly visible, and dirty fingers twisted into sharp claws. Crookshank screamed uncomfortably, and all the hair on it was erected. Ivan and Hermione stopped attacking, and they stepped back in horror, unbelievably looking at the man who was constantly deforming. "No, it's a monster." Greyback's chin was noticeably elongated, sharp teeth came out, and the black hair on his body became denser and he looked exactly like the real wolf. He climbed up from the ground as if he had not had a petrified curse. Greyback's resistance to magic is stronger than ordinary wizards. Now he has become a werewolf, and his body functions have reached a new level. With pure physical strength, he can almost immunize all common low-level spells. The mixed smell in the air is getting thicker and thicker. Through the dirty and messy hair on Greyback, Awen sees a pair of yellowish, full of crazy eyes. He smells 100 times more sweaty than the previous one. In the cold wind, the greedy heat spurted into the throat of Greyback. He raised two deep black claws, raised his neck and screamed at the full moon in the sky, making a burst of creepy screams. "Oh, my God!" Hermione gasped and looked at Greyback, who was turned into a werewolf. "Run, Hermione!" Ivan shouted. "Run, right now!" Without hesitation, he grabbed Hermione's little hand and turned and ran. If he is alone, Ivan may try to stay and fight Greyback, but he can't take Hermione's adventure. If he doesn't go, with Hermione's character, he won't leave himself alone in any case. In the face of Greyback, who turned into a werewolf, Ivan has no chance of winning. What's more, in addition to him, there is still a weak strength and his black wizards are watching. From the current situation, escape is the most sensible choice. "Enough, idiot. Hurry up and shut up." Do you want to bring all the errors and dementors over? The man with a black mask screamed, hurry up and bite them. The two little wizards. I have to run. Hearing the other side, in the werewolf state, Greyback gave another shrill, terrible roar, and he rushed out at a very fast speed. Evan was able to hear the sound of the paws behind him, and he and Hermione struggled in the snow. The two men supported each other, panting heavily, trying to get all the strength, but the speed was getting slower and slower. Damn it! Ivan turned and gathered the magic of his body, waving his wand to make a silvery glow. This is the spell that he can think of as the most lethal in his haste. The magic he learned from Tom Riddle in the last semester. This curse is similar to the gods, but the power is much stronger. Like a flash of lightning across the dim sky, a silver-like spell flew to Greyback with dazzling light, and Greyback didn't sneak away, rushing past the curse. In the werewolf state, his reason was completely lost. He had no emotions other than killing, and he did not even have pain. Ivan's curse crossed him, stretching from his chest to his shoulders and drawing a long wound. Greyback took a step back and his skin was like a sword that was invisible, and a lot of blood came out. Aixin's heart was just rising, and he immediately sank. His curse seriously injured Greyback, but it was useless. In the next second, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a light red scar. The wound and the pungent smell further stimulated Greyback, and his speed accelerated. Ivan remembered a description of the werewolf in the Dark Magic Defense textbook, Professor Quentin Trimble's Dark Force, Self-Defense Guide. As everyone knows, the werewolf has a strong body, speed, strength, and explosive power. And the attack power is far more than ordinary people, but the most terrifying and desperate is their amazing vitality. The wounds caused by ordinary spells and weapons on the werewolves usually heal completely within 1 to 2 seconds. No, we can't run without it. Ivan turned and shouted at Hermione. I'm going to drag him. You run. I don't go. Ivan, I don't go. Tears ran down Hermione's cheek and flowed out of control. I want to stay and help you. We will definitely have nothing to do, let me think about it. I know for sure, the paper that Professor Snape has laid out, the way to identify and kill werewolf. I know. We don't have time. Hermione. Looking at Greyback, who is getting closer and closer, Ivan's heart is full of a sense of fear. He has never felt this before, whether it is Voldemort, Basilisk or Dementor in the face of studenthood. He is not as alarmed as he is now. Not worried about his own safety, but because of Hermione beside him. Ivan is heartbroken. He has never hated his own weakness as he hates now. He hates that he can't protect Hermione and protect the lover he wants to protect. In the past, he was far superior to the young wizard of the same age. He has read thousands of magic books, mastered dozens of black magic spells and many theoretical knowledge of taboo magic. These seemingly powerful things are completely a joke in the face of real power. Awen originally thought that he was fearless, even in the face of the most evil black wizard, even in the face of Voldemort. He can be calm, but now, watching the werewolf rushing to himself, feel the inability to tremble behind him. Hermione, he felt scared for the first time. He is afraid. If he falls down, Ivan can't imagine the next picture. If Hermione is bitten by Greyback, she will be a werewolf. After this time, she can only avoid the mainstream society like Professor Lupin, hiding in Tibet, living in the edge and shadow of the wizarding world, relying on theft, killing to obtain food, enduring the eyes and discrimination of others. One person solitary squatting on the streets. At the thought of such a picture, Ivan was distressed. No. He can't let this happen, no matter what. Avon, let's go there. Go to that shop. Hermione's scream interrupted Ivan's thoughts. The rescue will come soon. We will go to that house. We must find a way to stop him. Along the line of Hermione's fingers, Ivan saw a shop with an open door at the end of the alley. There was no one in the house, and the clerk fled out a dozen seconds ago. Yes, Hermione, let's go there. Ivan made up his mind. He sent a curse to Greyback, pulling Hermione forward and ran 2 steps to the store door. Ivan made Hermione and Crookshank go advanced, then closed the shop door and waved his wand to lock the door tightly. He turned quickly and looked at Greyback with a resolute look. Even if he doesn't have strong power, even if his strength is far weaker than the werewolf Greyback, when he thinks of Hermione behind him and thinks about his responsibility on his shoulders, courage rises in the depths of Ivan. He has no fear of fear. Since you must fight, fight it! Exclamation mark. Chapter 118 Fighting Werewolves. Hermione rushed into the store, and there was no one inside. The light in the room was very dark, and Crookshank jumped to the counter in the middle, with two thin candles burning in half, and the light was dim and dark. Next to the candle, there was a cup of coffee that was still hot outside. The chair in front of the counter fell backwards. Several newspapers were scattered on the ground, seemingly silently telling the rush of the original owner. Come in, Avon. Hermione quickly looked around, trying to find something that would help them resist the werewolf, and said with an anxious voice, "The professors will come soon, we must insist." Her words have not been finished, and there is a loud noise behind her. Hermione hurriedly turned around and saw that Avon did not follow him. He actually closed the store door. Hermione was shocked, and then I understood the purpose of Ivan's work. He wanted to protect himself. He wanted to stop the werewolf alone. No, no. Hermione slammed her eyes wide, and she rushed to the door, panicking and pushing the door. The shop door did not move. It was locked from the outside by Ivan. "The hole is open." Hermione gasped fiercely, and there was unprecedented fear in her heart. She was worried about the safety of Avon. In her opinion, the monster outside is almost invincible. Ivan stayed outside. "I am afraid that it will not be long before it will be killed by the werewolf. She can't let this happen." She uses her wand to quickly hit the door lock. The door lock was opened with a click. Hermione used all her strength to push outwards, but it didn't work. Although the door lock was opened, Evan blocked the door with her body. She couldn't push the door. Outside the store, Ivan used his thin body to build the last line of defense between the werewolf and himself. "Come in, Avon." Hermione kept tears and threw herself down on the floor. She shouted with a miserable voice, "I beg you, come in. Please, you can't deal with that monster alone. You will be killed." Outside the shop, Ivan relied on his body in the store. He heard Hermione whispering a horrible, frightening voice inside, his heart almost stopping to beat, and he could feel Hermione striking the door behind him. She wanted to help herself. "No, no. Can't let Hermione come out!" Exclamation mark. "This is too dangerous, and I must protect her." Hermione said yes. "At most a few minutes, the professors who got the news will come over. Before that, he couldn't let the werewolf approach Hermione anyway. This is his responsibility, the responsibility of men." Ivan may not understand the truth, but he knows that since he likes a person, he has to protect each other in times of danger. He took a deep breath and secretly made up his mind. From now on, this is a battle that belongs to him alone. Even if it is shredded by Greyback, even if he becomes a werewolf himself, he will not definitely let half a step. Here is his battlefield, behind which is his last bottom line. The wand in the hand of Ivan pointed firmly to the werewolf who was approaching, and the light of the tip of the stick became brighter and brighter. He waved his wand and made several curses. The silvery white light shot from Avon's wand. Greyback didn't sneak, and there was a terrible roar in his mouth. He was hit by the curse, flew backwards, and then from the ground at a faster speed. Climb up and rushed over. Turning into a werewolf has made Greyback lose all his reason. He is now just a monster who knows biting and killing. He doesn't seem to feel pain. The spell of Ivan left a scar on him. Just like this, it did not stop Greyback, but it further stimulated him. He is getting closer and closer to Ivan. Under the moonlight, Ivan can even see his reflection from his huge, yellow, and crazy eyes. He rushed over at a very fast speed, and Avon fired a spell with a spell. He was bleeding. Greyback was full of blood, but he couldn't even see a scar. After being hit by Ivan's curse, he became more and more brave and crazy. This is the werewolf. When they are not transformed, they can communicate with people like ordinary wizards. Many of them are as gentle and rational as Professor Lupin. But after the transformation, They are the most dangerous magic creatures in the magic world. In the Where is the Magical Animal edited by Newt Scamander, the werewolf's dangerous level is the highest level. Their degree of danger and fire dragon, basilisk, human head lion body, feather-legged monster, guest mela beast, etc. Like magical creatures, a werewolf can fight dozens of adult wizards at the same time. As the leader of the werewolf, Greyback is the most ferocious and fiercest of the werewolves. A small wizard-like Wen can't be his opponent. Opposite the masked black wizard has stopped the attack. He stood with a wand, as if to want to see how Evan was shredded by Greyback. Ivan gasped back against the shop. Behind him was Hermione's crying. She still pushed the door without giving up, shouting the name of Ivan in her mouth, and her voice was hoarse to the extreme. In front of them, Greyback stepped closer. Ivan did not continue to attack with his magic level. He continued to attack Greyback with ordinary spells, only to waste his remaining power. He seems to give up completely, but the light of his wand is getting brighter and brighter. Ivan's eyes locked Greyback, and all the magic on his body gathered on his wand. Since the ordinary spell has limited lethality to the werewolf, he uses black magic. As long as he can protect Hermione, even if he uses the most evil and most taboo black magic, Ivan does not hesitate to look at the more and more werewolves. He knows that he has no retreat. In the biting cold wind, the werewolf Greyback, this monster rushed over to Ivan. He waved his claws and wanted to tear the boy in front of him. He had to tear the boy's throat apart, and he couldn't wait to taste the blood. Looking at Greyback, who is getting closer and closer to himself, Ivan couldn't move. He could smell the pungent smell on his opponent. He trembled under his body, but his right hand holding his wand was steady and he was ready to use a black magic that he has not yet fully mastered, which will consume all the remaining magic, and his chance is only once. He must wait for the opportunity, waiting for Greyback to get close to himself, close enough. Doing this is tantamount to taking life to gamble, not to defeat the werewolf, or to be completely shredded. For Hermione, Ivan didn't retreat. He saw Greyburn's deformed, sharp fangs biting at his neck. The next second, he jerked his wand up and pointed at the werewolf's head, giving a deep blue glow. Chapter 119 Hermione's decision plus more. Ivan's tip of the wand gives off a blue glow, dark blue like the sea. Greyback, who was about to touch Ivan's neck, suddenly stopped. The horrible wolf's face, except for madness, showed a scared look for the first time. He felt it from the magic spell issued by Ivan, the threat of death. He hurried back. Although in the werewolf state, he did not have the slightest sense, but the instinct told Greyback that he could not be hit by this spell. He wants to run away, but his distance from Ivan is too close. Even with the speed of the werewolf, he can't escape the spell. The next second, the deep blue light hit him. Greyback gave an unprecedented sigh of relief. His face, the place hit by the spell, quickly eroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spell was corrupted and caused to hurt much faster than the wound healed. The spell of Ivan is a curse! As one of the most profound and evil black magic, even a powerful body like a werewolf can't completely block the damage of this spell. In the last semester, Tom Riddle used to control Ron's use of this magic on Avon, so that the hard marble floor of the auditorium was deeply sunken. That picture, Ivan has been fresh in memory so far. After that, he used the approval of Professor Lockhart to borrow the black magic book High-End Taboo Black Magic Research that recorded the curse from the library banned area. He studied the spell in depth, principles and spellcasting techniques. With the help of Tom Riddle, Ivan completely mastered this black magic. Although this is the first time to use, although his remaining magic is not enough, although his heart is not evil, but in order to protect Hermione, Ivan broke the unprecedented potential. He bit his teeth and released the corruption curse, hitting Greyback accurately. After releasing this spell, Ivan clearly felt that the magic of his body was quickly exhausted. Sweat is like a broken pearl, flowing down his cheeks. Feelings of fatigue came in a burst, because of the magical overdraft. Ivan's face was pale, and it was possible to faint at any time. He tried to concentrate and insisted on not letting himself faint. In front of him, Greyback screamed backwards, and the wolf's head was bloody, with a horrible scream and snoring. Ivan gasped, and the body relied heavily on the door of the store behind him. He looked at Greyback indifferently, holding his wand tightly in his right hand, and dared not relax his vigilance. If an ordinary person is hit by this magic, it may have already died long ago. But the other side is indeed a werewolf, the strongest werewolf, according to the knowledge possessed by Ivan. As long as there is no fatal damage to the werewolf, it is almost impossible to kill him. It's unrealistic that Ivan didn't expect to be able to kill Greyback. He only hopes that this spell will get enough time for himself and Hermione. As long as it can be dragged to the rescue, this battle is his victory. Ivan tried to make himself seem to have more strength, but in fact, he now has no strength at all. His legs are constantly shaking. The magic of the body is even scarcer. If Greyback is rushing again, he is afraid that he will only be jealous. That's enough, stupid werewolf. The black wizard who was covered in black mask and stood behind to watch the show screamed, "You are a long-haired idiot who will be defeated by a minor wizard." He waved his wand and rushed to Greyback, treating him with a spell. And Greyback screamed. Ivan wants to stop the other person. He bites his teeth and lifts his wand. He wants to use a stun spell. It was a very easy move. But now it is extremely difficult. A red light flew across from the opposite side and hit Ivan. He felt that his muscles under his body began to become stiff, and the remaining strength suddenly disappeared. With a bang, the wand that had been held in the hands of Ivan fell to the ground and rolled to the side. His body fell backwards. Unexpectedly, Ivan did not feel any pain. The ground was so soft, comfortable and warm. "No, this is not the ground!" Ivan immediately realized that he was in Hermione's arms. Hermione didn't know when she ran out of the store. She was holding herself. She kept repeating her name. Except for the red eyes that were too much because of tears, she couldn't see a little bit on her panicked face. "Bloody, I'm fine, Hermione," Ivan said hard. "Don't cry." Hermione choked. Tears passed through her eyes and fell on Ivan's face. She seems to have 1,000 words to say, but she doesn't know what to say. In her mind, there is a recurring picture of the boy in front of her. At the moment Ivan closed the store door, Hermione thought she would lose him forever. She held Ivan tightly in her arms and did not dare to let go. She was afraid that she would lose Ivan when she let go. Seeing Hermione's sad look, Ivan wanted to reach out and help her wipe her tears, but he didn't have any strength on his body. He didn't even have the strength to breathe. He could only lie quietly in Hermione's warm embrace. Tears fell into the mouth of the girl's cheeks. The taste is salty, and the heart of Ivan is really sweet. If there is not a black wizard and a ferocious werewolf on the sidelines, this picture must be very beautiful. "Come up and bite them, hurry up." In front of them, the man with the black mask anxiously began to urge, "We have wasted too much time. We must hurry to get out of here." Greyback roared and rushed over again. Due to the curse, all the flesh on his face turned out. With the desperate madness and jealousy, this makes him look more horrible than the original, 10,000 times horrible. "You are going, Hermione, leave me alone," Ivan yelled anxiously. "I don't go, you just protect me, now it's my turn." Hermione made up her mind and said softly, "I will protect you. Ivan, don't be stupid, you are not the opponent of that guy." Ivan had an ominous premonition when he heard Hermione's words. He struggled to stand up, but he had no strength at all. The next second, Ivan slammed his eyes wide. He saw Hermione in front of her. She held her wand against the getting closer Greyback. The face was full of panic, but her eyes were incomparably firm. She is ready to block the werewolf with her weak body. Hermione knew she was not an opponent of the werewolf, but there was only one thought in her head, and that was to do my best to protect Ivan. No, Ivan wants to stop her. In the contrast of the werewolf's strong body, Hermione is like a doll. She can't stop Greyback, and Avon can't imagine what will happen next. Chapter 120 Werewolf and Dog. Just as both of them fell into despair and thought that everything was going to end, Ivan saw a huge black dog like a bear and suddenly smashed out from the nearby futon. It was Sirius Black, who slammed from the side to the werewolf. The two men rolled over to the snow, and Black grabbed the werewolf's neck and pulled it back, keeping him away from Avon and Hermione. Greyback madly waved his claws and wanted to shred his dog. The werewolf and the dog are entangled. The chin is on the chin, and the claws are torn apart. The remaining three people stood by and were completely scared by this scene. If Avon had just fought with Greyback, it was still the way of the orthodox wizard fight. Then Black is now completely confronted with the werewolf. They killed each other in the most primitive way, biting each other bloody. Idiot. Don't worry about the dog. Go to bite the two little wizards. The black wizard with a black mask shouted. He waved his wand and prepared to separate the werewolf from the big dog on it. But he stopped right away, and he saw a huge figure far beyond the ordinary people rushing in from this direction. It was Hagrid, and his mouth shouted the names of Evan and Hermione. The black wizard shot a stun spell to Hagrid, just as Avon had, just like Greyback. The curse hit Hagrid, but Hagrid's body just shook a little, and he yelled and rushed over. Damn it! The black wizard screamed and prepared to use the curse. Without waiting for him to move, a few red rays flew from behind Hagrid, and he hurriedly slid down to escape these spells. Ivan tried to raise his head. He saw Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and two Auroras behind him. It was rescue. He and Hermione were saved. Ivan suddenly settled down. He is too tired and tired today. He is going to hold on. In the next second, Ivan fainted in front of him. Enough. It's enough. I will never cooperate with the werewolf again in the future. Absolutely not. The man with the black mask wandered up from the ground, and he rushed to Sirius Black and Greyback, rude, waving a wand. They were separated and Black wanted to rush back, but did not succeed. The black wizard immediately grabbed his wolf companion's apparition and the two men disappeared from the place. Black snorted and screamed on his body. He screamed and looked back at Ivan and Hermione, and disappeared into the darkness of the corner. When Avon reawakened, he realized that he had returned to the school hospital. His limbs were like lead, and his eyelids could not be lifted. He forced himself to open his eyes and found himself lying in a comfortable bed. He could see Madame Pomfrey at the end of the ward, facing her back and leaning over to a bed. Ivan moved his head on the pillow. Hermione was lying on the bed on his right, and the moonlight was on her bed. She also blinked. She seemed frightened and saw Ivan woke up and her face was relieved. Seeing that Ivan wanted to talk, Hermione hurriedly put a finger on her lips, then pointed to the side door of the school hospital. The door was half open, and Avon heard the voice of the Minister of Magic Connolly Fudge from the outside corridor, passed through this door. Shocking and shocking. The werewolf Fenrir Greyback appeared in Hogsmeade. He actually attacked two students. It is a miracle that neither of these two children died. Fortunately, Mason's child is very strong. He resisted the monster for a while. Otherwise, this is Professor McGonagall's voice. Yeah, Minerva, thanks to Avon. Fudge agreed with uneasiness. Who can think of this happening? When the attack happened, we actually sat in the three broom bars next to it. If there are any surprises between the two of them, I simply don't mind what the Prophet Daily will say tomorrow morning. There is already a lot of jailbreaking for the Sirius Black. The werewolf Finley Greyback also came out to add chaos. Both of them are the most dangerous wanted criminals at the moment. Fudge sighed. There are still those souls. Blame. I saw them just now. They asked for an increase in the number of guards. You won't promise them, Fudge? Hogwarts already has 200 such monsters outside. This is not Azkaban. These terrible things are floating everywhere. How can we teach? Professor said sharply. Albus will not agree with this matter. Yes. Professor Flitwick screamed. I don't think the number of dementors will continue to increase. They have no effect at all except for fear. They have not caught Sirius Black. Did not stop the werewolf attack 2 months ago. They even tried to rush to the school. I like you, I don't like them. but from the current situation, I can't do it. Like the snake's attack last semester, the Ministry must take action to protect the little wizards who go to school in Hogwarts. We are safe. Fudge twisted his body. I will talk to Dumbledore about this matter. He will agree. There is nothing to talk about in this matter. My position has been told to you last time, Connolly. Dumbledore's voice came in. He just rushed to the school hospital. You remember that we were in the semester. What about the conversation before the start? 200 dementors are the limits I can accept. When he heard Dumbledore's words, Fudge smirked. And of course he remembered the conversation at the time. To be precise, it is more like a deal. He agrees to support Dumbledore, let him hire a werewolf to become a professor at Hogwarts, and Dumbledore supports his decision to let the Dementors come to Hogwarts. Help the Ministry of Magic seize the Sirius Black as soon as possible. Looking at the calm Dumbledore, Fudge was a little embarrassed, and there was a strange emotion in his heart. Even if he was the Minister of Magic, he faced the powerful old man in front of him and faced the greatest white recognized in the world today, wizard, a lot of things. He can't help. This feeling is very bad, but Fudge has to admit that he needs the support of Dumbledore. With Dumbledore's prestige, if the other party wants to replace himself, I am afraid it is a matter of ease. Chapter 121 Lucius Conspiracy. For a time, no one spoke. The corridor was very quiet, and Evan even thought they had left. After a few seconds, he only heard the sound again. It was Hagrid's huge and loud crying. Small voice, Hagrid, you will wake up the two children inside. Professor McGonagall said sternly, I know that you are worried about them, but can you please calm down for a while? Returning from Hogsmeade? You have been crying for this hour. Hagrid rubbed his tears with a big handkerchief and tried to calm himself down. His sad cry became a repressed whimper, which sounded even more uncomfortable. Ivan moved, and Madame Pomfrey came to him briskly from the end of the dark ward. He turned over and looked at her. She holds the largest piece of chocolate that Evan has never seen before, and the chocolate is like a small round stone. Ah, you woke up, said Madame Pomfrey, putting the piece of chocolate on Avon's bedside table and starting to break it with a small hammer. I have something to say to the principal. Ivan sat up from the bed. I think it's best not to. Your two physical strengths and magical power are very powerful. You'd better lie down and stay until I feel satisfied. No. This is very important. Ivan remembered the black-masked Black Wizard and Greyback's initial conversation, what plots they were planning. Ivan jumped out of bed, and Hermione did the same. Madame Pomfrey wanted to stop them, but their voices had already passed to the corridors. Dumbledore, Connolly, Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and Hagrid. 5 people immediately entered the ward. Ivan, Hermione, how do you feel? Hagrid rushed over, clutching both of them tightly, and the sad tears fell on his tangled beard. He sobbed and said, I am a fool, asshole, I was drinking too much, and it was only after a while that the werewolf screamed for a while. We are all the same, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall said, we all have responsibilities in this matter, and we should react faster. Who can think of this happening on Hogsmeade, on Christmas Eve? But now we are here. You won't have anything, you two are best to lie back. Fudge turned to Pomfrey. The lady asked, have they ever eaten chocolate? Wait a minute, Minister, I have something to say. Ivan looked at Dumbledore and said in a hurry, those who attacked me and Hermione, they seem to be plotting plots. They mentioned werewolves and muggles. Yes. Hermione hurriedly nodded. It seems that there are a lot of werewolves together, where they are going to attack muggles. Children, you must have got it wrong. Fudge's expression was unnatural when he heard them. He looked at Evan and Hermione uneasy. The attack must have made your brain disordered. Both are the same. Grebe. The horrible monster must have scared you. I am not afraid, my mind is not confused. Ivan said angrily. Fudge's perfunctory attitude made him angry. He can feel that the other person is simply trying to be more comfortable. If there are really werewolves concentrated and attacking muggles, it will definitely bring panic to the entire magic world, which is much more serious than the Sirius Black jailbreak. After all, Black has only one person, and the number of werewolves is hundreds. If what Irving and Hermione say is really happening, then the angry crowd will probably use the screaming letter to drown the entire Ministry of Magic, and Fudge may lose the position of the Minister of Magic. He certainly does not want this to happen. Children, I know what two of you have encountered. Fudge's mouth struggled upwards, barely revealing an ugly smile. What you need to do now is to go to bed quickly, and when you wake up tomorrow morning, you will wake up. I am sober now. I know what I am talking about, Ivan said aloud. The minister, the attack is far from over. Some people have planned this behind the scenes. Only Greyback is alone to Hogsmeade. There are other werewolves. When Ivan's words were not finished, Madame Pomfrey suddenly put a large piece of chocolate in his mouth. He was shackled and she seized the opportunity to force him back to bed. Gentlemen, said Madame Pomfrey angrily, I must insist that you leave. These two children are my patients. You should not bother them. Oh, I am not distressed. I have to tell them what happened. Ivan desperately swallowed the big mouthful of chocolate. Professor, what Ivan said is true. I also heard the werewolf say these things. Hermione hurriedly followed. For God's sake, you should hurry back. Madame Pomfrey turned and looked at Dumbledore, hysterically saying, President, please leave immediately. These children need care. Is it here? Hospital. I have to insist. I'm sorry, Bobo, but I think it's necessary for Mr. Mason and Miss Granger to continue. Dumbledore said calmly, carefully looking at Evan through his semicircular glasses. Kangili, I think the information they said is very valuable, and Finley Greyback's action tonight is very suspicious. Okay, Albus, since even you think so, then I will. The words of Fudge have not been finished yet, and the door of the ward has been opened. Coming in, Snape, a black robe, and Lucius Malfoy, who also wrapped himself in a black travel cloak. Both of them were gloomy. Good evening, gentlemen. Lucius' face had a cold smile. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Hagrid stood up, his fluffy, dark head looking at Lucius, shouting angrily. Go out. Leave Hogwarts. I am not welcome here. Dear friend, please believe me, if it is not a matter of urgency, I am not happy to come here. Lucius looked at Hagrid contemptuously, smirked and said, and, please be careful with your words. 3 months ago, the eagle-headed horse that you raised had a winged beast attacking my son in your class. I have reason. Okay, dear Lucius, that matter has been taken care of by the Dangerous Biology Committee. They will give you a statement. Fudge licked his hand and rubbed the sweat on his forehead. He didn't want the other person to continue. Due to the involvement of Newt Scamander and the Magical Biosafety Association, the recent public opinion pressure on this matter is so great that there is no need to make extra money. Of course, Minister. Lucius' gaze glanced at Dumbledore and then quickly turned back to Fudge. This unpleasant little thing is nothing. In fact, I have more urgent things. I want to tell you that I heard from the people in the ministry that you are here, and that Severus is coming in with me, hoping that I will not disturb your happy party. Dumbledore, wouldn't you mind if I didn't come over? Of course not. For those who are kind, Hogwarts will always be welcome. If you like, you can come back at any time. Dumbledore's voice was very polite, but the anger was still burning in his blue eyes. Thank you for your understanding. I just heard from Severus that there was an unfortunate attack in Hogsmeade. 2 students were attacked by the suddenly appearing werewolves. Lucius smashed the cold grey eyes, watching Evan and Hermione. Ivan immediately understood that the other party planned this. Chapter 122 Werewolf Riot. Ivan suddenly realized that the werewolf Finley Greyback and the Black Wizard, the one who paid them to Gingy along, was Lucius Malfoy. As a former Death Eater, Lucius must know the guys, and only he has so much money to summon them. The question now is, what exactly does he want to do? Ivan did not see any benefit to the Malfoy family. If he was finally found to be behind the scenes, Lucius would be in trouble. Something is wrong. There must be something that I don't know. Evan hurriedly looked at Dumbledore beside him. His face was calm and he couldn't guess what he was thinking. There is something happening. But what does it have to do with you? Dumbledore's blue eyes were always staring at Lucius. It doesn't matter to me personally, But it has a lot to do with the unpleasant news I bring, Malfoy said lazily. It's awful. You may not realize what happened. What happened? Fudge asked subconsciously. He twisted his body and felt a little uneasy. Werewolf riots, Lucius said slowly. He said something shocking in a calm tone. At the same time that Hogsmeade was attacked by werewolves, there were many attacks on the city of Muggles. Tonight, on this unfortunate full moon night, the wolves spontaneously gathered to attack Muggles. The exact number of casualties is being counted, but when I came, it is said that more than 30 were bitten. The wounded Muggle was rushed to the Street Munger Magical Injury Hospital for treatment. What? Fudge's eyes jerked loudly, his face turned pale. You are joking, Lucius. How could there be a werewolf attack? Until now, no one has told me this. This is my personal source of intelligence, Minister. Lucius squinted and continued. The source is very reliable. I don't think it will take long for the department to report the details to you. This is impossible. All werewolves are under the control of the Werewolf Registration Office. They can't. Fudge suddenly stopped. Just an hour ago, under his nose, there was a werewolf attack. When Ivan and Hermione said this, he thought that the two children would say that he was instinctively unwilling to believe that this happened. But now, Lucius Malfoy also told him about this. The wolves are not just planning a plot, the attack has already happened. Not only together, two isolated attacks, but a werewolf riot. How good for Fudge would have told him that today is April Fool's Day. He looked at Lucius again and determined that the other party was not joking, and the only remaining fantasy in his heart was shattered. Whether he wants to believe it or not, a massive werewolf attack has indeed erupted. The ward was quiet and terrible, no one spoke. Everyone was immersed in the terrible news brought by Lucius Malfoy. Ivan lay in bed and his brain was running fast. He analyzed the whole thing with his own intelligence. Lucius Malfoy called these werewolves to launch a large-scale attack on Muggles. What good is this for him? Obviously, Lucius's most pressing idea now is to drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts, and how can the werewolf riots help this? Wait a minute, werewolves, Hogwarts, Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Ivan suddenly thought that Lucius Malfoy would not know Professor Lupin's identity! However, this is not okay. Apart from him, some people at the place know that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. When he hired Professor Lupin to become a teacher of the Dark Arts defense class, Dumbledore told the other professors and Fudge, and obtained the consent of the Ministry of Magic. Even if they did not trust Lupin, Professor Lupin did not participate in the attack of the werewolf on Muggles. In fact, he didn't hurt anyone, he was safe, and Lucius made these things completely meaningless. If he reveals the identity of Professor Lupin, he will drive Lupin out of the school at most, and he will not be involved in Dumbledore unless he can prove that Professor Lupin is also involved in the werewolf riots. Ivan looked at Lucius with a smug, cold smile on his face. And the smile on Snape's face beside him was gloomy. Just as Ivan was ready to say something, a grey owl suddenly flew in through the window. It was the messenger of the Ministry of Magic. It flew straight to Fudge. Fudge hurriedly took the letter from the owl's mouth. He took the envelope and read it carefully. From his face, it can be seen that the things mentioned above are very bad. Dear Lucius, the things you said have been verified, and there has been a massive werewolf riot. Fudge's voice was not loud, but it was unusually loud in the quiet room. He turned to look at Dumbledore and looked panicked. I am sorry, Albus. I have to go back to the Ministry as soon as possible to deal with this unexpected incident. If I can, I hope that you can. When his words were not finished, they were interrupted. The door to the ward was opened again. This time, Percy came in. He rushed in and screamed and looked scared. No, not good, Professor. Percy gasped and looked at Dumbledore anxiously. Because he was too excited, he even trembled. Let's go and have a look. There are werewolves in the castle. Inside, it is attacking students. Hearing his words, everyone held his breath and looked at Percy in amazement. The atmosphere in the ward was condensed to the extreme. Ivan noticed that Lucius Malfoy's face was an irrepressible expression of victory, flashing past. Snape, standing aside, was slightly surprised, and then reattached the uncomfortable sneer. Before the time returned to an hour, Harry sat alone in the auditorium. Ron didn't know where to go. He didn't see each other in the afternoon. As for Evan and Hermione, he heard Fred and George say they went to Hogsmeade. I don't know what happened because of the delay. I haven't returned yet. Colin and Ginny just came over and invited him to sit in the past, and Harry refused them. He just wants to be alone, and his head is messy. All he wants is the things that Professor Lupin told him this morning. The things about his parents. Harry couldn't remember how he returned to the Gryffindor common room from Professor Lupin's office, and how he was taken from the bedroom to the auditorium. He only knew that he was incompatible with the cheerful atmosphere around him. Apart from him, everyone in the auditorium was happily discussing the Christmas holiday arrangements. Harry was indifferent to this, and even the news that Evan and Hermione were dating and interacting with Hogsmeade was not distracted from Hufflepuff's table. He stared at the plate in front of him, thinking about his parents and a little Sirius Black. Chapter 123 Uneasy Time. Harry knew for the first time that Black was actually his father's best friend during his lifetime. Before that, neither Dumbledore, Hagrid, Weasley, Connolly Fudge, or anyone else told him that his parents were betrayed by their best friends and died. It was Black to Voldemort. Sold out your parents. Harry felt surprisingly angry, and his parents probably wouldn't believe it until they died, and their best friend betrayed them. He tried to imagine this feeling. If one of the three people, Irving, Ron or Hermione, betrayed himself to Voldemort, he would be sad to die. I am distressed, and my father was also in this mood before he died. Throughout the afternoon, Harry was stunned in the empty bedroom. He found Hagrid's album that he gave to himself 2 years ago, all of which were photos of his parents' magic. He sat on the bed, pulled the curtain around the bed, and began to flip the album page by page until he stopped at the photo of his parents' wedding day, his father beckoning to him, his face full of laughter, his messy black hair inherited by Harry standing in all directions. There is also a mother on the photo, because of happiness and full of face, standing with his father holding hands. And that person, it must be him, their best man, and Harry never thought of him before. If he doesn't know that it is the same person, he will never guess that the person in this old photo is Black. His face is not sunken, but handsome and smiling. Harry couldn't help but think that he was already working for Voldemort when he took this photo. Is he already planning to kill 2 people around him? He knows that he has to face Azkaban for 12 years, in the face of this 12 years that will make him unrecognizable. But those dementors did not affect him, and Harry tried to remember this handsome smile on the photo. Then, he turned the album back. He saw a photo of his father's graduation. The photo was a group of 4 people. In addition to his father, Professor Lupin in his school days, and Black, who still smiles on his face, there is a boy who is short, fat, and very weak, hiding behind them. It looks a bit like Neville Longbottom. He should be the little dwarf Peter, the wizard who was killed by Black. Professor Lupin told him that after his father's death, only the little dwarf Peter was looking for Black everywhere. He wanted to avenge his parents, but he was not Black's opponent. He paid the price of his life, and Black was hurting. After killing his parents, he killed him again. Dirty, stinky traitor. Harry clenched his fist. He is full of hatred that he never knew before, and this hateful feeling is like poison. He saw Black laughing at him through the darkness, as if someone had taken the photo from the photo album and posted it to his eyes. He looked as if someone was showing a movie for him, and Sirius Black was blowing the little dwarf Peter into pieces. He seems to hear someone whispering in excitement, "Things become, Master. The Porter couple has made me a secret person." Then there is the voice of another person. This person is laughing sharply. It was the sound that he would hear in his mind when the Dementor approached. The laughter of Voldemort. Harry knew what he wanted to do. He was going to find Sirius Black. He wanted his parents and the little dwarf Peter to avenge. Although Professor Lupin repeatedly warned that he should not look for Black, he also agreed to the other side. But when he thought of Black's impunity, he was sitting here doing nothing. and the thought almost made him unable to stand it. Harry secretly made up his mind, and at this moment, he suddenly heard a noisy voice coming from the hall outside the auditorium. In a short while, someone ran in with a pale face. They are all students who have just returned from Hogsmeade, and they are all ignorant. They have no joy when they return from Hogsmeade. They look at the expression on their faces, as if something terrible happened there. Harry's heart hangs up. Is it that Sirius Black appears in Hogsmeade? Exclamation mark. He saw Neville running over his face in a panic, with a large scarf around his neck, a few bags of candy from the Duke of Honey, and even the cloak on his body had not had time to take off. He hurriedly pulled Liv each other. What happened? Harry asked eagerly. It's a werewolf. Neville gasped and trembled. There was a werewolf in Hogsmeade, who attacked Evan and Hermione. What? Harry's just hanged heart quickly sank again. Evan and Hermione actually met the werewolf. He couldn't imagine the next thing. How are they? Harry stared at Neville. They won't have anything for them. I don't know, Harry. Neville was about to breathe. I was in the hall. I saw the professors running with them to the hospital. Hermione was crying, but it looked good. But Evan fainted in Haig's arms, his blood on his robes. When he heard Neville, Harry was cold. He doesn't have time to think about Black now. He has to go to the school hospital to see Ivan. Although Ivan is very powerful, it is impossible for a minor wizard to defeat the werewolf. I hope he will not hurt too much. Harry just stood up and saw the huge figure of Hagrid rushing into the auditorium. Hagrid's face was full of tears. In addition to the last time I received a letter from the Committee on the Handling of Dangerous Biology, and I heard that the eagle-headed beast had a chance to be executed. Buck had never seen Hagrid. Tragic and scared. He shouted Hagrid's name and wanted to rush to ask Hagrid about Evan and Hermione, but not. The entire auditorium was in a mess, and everyone was talking loudly about the werewolf appearing in Hogsmeade. Hagrid rushed to the professor's seat 3 or 2 steps. What he said to Dumbledore. Dumbledore hurriedly got up and walked down to the teacher's seat. Everyone turned to look at him and hoped that Dumbledore could explain a few words so that everyone could understand more about the current situation. But he didn't. Dumbledore only whispered a few words to Percy when he passed by Percy, and then he followed Hagrid in a hurry and left the auditorium. It seemed to be going to the hospital. Quiet, keep quiet. When Dumbledore and Hagrid disappeared, Percy immediately shouted, I am the president of the Boys' Student Union. I can guarantee everyone's safety. Please believe me, no monster can break into Hugo's castle. No one listened to him at all, and the messy scene continued. Everyone suddenly found that there was no teacher in the auditorium this evening. The headmaster had just followed Hagrid. Professor Sprout had rushed back in advance because of something in the house. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Nept and Professor Lupin are all absent. They seem to have made an appointment in advance, and they all disappeared. Without the teacher to maintain order, the noisy arguments in the auditorium were 100 times louder than usual, and Percy could not control the scene. But after a few minutes, something happened that made everyone quiet down, and everyone was silent. Chapter 124 Anomalous Slytherin. The owls that quieted the little wizards. Almost in an instant, hundreds of owls flew into the auditorium, hovering over the auditorium, screaming. It's like the owl rain every morning. The scene is even more spectacular. You know, it's dinner time now. How can there be so many people writing letters at this time? What's more, tomorrow is the Christmas holiday. Almost all the little wizards have to go home. No matter how you look at it, there is no possibility to write letters or deliver packages at this time. It was so unusual that Harry looked up at the owls in the air. Evan and Hermione were attacked by werewolves, the professors disappeared, and hundreds of owls suddenly appeared. All this made him feel an ominous premonition, as if something big was about to happen. Harry wanted to see what the owls brought, but he didn't have his letter. Fred and George stood on the table and waved their wands. They wanted to grab an owl from midair, and Percy hurried to stop them. The owls were crowded together, all flying to the Slytherin table, and they were carrying envelopes in their mouths, hoping to first hand the letter to the recipient. The other 3 colleges quietly watched the students of Slytherin College, and everyone looked at them. hoping to see some clues from the expressions on their faces. Harry saw Malfoy also received an envelope, as if he had received a great honor. He swayed his own envelope in his hand, with ridiculous ridicule on his face. Harry clenched his fist and saw Malfoy carefully reading the letter in his hand, his expression first horrified, and then the pale face showed a malicious smile. Instead of looking at himself, he turned his head and looked at other Slytherin students who received the letter. Several senior students nodded. They were all children of the most powerful pure-blooded family, including Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and he was also Slytherin. The level of the leader. He stood up from his seat, which seemed to be a signal that all Slytherin students followed. No one is talking, everyone is quiet and terrible. Under the horror of the other 3 college students, they left the auditorium in an orderly manner, and everyone's attitude was both intense and exciting. Everyone wants to ask what happened, but no one told them. Percy was pale, as if he wanted to go to the Slytherin student. He moved a little and finally did nothing. This is really abnormal. Watching Slytherin students leave, there is a burst of repressive arguments in the auditorium. The atmosphere is getting more and more tense, and the feeling of a storm is coming. Now, even the slowest students can feel the big things happening in the school. Malfoy, what do you want to do? What conspiracy are you planning? Harry suddenly stood up and shouted at Malfoy, who was about to leave the auditorium. Can't tell why. His anger slammed up. The truth about the death of their parents, the fact that they were betrayed by their best friends, the fear of Ivan and Hermione being attacked by werewolves, and the repression and uneasiness brought about by the abnormal behavior of Slytherin students, all at this moment become angry. Harry looked at Malfoy angrily and wanted to go up and do a big job with him. Hearing Harry's voice, the Slytherin students who were advancing stopped, and everyone held their breath and watched back and forth between Harry and Malfoy. Don't you know, Potter? Malfoy said quietly, with a malicious smile on his lips. It's pathetic. It seems that you are not qualified to know the news. Go ahead, Malfoy, I want to give you a real look. Harry snarled loudly, pulling his wand against Malfoy. Gryffindor and Slytherin students pulled their wands out, and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students who were familiar with the scene tried to lean back and try to give them more room. Stop, just stop. Percy was busy walking to the center of the auditorium. The badge of the Boy Student Council president on his chest glowed under the light of the candlelight. He said harshly to Slytherin's students, quickly, the wand is put away. What do you want to do? Quickly close your wand, or I will deduct points. It seems like who cares, Weasley? Malfoy sneered at Percy, standing in the middle of the crowd. Slytherin deducted 5 points. I don't like your attitude. You need to be respectful to the president of the student union. Percy looked extremely angry and his ears were red. Now, go back to their respective tables. Otherwise it is not a 5-point thing. We have all finished. You still want to leave us all here? The Boy Student Council president. Malfoy sneered. His eyes crossed Percy and looked at Harry behind him, provocatively saying, I want to know that we want. What are you going to do, Potter? Then come with me. But you have to be mentally prepared. I am afraid you can't stand the excitement. He finished and followed the other Slytherin students to leave the auditorium. Harry hurriedly separated the crowd and caught up with Malfoy. The other little wizards looked at each other and followed them out of the auditorium. Everyone is very curious. What do Slytherin students want to do? Exclamation mark. They walked out of the auditorium, through the empty hallway with the torch and echoed, climbed up the stairs, into a long, dark corridor. No one spoke, and there were only a few hundred feet in the corridor that landed on the ground at the same time. Slytherin's students took everyone to the 3rd floor, and Harry couldn't understand why they were coming here. He glanced at the girls' bathroom at the end of the corridor, which was the entrance to the Slytherin chamber. Did they know this secret? But it makes no sense at all. The basilisk has been killed by himself in the last semester, even though it used to be the weapon that Sarah Slytherin left to his successor. But Harry really saw it. There is no use for a dead basilisk. Just when he was strange, he saw that Slytherin's students did not go in the direction of the girls' bathroom. They went straight to the door of Professor Lupin's office and then stopped. Everyone's expression was focused and tense. They pulled the wand back out again, carefully facing the door as if there were any monsters inside. Seeing their performance, Harry's expression was even more confusing. In the end, what a horrible Slytherin is doing, and watching them look like. Is there a monster in the office of Professor Lupin? He still remembers that Professor Lupin said to himself in the morning that he had to leave Hogwarts this evening. He was not here at all. Now all the students in the school are in a daze in a room with no one. Chapter 125 Tears of Werewolf. Harry was fed up, and he didn't want to play with Malfoy anymore. He is going to the school hospital to see Avon and Hermione to see their injuries. By the way, I have to find Ron. Since the morning separation, he has never seen each other again. Ron certainly didn't know the news that Avon and Hermione were attacked by werewolves. They should tell him about it, and then they can discuss the little Sirius Black together. Harry stopped immediately, and he heard a miserable, vocal cry for help from Professor Lupin's office. This voice is very familiar. It is Ron's voice. Why did Ron be in Professor Lupin's office? Why should he call for help? Harry had no time to think about it and rushed over. Malfoy was faster than Harry. He stood in front of the door. He gently waved his wand in his hand. The door of Professor Lupin's office was opened. Almost in an instant, the crowd crowded into the office. The decoration inside was very simple, shabby, almost no decorations. The most striking thing is to put a big water tank in the corner, a green with a pointed horn and a sick on his face. It's a monster. It makes a grimace at the crowd, and it stretches out the slender claws. In front of the water tank, Ron stood the pale, his hands clenching his wand to the front. His body trembled, his face filled with horror and uneasiness. He looked back and saw Harry rushing in and suddenly fell to the ground. Harry saw that Ron's mouth was so big that he seemed to be making a silent cry, his eyes darting out, and he seemed to be calling his name. What happened, Ron? Harry rushed up, anxiously asking, "Why are you here?" Harry stopped immediately, and following Ron's gaze, he saw a suffocating creature shrinking under Professor Lupin's desk and staring at himself with yellow eyes. The creature curled up under the table with his head in his head. His body was about the same as a normal human, but he was covered with long dark grey hair. It was his head that was terrifying. It was a wolf's head. It was a werewolf. And Harry hurriedly pulled out his wand, and fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Avon and Hermione had just been attacked by werewolves in Hogsmeade. Now that the werewolves broke into Hogwarts Castle, did he come in and attack the little wizard? However, the other party did not seem to have any radical action, nor did he try to use the sharp fangs and claws to smash a road between the students. He just curled up there, looked at Harry with no power, and his face was full of expressions. Pain. Harry was surprised to find that tears flowed out of the eyes of the werewolf in front of him. He and the other person watched, and suddenly he found this gaze to make him feel very familiar. Harry felt that his head was not enough. He had a feeling that the wolf who was crying in front of him was Professor Lupin. How is this possible? How can Professor Lupin be a werewolf? There must have been some mistakes. Maybe Professor Lupin's magic had a problem, and he was turned into a werewolf. Otherwise, how should I explain why he has not rushed to shred himself up until now? Harry felt it necessary to communicate with the other party. At least from the current situation, this werewolf is completely different from the legend. He does not look dangerous at all. Professor Lupin, Harry said softly, his voice so small that he couldn't even hear himself. It seemed that only his lips were moving. The werewolf curled up under the desk nodded, and the eyes filled with tears, filled with pain. God! Harry slammed his eyes wide and guessed that he was right. This werewolf really was Lupin. He was suddenly not afraid. The temperature returned to his body. The wand in his hand was put back, and he hurried forward 2 steps. He had to help each other. But before he even met Professor Lupin, he heard Malfoy shouting behind him, "Look at what we found, a werewolf who broke into the castle." Malfoy came over and looked at Professor Lupin, who was curled up under the desk, and then immediately ran back to the Slytherin crowd. His pale face was now invisible to a little blood, but the corner of his mouth. But there is an unprecedented malicious smile. Harry looked at Malfoy in anger. He was pretending. He and other Slytherin students must have known what is going on here, otherwise they will not take you straight to Professor Lupin's office. This is a conspiracy. Perhaps they have turned Professor Lupin into a werewolf. Harry wants to explain to others that the werewolf in front of him is Professor Lupin. He is not dangerous. But it didn't work. When I heard Malfoy's shouts, all the little wizards took a breath of air and went backwards. The atmosphere was dignified. Everyone thought of the attack that happened in Hogsmeade. 2 victims were lying in the school hospital. It is said that the second-year boy named Evan Mason may have been killed by their werewolf. Now, a werewolf actually ran into the castle, right in front of them. Did he come to attack them? This is too horrible, and the panic is spreading. In the past impressions of the little wizards, the werewolves are like legendary creatures. But now they appear one after another, and the people who are bitten by the werewolves will become one werewolf. No one dared to get close to the table, only Harry and Ron were still there. Harry turned his head back. He saw Percy running out of the crowd. He wanted to call the other person. He didn't want more people to see Professor Lupin's current appearance. It can be known from Professor Lupin's gaze that this is very harmful to him. Harry felt that he had to persuade everyone to let them know that this was not a werewolf, but Professor Lupin. But he had not waited until he thought about what he should say. Ron, who fell to his knees, suddenly whispered a word. Fracture. The next second, Ron's wand made a dazzling red glow. No, Ron! Harry yelled out in a hurry. Ron's curse crossed himself and hit the poor Lupin who curled up under the table. No, he shot off. The red light did not fall on Professor Lupin, but hit the desk in front of him. A bang! The table flew backwards, and Professor Lupin, who had been hiding under the desk, appeared in front of everyone in the form of a werewolf. Hey! Seeing Professor Lupin's appearance, all the little wizards took a breath of cold air and stepped back. Chapter 126 Shrouded Conspiracy. Professor Lupin, who has been huddled up, stood up in pain and stood there alone and pitifully. His gaze swept through everyone and finally fell on Harry. He seemed to want to find a place to hide. But Ron took the opportunity to send another spell. Professor Lupin screamed miserably, and escaped his attack. What are you doing, Ron? Harry exclaimed angrily. Stop the attack. He is Professor Lupin. He is not dangerous. A little farther from this monster, Harry. Ron replied stiffly. He is a werewolf. He wants to hurt everyone. I am saving you. No, he doesn't. He is Professor Lupin. He is safe. You are fast. Harry wanted to stop the other, but Ron didn't seem to hear him talking. The wand in his hand was getting stronger and stronger, without any pause, and then a curse was cast out. Before that, Harry never knew that the strength of Ron's curse was so strong. This is still Ron. Today's things are too abnormal. If Slytherin students get someone's early warning and know that Professor Lupin is a werewolf, why is Ron here? Exclamation mark. Everything that happens now is like a drama that has been arranged long ago. Just wait for the audience to be there and you can start it. Harry couldn't figure out why this was from Ivan and Hermione attacked the werewolf in Hogsmeade until the departure of Dumbledore. The owl rain in the auditorium, Professor Lupin became a werewolf, and Ron appeared in Lou Flat office. It's all too abnormal. It was like an invisible big net shrouded over himself. And Harry was so overwhelmed that he could feel a strong conspiracy. He shook his head and tried to wake himself up. No matter what was hidden behind the scenes, he had to stop everything that happened in front of him. But the scene gradually began to get out of control. Under the leadership of Ron, all Slytherin students began to cast spells on Professor Lupin. Dozens of rays hit Professor Lupin at the same time, and he was shot and flew out. He slammed into the back wall and landed heavily on the ground. His body was covered with blood. He shook his head and stood up again. The wounds quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Professor Lupin raised his neck and made a terrible, terrifying roar sound. The whole office was in a mess, chanting, shouting, screaming, and crying. Some people are moving backwards. Some are moving forward, and more students pull out their wands and attack the werewolves. Don't! Harry shouted, trying to stop them, but the scene was too confusing. He saw Ron attacking Professor Lupin again, and he hurriedly waved his wand and shouted, "Army Protector!" Harry stopped Ron's spell. He wanted to protect Professor Lupin, but the curse flying to Lupin was too much, and his armored spell could not absorb so many curses, not to mention the magic of many senior students. The level is much stronger than him, and the protective barrier is broken instantly. Professor Lupin groaned, waving his claws in anger, and making a terrible roar of the little wizards. "Stop the attack! Stop! He is not a werewolf, he is Professor Lupin!" Harry shouted weakly. His voice just fell, and Harry suddenly saw a curse flying over to himself. It was Malfoy. He was looking at himself maliciously, and he was attacking himself with this opportunity. Just as the curse was about to touch Harry, the horrible werewolf behind him suddenly jumped over and blocked the spell for Harry. Harry knew that Professor Lupin was saving himself, but in the eyes of others, the picture turned into a ferocious werewolf and rushed to Harry. "You monster!" A little farther away from Harry, Harry heard Guinness crying. He crossed Professor Lupin's shoulder and saw Ginny shouting at himself and Ron's name, his eyes crying red. When he heard the voice of Ginny, Professor Lupin was obviously shaking. But seeing the curse that was getting closer and closer to Harry, he resolutely rushed over and he wanted to protect Harry from harm. Lupin threw Harry under his body. Due to the terrifying appearance of the werewolf, his action was misunderstood by everyone. Originally hesitant, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff students who did not take action have pulled out their wands and joined the battle. "No, I have nothing, he is protecting me," Harry shouted in a miserable voice. Next to Lupin and Harry, Ron's curse came again, and Harry was in the arms of Professor Lupin. Or, like Malfoy, he is aiming at Harry's attack. Seeing the red light from the attack, Lupin hurriedly guarded Harry. Ron's curse swept Harry's cheek and flew over, accurately hitting Professor Lupin's head. Lupin growled, his voice filled with pain, and blood flowed down his forehead. Although turned into a werewolf, but because of the wolf poison, Lupin still maintains reason. With the strength of his transformation, it is easy to counterattack. But he can't do this. These children are his students. Lupin didn't know why the boy named Ron Weasley knew his werewolf identity. 10 minutes ago, he suddenly rushed into his office and took his wand against himself. He didn't say anything, just stood there, as if he was scared. Just as Lupin was ready to act, there was a footstep outside the corridor. Ron, who had been inactive, suddenly shouted for help, knowing that he had done nothing. More and more students came in and he hurriedly hid under the desk. But this is useless. Lupin does not understand what happened. Maybe he should leave here first. He must be frightened by this group of children. Just as Lupin hesitated, another round of magical rays flew over. Since the students of the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff colleges also joined the attack, there are hundreds of magic curses. Even with the mighty vitality and physique of the werewolf, it is impossible to resist so many attacks. If hit by these spells, Lupin will die. Looking at the more and more curse, Lupin wants to avoid, but immediately gave up the resistance. If he is now flashing, Harry in his arms is hit by these spells. Almost impossible to escape. Maybe he will die here unclearly. His only regret is that he can't catch Sirius Black with his own hands. He can't report to James, Lily and the little dwarf Peter. Fortunately, I told Harry the truth this morning. This child is very similar to his father, James, who will take over Black. Chapter 127. I believe in him. Harry's gaze crossed Professor Lupin's shoulder. He saw hundreds of magic spells flying in his direction at the same time. The picture was extremely spectacular. The curse was getting closer and closer, and Harry was horrified in front of his eyes, his face pale. Before that, he never faced such a large number of curses. Harry was very scared. But when he saw Professor Lupin standing in front of him, as with the gentle, calm eyes of the past, courage suddenly rose from the heart of Harry. The pressure and fear of hundreds of attacking spells gradually dissipated, and Harry suddenly realized that he had to remind Professor Lupin to escape. "Get out of the way, Professor! Get out of the way!" Harry screamed in dismay, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. Hearing Harry's shouts, Lupin was unmoved. He turned his head back and didn't look at the curse that was getting closer and closer behind him. His body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth as if to say something to Harry. But turning into a werewolf form and letting Lupin lose his ability to speak, he can only make a strange voice now. Lupin finally looked at Harry, and closed his eyes in general, his face full of pain. Hundreds of curses are getting closer and closer. Strong light is getting more and more dazzling, and a strong sense of oppression almost makes Harry's eyes almost impossible to open. Just as he felt desperate, a huge dark blue shield appeared in front of them, blocking the spell from the attack. Hundreds of magic curses were blocked in an instant, and there was a ripple on the shield. "This is the magic of Dumbledore," and Lupin and Harry hurriedly opened their eyes. They saw Dumbledore separate the crowd and came in behind him. Behind the Minister of Magic, Connolly Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Snape, Lucius Malfoy, Hagrid, Avon and her. Minutes. 8 people. All the little wizards stopped attacking and they crowded together to let Dumbledore pass. Ivan stood in the middle of the crowd looking at the poor Professor Lupin, and Harry, who was pale under his face, and Ron, who was sitting in the corner. "God!" Professor McGonagall covered his mouth with his hand and looked at it with disbelief. Professor Fudge and Flitwick couldn't help but scream, and it seems that they may faint at any time. Hagrid looked at Harry and Ron worriedly and saw if they were injured. Only Dumbledore, Snape, and Lucius were still calm, and Dumbledore's expression was still not wavering, and he couldn't guess what he was thinking. Snape's face was filled with a cold smile, and Professor Lupin, who looked at the form of the werewolf in a bad manner, Lucius was a cold, satisfying sneer, and his eyes swam back and forth between Dumbledore and Lupin. What plots are being planned? Ivan felt Hermione's cold hand holding her arm, her body shaking slightly, and he turned his head to give Hermione a piece of mind. But Hermione still looks worried. She has just experienced the attack of Greyback in Hogsmeade, and she still remembers the horror of the werewolf. Although she had known that Professor Lupin was a werewolf, she never thought about it. She would see the other form of werewolf in this picture. And Harry and Ron, who were pale near him, both holding their wands in their hands. Is it that Professor Lupin is attacking them? Have they been hurt? Exclamation mark. Then Hermione found Ginny crying in the crowd. She hurriedly loosened Ivan and walked over to whisper and comfort Ginny. The werewolf attack in the castle is not surprising. I started from the first day of the semester and knew that this would happen. Snape whispered, his face sneer. I remember that I specifically reminded you of this. You still remember, the principal? Snape said this to Dumbledore that night on Halloween, and Ivan remembered Dumbledore's answer at the time. Of course, Severus, said Dumbledore calmly. If you live to my age, you will know that anything in this world can happen. Compared to this kind of accident, I am against you. The potion level is more confident. Does Remus take your prepared wolf venom on time? Of course, he is completely harmless now, a tamed werewolf. From the expression of Snape, he is completely dismissive of this statement. Very good. Dumbledore quickly nodded and turned his eyes to Harry and Ron in the crowd. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I hope you can explain to me what is going on here? Professor, Harry said eagerly. When he hadn't finished speaking, he heard Ron pointing to Professor Lupin and said in a dull, monotonous voice, this monster is attacking us. He wants to bite me and Harry. You are saying, he didn't do this, he is. Harry looked at Ron in anger, and he didn't understand why the other said, but his voice was interrupted again. This time Lucius Malfoy. The shocking accusation. I never thought before that the professor of Hogwarts would be a werewolf, Lucius said in an arrogant voice. And he also attacked himself on the full moon night. Students, I am worried about the safety of the school. We must take immediate action. Minister, what do you say? Fudge stunned. His shocked eyes were removed from Lupin, the form of werewolf. It seemed to have just reacted. He said with anxiety, you are right, Lucius. I can't believe that the ministry must be. Connolly, we must be careful before we make a decision. There must be something wrong with this evening. Dumbledore looked at Foggy calmly. I hired Remus to become a school black magic before the start of the semester. The defensive class taught this matter specifically to you. Yeah, you did talk to me, Albus. Fudge twisted his body in uneasiness. He rubbed his hand and rubbed the sweat on his forehead. But no one thought that there would be a werewolf riot. Isn't it? I don't believe you, but in the current situation, I think that for the sake of stability, before we can clearly prove that Lupin is absolutely safe, we are better. I can prove it, Harry shouted. I can prove that he is safe. Shut up, Potter. You don't even know what you are talking about, Snape said with a disgust. Wait a minute, Professor. Ivan hurriedly stood up. I think Harry is right. I also believe that this werewolf is safe. He is totally different from the werewolf we met at Hogsmeade. I believe in him. Chapter 128 Trusted Temperature. I believe he is safe. He can't attack anyone. Ivan's voice is not big, but it's very obvious in an office with a tight atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Ivan in surprise. He instantly became the focus of the school teachers and students. Under the gaze of everyone, Ivan separated the crowd and went out. All the little wizards tried to lean back and try to give him a passage. Avon! Harry shouted in surprise. Ivan nodded and walked to Harry to stand by. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone, and the expressions on everyone's faces were different. When I heard what I said, most of the little wizards were surprised and confused. They didn't know why Ivan said this. Snape, Lucius and Slytherin's students were gloomy faces, full of malice and disgust. I think everyone knows. Ivan took a deep breath and said slowly, the wolf in front of you is Professor Lupin. His words, like throwing a boulder on a calm lake, splashes of water. There was a commotion in the crowd, and there was a burst of repressed arguments. Since entering this office, since hearing the dialogue between Dumbledore and Fudge, Snape, and Lucius, there is an ominous premonition in everyone's mind. But guessing is a matter of fact. Now I heard Evan's personal touch. Confirmation is another matter. In the depths of all the little wizards, I can't believe it, and I don't want to believe that Professor Lupin, who is usually friendly, would be an evil and brutal wolf. After waiting for a dozen seconds, the voice gradually stopped. Almost everyone held his breath and looked at Ivan, waiting for him to continue. I think everyone knows that Hermione and I have just met a werewolf in Hogsmeade. He attacked us. Ivan's voice was steady and gradually increased the volume. Maybe you think Professor Lupin will attack everyone, but I want to tell you that Professor Lupin is not the same as the werewolf. He is not dangerous. He is unlikely to attack others this evening. He started taking the wolf venom medicine a week ago. This medicine can help him transform. When you are a werewolf, keep enough lucidity and reason. The little wizards have just heard the conversation between Dumbledore and Snape, knowing that Professor Lupin took the wolf venom. Most of them don't know the effect of this medicine, and now I hear the explanation of Ivan. The wolf poison can guarantee his safety. Although his appearance is a horrible werewolf, his heart is indeed Professor Lupin, who is familiar with us. He can't. Wait a minute, Mr. Master. I have a few words to say as a scorpion pharmacist. Snape squinted at Ivan, with a sneer in his mouth, sullenly said, I have to remind you that the wolf poison can only make the werewolves rational, but there is no guarantee that they will not bite. In fact, after taking the wolf poison, the werewolf in front of you may be more dangerous. Because of reason, it's more difficult than the average werewolf. It's hard to deal with. Thank you for your reminder, Professor Snape. Ivan turned and continued. You just said that you are right. There may be many people like you think. Professor Lupin is a werewolf. He can't trust. Wrong. He is a werewolf, but this is not the reason we are afraid of him and discriminate against him. Everyone thinks about Professor Lupin's personality and thinks about how he usually treats everyone. Do you think he will hurt others? When I heard Evan, many little wizards bowed their heads and meditated. They suddenly thought about how Professor Lupin usually treated students. He is the best defensive teacher of all time. His class is always so interesting. He patiently answers questions raised by everyone. In addition to teaching everyone how to in the face of dark creatures, he also taught many of the principles that are not available in textbooks. In the face of Professor Lupin, almost everyone does not believe that he will hurt them. The awkward arguments continued, and many people remembered that Professor Lupin was a normal person, but as soon as he saw the horror of the werewolf in front of him, his heart was retreating. Ivan saw what Lucius seemed to want to say. He knew that he had to fight the iron and take practical action to prove that Professor Lupin is not the same as the real werewolf. He is not dangerous. He can't attack everyone. In the next second, under the gaze of all the surprised eyes, Ivan suddenly turned to face Professor Lupin, who was ready to touch each other. Ivan extended his right hand to Lupin, and the exclamation of several girls was heard in the crowd. All the little wizards looked at him nervously and held their breath, as if Ivan would be killed by a horrible werewolf in the next second. Lupin shivered gently, letting Ivan touch himself. It is completely different from the soft skin of a normal person. The wolf's skin is extremely hard, and the long hair on the top is a little bit of a hand, making people feel very uncomfortable. The sensation of the fingertips and the horrible wolf head that is close at hand made Awin subconsciously nervous, and the burning sensation came on his face. His right hand had just met Professor Lupin. Through the horrible appearance, he felt the other side's mind fragile. He can feel that the other party is even more nervous than himself. In the next second, Ivan didn't even think about it, and hugged Professor Lupin tightly with open arms. He was hugged by Ivan and Lupin's body trembled. Tears flowed out of his eyes. He never thought that Ivan would actually do this. For the past 12 years, he once again felt trust. For a werewolf wandering on the edge of society, trust is probably the most precious thing in the world. He suddenly saw the shadow of Sirius Black from Ivan. When he was discovered by his friends for the first time in Hogwarts, his werewolf's identity was also tense. He was afraid that the three of them would tell others that he is afraid of being driven out of school. Like Evan, Sirius Black suddenly embraced himself at the time. In the face of Ivan's hug, Lupin did not know what to do. He was like a child, and he was right. He saw that Dumbledore, standing not far away, nodded to smile at himself, as he did in the past. He tried to accept the picture of his admission. Tears flowed down Lupin's cheeks. He hesitated for a moment, trying to stretch his arms and hug the thin boy in front of him. 12 years after James and Dwarf Peter died and Sirius Black was caught in Azkaban, he once again felt an unprecedented warmth. Lupin knows that this is the temperature of trust. Chapter 129 Brave Fearless. All the little wizards held their breath, and their eyes were all focused on Ivan, who was tightly embraced by the werewolf. Looking at their expressions, it seems doubtful that this thin boy may be bitten off by the ferocious werewolf in front of him. However, this kind of thing did not happen, and Ivan's expression was calm and there was no fear at all. On the contrary, the werewolf who was hugged by him was crying in a low voice, and everyone saw that the face of the horrible wolf was almost soaked by tears. After Ivan, Harry also hugged Professor Lupin. His movements are awkward, but the time of embracing is much longer than that of Ivan. Professor, whether you are a werewolf or not, I trust you. Harry used his power to wipe the tears and choked. You are my father's good friend, and I also met the best dark magic defense teacher. Professor Lupin's body trembled when he heard Harry's words. If Ivan reminds him of Sirius Black, then Harry is exactly the same as his father, James Potter. Looking at Harry's face, Lupin even had time to retreat back to his school age. There was a silence in the office and no one spoke. The actions of Ivan and Harry seem to play a certain role, and the little wizards are thinking about the possibility of Lupin's security. Ivan and Harry, everyone is very familiar with both of them. In Hogwarts, two people are almost equally famous and are also well known. In fact, compared to the savior Harry, many little wizards have a crush on Ivan, and they seem to have a natural trust in the boy. Although from a reputation point of view, Harry is even better. But because of the victory over Voldemort, Many little wizards would inexplicably think of the evil black wizard as soon as they saw Harry. Coupled with Harry's character and the Viper's talent, so far, there are still rumors in the school that he will be the third generation of the Dark Lord. As for Avon, although his parents are all ordinary muggles, but since entering school, the boy has revealed to himself all his own noble self-confidence, excellent learning ability, easy-to-reach character, unparalleled courage and the innate qualities of the king and the leader. These things sound illusory, but they are the reason why everyone trusts Seven. An unprecedented magical newspaper, handsome appearance, and powerful magical power, Ivan is extremely impressed by all students, especially girls. Since the last semester, he has gone through the secret room to defeat the basilisk. A few months ago, he drove the dementors at the Quidditch Stadium, just after Hogsmeade's resistance to the werewolves. Ivan is currently very popular, and he is almost the focus of the whole school. Although everyone does not say it, many small wizards and even high school students secretly admire Ivan in their hearts. If only Harry alone trusts Professor Lupin, many people still doubt it. But even if Ivan said that the horrible werewolf was safe in front of him, he told everyone that Lupin had taken the wolf venom, and he also proved by embracing each other. Almost all the little wizards began to consider whether they should believe it. Ivan. The argument gradually sounded and stopped immediately. Suddenly everyone was surprised to see Hermione coming out of the crowd. Her eyes were filled with tears. Three people, like Evan, Harry, and Professor Lupin, seemed to be moved by their actions. Professor Lupin, who stepped forward to the werewolf form, can see that the little girl is still somewhat scared, but her eyes are extremely firm. She stepped forward and picked up her feet and embraced Professor Lupin. "We all trust you, Professor," Hermione whispered. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Lupin's body trembled uncontrollably. Hermione's move was even more touching than Ivan and Harry. After all, he didn't have much contact with Hermione at ordinary times. Lupin never thought that the other would do this. "Right, Hermione." Ivan looked at the other little wizards and gently asked, "Who else trusts the werewolf? Who else wants to come and embrace him?" No one speaks, no one acts. Under the gaze of Evan's burning eyes, everyone lowered their heads. Many people want to, like them, embrace Professor Lupin in the past. But as soon as he saw his horrible appearance, he began to hesitate. Knowing that it is one thing, the actual action is another matter. Not everyone has that kind of courage. After a brief silence, an unexpected person stood out from the crowd. It was Neville. He trembled out of the crowd, his face was red, and he cringed close to Professor Lupin. While passing by Snape, the other side glanced at him, and because of fear, Neville almost fell. However, he still came over. Neville still remembers that in the first class of the Dark Arts Defense class in the 3rd grade, in the face of Boggart, who could only become the most fearful existence in the heart, Professor Lupin gave him the courage. Although he has always lacked courage, he remembers that feeling. "The brave is fearless!" Neville slowly walked to Professor Lupin and silently embraced each other. He said nothing. The rising red face is full of pride. The hug is just a simple movement, but to do this in front of the whole school students, the object of the hug is still a werewolf, but this requires extremely strong courage, and not everyone can do it. Ivan can imagine how much difficulty Neville has overcome in his heart. Compared to himself, Harry, Hermione, this simple hug is especially meaningful for Professor Neville and Professor Lupin. Seeing the actions of Neville, the little wizards were another commotion. Unlike the three people who have been at the center of discussion, Irving, Harry, and Hermione. In everyone's impression, Neville is so ordinary, so inconspicuous. He seems to have nothing to do with all the things that go out of the limelight. Forgetfulness and weakness are synonymous with. No one ever thought that he would have the courage to do this kind of thing. Neville gasped heavily, and in the eyes of others, he just simply hugged Professor Lupin, but for him, it was an unprecedented challenge. Evan hurriedly walked over and helped Neville, and he looked a little soft on his legs. "I did it, Ivan. Neville said in a trembling voice. I am not afraid. I have embraced Professor Lupin. I believe he will not hurt everyone. Everything is like a dream. Even Neville can't believe it. He actually rushes out to embrace Professor Lupin and embrace a werewolf. Yes, you are the best. Ivan took Neville to a chair next to him. To be honest, he did not expect that, after he had finished speaking, he would be the first to stand up. He has to admit that this forgetful, ordinary boy by his side does have the courage to be unparalleled by others. Unlike Harry, Neville's character is to be restrained and delicate. He didn't show the courage to hide in his heart. But as a true Gryffindor, Neville is definitely the most trusted companion at a crucial moment. Chapter 130 Abnormal Run. In the crowd, Fred and George looked at each other with a smile on their lips. In the next second, two people went straight to Professor Lupin, and they were relaxed. You look so handsome, Professor. Fred walked over and embraced Lupin. Yes, this is the best dress I have ever seen. George also hugged Lupin. Fred and George laughed as if they were attending a masquerade. Two people and Lupin opened a few good faith jokes, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Behind them, other Gryffindor students also hugged Lupin. Before the hug, watching the horrible werewolves, everyone was nervous. But after the hug, each student's face showed an unprecedented sense of honor. Their fear of the werewolf gradually disappeared, and Colin even took a photo of Professor Lupin. Dumbledore, Fudge and other professors did not speak. They quietly watched the students of Gryffindor College stepping forward to Lupin, who embraced the werewolf form. Except for Dumbledore's face with a faint smile, everyone else was very surprised. They have never seen such a strange picture in this life. A horrible werewolf stood there silently with tears in his body. Before, the little wizards lined up and hugged him in front of the team. Everyone whispered a few encouraging words to Professor Lupin. This kind of ordinary things in the Arabian Nights is placed on the outside world and is absolutely explosive news. Let go of discrimination and prejudice. Be confident and embrace a werewolf without any precautions. This kind of thing can only be done by young wizards who are underage. Yes, I am afraid that it can only be achieved in Hogwarts. Everyone went forward, and the last one was Ginny, who was crying with red eyes. Undoubtedly, among all the people who were scared and crying tonight, Ginny cried the most. After hearing that Evan and Hermione were attacked by werewolves, Ginny worried that Lupin, who turned into a werewolf, would lose reason to attack Harry and Ron. Now that she found herself misunderstood the other party, she suddenly became embarrassed. I'm sorry, Professor. When hugging Lupin, Ginny was close to the other's ear, and her face whispered red. I shouldn't yell at you just now. I shouldn't say that you are a monster. I hope you can forgive me. Ginny said this sentence and hugged him, Professor Lupin. Then she walked to Hermione's side. Now, except for Ron, all Gryffindor students are behind Professor Lupin, who choose to trust him. Everyone looked forward to Ron, who was standing in the corner, waiting for him to come over too. As time goes by, the expectation is gradually cooling. All Gryffindor students were surprised to find that Ron did not come. He didn't even move. He stood alone in the corner with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. Next to Ron, there are students from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. None of them stood up and embraced Professor Lupin. Ron, what are you waiting for? Come over, Harry said anxiously. Ron tonight made him feel unfamiliar and unfamiliar. I can't go. It's not safe. Ron jerked his head up and replied stiffly. He will bite us. He is a werewolf. Professor Lupin is safe, Harry exclaimed angrily. Don't you hear what Evan said? The wolf poison helps Professor Lupin to remain sensible. No, he just attacked me. Please, Ron. Hermione also looked at Ron, her eyes sparkling with crystal clear tears. Please be awake. There must be something wrong with what happened just now. I didn't see any misunderstanding here. Malfoy suddenly said that his mouth had a malicious smile. Only the idiot will believe in a werewolf, even if he took any ridiculous potion. Shut up, Malfoy, said Harry violently. Ron, what the is going on? Have you fallen to believe in Malfoy? I only believe in my own eyes, Harry. Ron said in a monotonous voice. I won't pass. It's not safe. Before you come in, The werewolf is preparing to attack me. We should take him close to Azkaban. Evan looked at Ron very strangely, and he felt more and more strange. Ron's appearance this evening is too unusual. On the matter of Professor Lupin's attack on students, his testimony was crucial as the first person to arrive at the scene. I clearly said so much, telling everyone that Professor Lupin took the wolf venom. All Gryffindor students also set an example. There are Ron's best friends and family, but Ron still bites Lupin. The professor attacked him, which is not the same as Ron himself. There is also a sneer Lucius Malfoy who has been standing aside. His conspiracy is to drive Dumbledore out of school. This was originally impossible, but it became very easy tonight. As long as he can prove that Lupin is attacking the students, then Dumbledore will have to bear the main responsibility. He will resign from the position of the principal after the werewolf riots and the parents. Because at the beginning, he decided to hire Professor Lupin to become a school black magic defense teacher. This should be all the conspiracy of Lucius, but Ivan always feels that it will not be that simple. He didn't know where Lucius learned that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. After all, many people know this. It doesn't matter. What's important is that Lucius must prove that Professor Lupin is as dangerous as other werewolves. Lupin, who turned into a werewolf, must attack the students. Only in this way, Lucius's conspiracy can succeed. If Professor Lupin was discovered that he was trying to attack a Slytherin student, Ivan could still accept that what happened tonight was a conspiracy. But what he didn't think was that the last thing that helped Lucius Malfoy do this would be Ron, which is simply unbelievable. Everything seems to go back to Ron, and in combination with his recent performance, Ivan can clearly feel the other's abnormality. It's like last year, Tom Riddle controlled Ron's feelings. Ivan suddenly realized that Ron would not be. Inside the office, hearing Ron's answer, Harry had a feeling of being betrayed. It's like the feeling that my parents were trying to think about their parents betrayed by their best friend, Sirius Black. The heart was sore. Harry suddenly wanted to cry. He rubbed his eyes hard, and more of the anger in the chest was unprecedented. You are lying. Professor Lupin didn't hurt us from start to finish. He didn't attack anyone. Harry shouted wildly. You should shut up, Potter. Don't yell like a brainless monster, Malfoy said with a grin. In my opinion, Weasley is just doing a wise choice. A truly intelligent person is not going to be close to the monster next to you half a step. Malfoy is right, except for the students at Gryffindor College. No one else has come. This means that they do not believe Professor Lupin. He does not believe that he will be safe to become a werewolf. The things that the students of Avon and Gryffindor did not make any sense. Chapter 131 Girls' minds. Only a truly intelligent person can make the right choice. Malfoy's voice just fell. A sly voice, passed from Ravenclaw College. Ivan's heart moved, and only one of the people he knew would talk like this. He saw a beautiful girl with a long blonde hair coming out of the crowd. She wore her robes from Ravenclaw College and wore a pair of eye-catching radish-shaped earrings on her ears. An indescribable peculiar temperament. It is Luna! She did not follow the example of others, until the face of Professor Lupin, but went to Ivan and stared at him with the foggy eyes. The silver-grey pupil of the girl gives Ivan a mysterious empty inspiration. Ivan was a little surprised, not knowing what the girl was doing in front of herself. More than a year of contact made him very familiar with Luna, but he never guessed that he was thinking about something in the head of this beautiful girl in front of him. Unlike ordinary wizards, Luna always has a lot of strange and whimsical ideas. Her perspective on things is completely different from other people. The extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of mankind. Ivan, I want to say, you are the smartest wizard I have ever seen, so I believe what you said. Luna said seriously, I believe in you, and believe Professor Lupin. Thank you. Ivan suddenly had an inexplicable touch, and he felt an unprecedented trust from Luna. My mother once said that the truth is often in the hands of a few people. Luna continued. Some truths, many people can't understand for a lifetime. They are easily confused by the appearance of things, and they ignore the essence of their real importance. It's like most people think that the bubble nose and the horned beast don't exist. That's because they are fictitious. Malfoy looked at Ivan and Luna, disdainfully said, "The trust of the crazy girl. This is really amazing." Ivan didn't have time to take care of Malfoy, because Luna suddenly extended her arms and embraced herself. Ivan's eyes widened and he was soft in front of him. He dared to say that his face was definitely red. Luna seems to have misunderstood what, just before all the students at Gryffindor College hugged Professor Lupin, everyone said that they trusted each other. Luna may think that trusting a person must embrace each other, so she will embrace herself. Ivan is a little embarrassed. He doesn't know how to explain it to the other party. In fact, she doesn't need to do this. Fortunately, Luna's expression is not unusual. She seems to have completed a trivial little thing. She embraced Ivan, then turned and walked to Professor Lupin, and carefully examined Professor Lupin, who was in the form of a werewolf. No fear on the face, only curiosity. Under the girl's gaze, Lupin's body shivered slightly. He tried to bend down as he was, and as he had faced the Gryffindor College students, he was ready to let Luna embrace himself. But Luna didn't do this. She reached out and touched Professor Lupin's head gently. It looked like a werewolf is a cute puppy. Although Luna looks crazy, she is the only little wizard who is not a Gryffindor school and is willing to believe in Ivan and Professor Lupin. Luna was followed by a short silence, and when Ivan thought that everything was about to end, another girl came out of the crowd at Ravenclaw College. The girl bit her lip and looked at Evan with a red face. She seems to be the same as Luna, because I believe that Ivan chose to believe Professor Lupin, who turned into a werewolf. The girl has supple black long hair, and her temperament and Luna are completely different extremes. She didn't have the ethereal spirit of Luna, but she gave a graceful beauty, a faint smile on her face, and it looked very comfortable. Kujang came out of the crowd. She looked at Ivan and looked red. She didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing the expression of Autumn, Hermione suddenly had an inexplicable hostility. The girl's natural instinct told Hermione that she liked Ivan in Autumn. She remembered that she was at Hogsmeade this morning, and the other party invited Ivan to go to Mrs. Paydifer's tea house. Hermione turned her head and saw that Evan and Harry were staring at each other. I have to admit that the Autumn is really beautiful and should be the type that all boys like. Compared with the Autumn, I look a lot worse. Hermione suddenly suffered a little bit of suffering. If she is Ivan, she should also choose Autumn. Although the current situation is grim, Hermione can't help but think. Ivan didn't know what Hermione was thinking, but he was keenly aware that Hermione was a little different. Since the fall, Hermione has become alienated. Ivan suddenly found out that the girl's mind was too difficult to guess. It was clear that the previous second was a sunny day, and immediately after a second it became a cloudy day. The most important thing is that he still doesn't know what he has done. In addition to Hermione beside him, the opposite Autumn Jang also made Ivan feel painful. Seeing her look, I seem to want to come and embrace myself like Luna. Luna has just suddenly hugged herself, and has made Ivan enough. If Autumn comes over again, I don't know what other people think. Besides, the protagonist is Professor Lupin in the form of werewolf, not his. But if Autumn really comes, Ivan does not know how to refuse the other party. I would like to ask, a normal boy, in the face of a beautiful girl who is giving herself a gift, how can I bear the cruelty and say no? In fact, Ku was as entangled as Ivan, and she hesitated to go over, but did not do so in the end. Unlike Luna, she doesn't have any other feelings about Ivan. Embracing, not just represents trust. In her opinion, it seems much harder to hug a boy in front of all the students in the school than to hug Professor Lupin in the form of a werewolf. She sighed and gave up on this idea. She hurried forward and hugged Professor Lupin, and encouraged a few words in the ear. Seeing that Autumn did not come, Ivan was relieved and relieved. After the fall, Percy's girlfriend, Penelope Rivet, and Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff College also hugged Professor Lupin and showed their attitude. The two of them are the leaders of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Under their leadership, More and more little wizards came to embrace and comfort Professor Lupin. Looking at the long line in front of him, Lupin was extremely gratified. Ever since he became a werewolf, he never thought that there would be so much trust in him. While moving, a sense of embarrassment and self-blame suddenly rose from the heart of Lupin. He knows that he must leave Hogwarts. He can't live up to the trust of these children. Without the help of the wolf medicinal agent, after transforming, he is likely to bite any one of them. He definitely does not let this things happen. With so many people choosing to trust themselves, Lupin has felt unprecedented satisfaction. But the werewolf is destined to be lonely, destined to live in the shadow of the edge of society. Chapter 132 Ron's Allegations. The students lined up and marched one by one to embrace Professor Lupin and embrace a werewolf. The seemingly simple movements, in addition to great courage, also represent silent trust. They whispered to Professor Lupin and said the words from the bottom of their hearts. Many students were moved to cry and cry, crying and screaming. Only Ron and Slytherin's students stood still and stood by and watched it as if it had nothing to do with them. It's moving, but what does this mean? Lucius whispered. I didn't see anything except a group of fools who were not afraid of being killed by a werewolf. You just said that you need proof. We will prove it to you now. Harry looked at Lucius and shouted, What do you want? Professor Lupin is innocent. He did not attack us at all. He is safe. Oh, it's a silly boy. If I don't think so, the werewolf is untrustworthy. Lucius looked at Harry contemptuously, smirking and saying, He doesn't bite you now. It's probably because he is full, or because there are too many people here, affecting his appetite. Snape followed Lucius, sullenly. We all know that, like real wolves, werewolves have unique eating habits. He looked at Lupin with a malicious look, and his black eyes shone. Severus, Dumbledore gently reminded. I know you trust him, Principal. Snape didn't look at Dumbledore. His eyes were fixed on Lupin, saying in a very disgusting tone, But he failed your trust, even though he took it tonight. The wolf poison, but because of the nature of the werewolf, he still could not help but attack the students. Weasley can prove this. I can prove that this werewolf tried to attack me. Ron, do you know what you are talking about? Harry looked at Ron angrily, his hands clenching his fists, and his body kept shaking as he tried too hard. I'm just telling the truth, Harry. Ron didn't look at Harry's gaze. He turned his head aside and continued in a dull, monotonous voice. Werewolf is untrustworthy. He is always at all. It may hurt us. We can take risks. Unlike other werewolves, Professor Lupin is innocent. Harry shouted, and Ron's words made him chilly, and he gasped heavily. We proved this. We just hugged he. It's just a group of brave fools. Lucius sneered. You may not know that a werewolf riot is happening outside the school tonight. You may not realize the seriousness of this matter. But as a student parent, I am absolutely do not agree that a werewolf will continue to teach at Hogwarts. Do you think, Minister? Oh, I think what you said makes sense. We must be careful when dealing with werewolves, especially in this situation. We can't take risks anymore. Fudge said, I am sorry, Lupin, we must take you with you. Go. Fudge's sentence was like the final verdict. Professor Lupin was trembling, and Harry's face was extremely frustrated. He could not believe this decision. You can't take Professor Lupin. He didn't attack anyone. Harry shouted, and he hurriedly stopped in front of Professor Lupin. Behind him, other little wizards gradually came round. I am sorry, children. I know that you all believe in Lupin. Fudge hesitated. But he is a werewolf after all. Some people in the school don't believe him. Some people even accuse him of attacking students. We can't ignore it. Anyone accusation. As he spoke, he turned and looked at Ron standing in the corner. Mr. Weasley? Fudge asked in an uncertain tone. Yes. This werewolf attacked me. Ron replied in a whisper. I formally filed a lawsuit with the Ministry of Magic. You are lying. Professor Lupin is innocent. Like the last straw that crushed the camel, Harry's voice slammed down. He was unwilling to mutter, and the tears flowed out uncontrollably. I just said that I am just telling the truth. Very good, Mr. Weasley. Regarding your allegations, the Magic Law Enforcement Division will officially accept the documents. It will be sent tomorrow. We must hurry and go back. It is terrible tonight, Fudge continued. There was also a werewolf riot in the ministry waiting for me to deal with it. But fortunately we caught a werewolf. No. Harry hurriedly stopped Fudge and tried to make the final effort. Fudge stepped back and looked at Harry and other little wizards in front of Lupin. Get out, Potter. You have enough trouble. Snape shouted. We are saving you from this werewolf. I am fine. I don't need your salvation. Harry gasped and replied loudly, I don't know what happened to Ron tonight, but I can prove that Professor Lupin is innocent. He has 100 chances to hurt me this year. I have been alone with him many times, learning from him how to resist the dementors. If he wants to bite me or kill me, why is he then? Don't do it. Don't ask me the attitude of the werewolf. Snape pulled out his wand and said with a sharp voice, I repeat it again, let go, Potter. Harry didn't speak. He opened his arms and stopped in front of Professor Lupin, using actual actions to show his determination. Avon, Hermione, and other little wizards took a step forward and looked at Snape resolutely. Okay, Snape, Fudge said in a panic. Don't blame them. These children have experienced terrible things today. Werewolf Greyback has just attacked Hogsmeade. They now find that they trust the most. The professor is actually a werewolf. These things must scare them. Wait a minute, Minister, Ivan said quickly. I think Ron's allegations are invalid. This may be because, Ivan, about this thing you said, I want to talk to you alone, Dumbledore said suddenly, interrupting the words of Ivan. Ivan blinked and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. He clearly said nothing. What the other party wants to talk to. Still, he already knows that Ron is being controlled by this person! Exclamation mark. Chapter 133 Butterfly Wings. Ron's behavior tonight was too abnormal. This picture gave Ivan a familiarity. In the Gryffindor common room last year, something similar happened. Ivan can almost certainly confirm that Ron must have been in the Imperius Curse, and he was controlled to frame Professor Lupin. He originally intended to say this thing. There is Dumbledore here. If you check it out, you can find out what Ron had just said, and what his accusation against Professor Lupin really comes from his true will. Who knows that he had just spoken halfway and was interrupted by Dumbledore? The meaning of the principal's words is obvious. He does not want to continue to talk about it. He is going to talk to him alone. Ivan has some doubts. What exactly does Dumbledore mean? What is he going to talk to himself? Does he know that Ron is already under control? Still, what other plans does he have? Ivan looked at Dumbledore and his eyes were on Ron. He didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Dumbledore's appearance, Ivan didn't have the heart to pay attention to what Harry, Hermione, and Fudge, Snape, Lucius were saying, and his thoughts drifted farther and farther. If Ron is really under control, who will do this? Exclamation mark. It was Lucius Malfoy, and Avon shook, and he had no chance to touch Ron. Besides, with Malfoy's character, he may be able to hide behind the scenes and spur the plot, but he is not fully grasped. He will not go out in person anyway. As for Snape, it will not be him, because of the past in his student days. Although he hated Professor Lupin very much, he did not control a student. Ivan squinted. Who would it be? Could reach Ron, and use the black wizard who slays the sorcerer. Wait a minute. It wouldn't be the little dwarf Peter operating all this behind the scenes? Ivan suddenly found out that he actually knew nothing about Peter. In his impression, Peter seems to be very cowardly, very timid, weak and humble, timid to stupid. But is it really like this? Look at what he does. For strength, to Voldemort, to sell his best friend, to hide his traitor identity for many years, not to be discovered by Dumbledore, when the trend has gone, to escape from Sirius Black's pursuit, to bear the burden, to a rat the form has been hiding for 12 years. The mountain has risen again, and alone finds Voldemort who has lost power. To help Voldemort resurrect, he has dedicated his entire arm, or cut it with a knife. Thinking of what Peter did, Evan suddenly found that his entire back was soaked in cold sweat. All this proves that Peter is not as weak as his appearance. He is an awkward opponent and very timid, not only to others, to the best friends. At the same time, he is also very worried about himself. Ivan had an ominous premonition. He suddenly found himself preconceived and did not consider the strength and actual reaction of the little dwarf Peter. What he is facing now is not the plot that has been set in the book, but the character who is alive and has his own thoughts. Ivan suddenly realized that he really needed to talk to Dumbledore. Although Black did not let him tell the teacher about this, Evan still thought that he should at least tell Dumbledore. As originally planned, once he got in touch with Black, he immediately told Dumbledore that Peter was an animagus. This is the safest, and as long as Dumbledore intervenes, there will be no surprises. I know that the plot is correct, but the enemy is not a fool who doesn't know how to work. Whether it is Voldemort, Malfoy or Peter, they are difficult opponents, all evil black wizards, more difficult to deal with than originally imagined. Last year's secret room incident was a lesson. In the original plot, Tom Riddle controlled Ginny. He wanted to know Harry and he wanted to know why Harry would defeat Voldemort. But because of his arrival, Ron accidentally got the one. The diary, Tom Riddle learned from Ron, definitely different from Ginny, coupled with his own performance, and finally let Riddle make a crazy move to get rid of himself and purify the whole Hogwarts. It seems to solve the problem, but it makes the contradiction more and more prominent. Ivan suddenly realized that he had always neglected a premise that all his own plans must be realized without changing the original plot. However, I can't guarantee this at all. Last year, this year's incident is also true. A little trivial matter can cause great changes. The butterfly gently its wings and can cause a hurricane. Not to mention that he did a lot of things this year. The little dwarf Peter couldn't react at all. He didn't do anything as silly as the original. He now controls Ron. Who knows what other plots he will have. Professor thought of this. Ivan hurriedly looked at Dumbledore. Ivan, you can go to my office in a little while. I suddenly had a very interesting idea about the question you asked me last time. Dumbledore looked at Ivan and said calmly, you will feel interested, I promise. I have to remind you, Dumbledore. Lucius had a cold smile on his face. He looked at Lupin with a bad heart. Before you talk to the students, we first need to discuss the werewolves. That's right, said Dumbledore happily. I just want to say this. Do you have any good suggestions? The suggestion is not to talk about, but I think everyone has just heard the accusation of Mr. Weasley. From the perspective of the parents of the students, I think this dangerous werewolf is no longer suitable to stay in Hogwarts. We should bring him back to the Ministry of Magic immediately. I think it is necessary to judge his guilt through Wissengamot. I am the same as you think, Lucius. Fudge agreed. The current bad situation is enough to start the Wissengamot special trial. I hope that you can go back with us, Lupin. We will give you a fare if you finally prove that you are innocent. We will put you back. No words. No, Professor Lupin is innocent. He will not go with you. Harry shouted in a hoarse voice. He still kept in front of Lupin and refused to let him go. He felt his tears were running out. The same is true of other little wizards who are close together and stand in front of Professor Lupin as a wall. Seeing them, Fudge embarrassed and looked back and looked at Dumbledore for help. Dumbledore had not spoken yet, and Professor Lupin, who had been blocked by Harry, gently pushed him aside. Professor, Harry shouted in a miserable voice. Lupin didn't go to see Harry. He walked silently to Fudge. He knew he had to leave and left Hogwarts. He tried not to let his tears flow out. Perhaps this is the ending that a werewolf should have. Chapter 134 Parting with Professor Lupin. Lupin did not look back. He knew that Harry, Avon, Hermione and other children must be watching themselves. In addition to trying to keep himself from crying, he can't do anything. Legend has it that the ferocious and horrible werewolves now have only endless bleakness and unspeakable desolateness. Everyone looked at the lonely back of Professor Lupin, bursting into tears, and many people cried out. Evan didn't dare to move because Hermione and Ginny were crying on their shoulders. Although he knew that Professor Lupin would not have something, His nose was still sour because of the surrounding atmosphere. I don't know who to start with. In just a few seconds, almost all the little wizards are whispering Professor Lupin's name. Just like the touching scene when leaving, everyone has a feeling that this will be the last time they met Professor Lupin. If confirmed guilty and confirmed to have attacked Ron, Professor Lupin will spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Professor! Harry shouted in a miserable voice, and he rushed over to hold Professor Lupin. Lupin suddenly stopped. His body was shaking slightly, but he still did not look back. Let's let go, Harry. Ivan walked over and said softly. No. Harry whimpered, and he saw Dumbledore walk to his side. You did a very good job, Harry, said Dumbledore calmly. His eyes slid slowly from the face of each little wizard behind Harry. His voice was very gratifying. And all of you, I am for you. Everyone is proud of the efforts made this evening, and I think Remus also feels this. The rest is left to me. Harry shook his head reluctantly. He was about to say something, and he stopped immediately, because Professor Lupin suddenly turned back and embraced him again. The two men silently embraced for a minute, and no one spoke. Even Lucius and Snape did not urge them. Then Lupin let Harry stand up and stand up. Dumbledore walked over and patted him on the shoulder. They and Fudge, Snape, Lucius went out of the office in turn. Well, Lupin's business is handed over to the principal. It's already late. You should go back to your common room now. Professor McGonagall licked his nose and her eyes were red. Beside her, Hagrid was crying, and Professor Flitwick wiped his tears with a handkerchief. Everyone left, and everyone passed Ron's face with a deep contempt. Even Percy, Fred, George and Ginny are no exception, especially Ginny. The little girl has been crying. She can't believe that Ron will accuse Professor Lupin. Ron stood there quietly, not moving. The next second, beyond everyone's surprise, Harry suddenly walked over to Ron. Just as everyone guessed what he was going to do, Harry punched a punch and slammed Ron's face. Ron went down and the office was in a mess. Malfoy smiled smugly, looking at Harry and Ron maliciously. Today is so wonderful. He doesn't know what his father has, but the two guys he hates most are against each other. Watching them twist together is the best Christmas gift. The only fly in the ointment is that Mason's mud is not there. Potter, stop! Professor McGonagall shouted harshly, preparing to separate them in the past. But that didn't need to be done. Harry didn't move after he punched Ron. He just stood in the cold and looked at Ron coldly, his eyes cold and terrible. Give me a reason. Why? Harry shouted to Ron. Tell me, why? Ron didn't answer Harry. He didn't say a word. He stood up and squinted and looked down at anyone. Hermione looked at Ron with tears and her face was full of worry. The picture in front of her has a strange familiarity. She also thought about what happened in the public restroom last year. At the time, Ron was preparing to attack Ivan. He gave people the same feeling. Ron is too abnormal. He won't be. Ivan, I found out. Hermione hurried to Ivan's side and said, panting, don't say it here. Ivan hurried out and grabbed Hermione's mouth. He knew what Hermione was going to say. Hermione must have discovered the fact that Ron was controlled. Now that she has said this, although she can rescue Professor Lupin, it is easy to scare the little dwarf Peter. If so, there is no way to help Sirius Blackwash his grievances. It is estimated that Dumbledore also has concerns in this regard, although Ivan does not know how he knows about Black and Peter. But now it's not suitable for a stunned snake. He just tried to sense it. Peter is not in this office. The sly guy is not involved in this evening's action. Although Peter is not here, in the face of Ron, who is controlled, Ivan has to be careful. He sneaked a glimpse of Ron. The other side did not have any abnormalities, and did not look at himself and Hermione. Ivan was relieved a little. If he accidentally showed clues and let the little dwarf Peter run away, it would be a bad idea to see if Dumbledore had any plans. Ivan? Hermione blushes and removes Ivan's right hand from her face. Seeing Hermione's appearance, Ivan is also a bit embarrassed. He just worried. Seemingly bold. He swallowed and swallowed, originally intended to retract his hand, but the next second, feeling the tension of Hermione standing by his side, Ivan did not think. The right hand from top to bottom, Naturally holding Hermione's little hand, Hermione struggled for a moment, letting Ivan hold it tightly, her face getting redder. Hermione's thoughts drifted farther and farther, and she began to think again about the problem she had been thinking about after she saw Kujang. She didn't have time to manage whether Ron was under control. No one except her found Ron's anomaly. In fact, no one in the past has accused Harry. All the little wizards think that he is doing very well and very deflated. Even Fred and George did, and they walked over and patted Harry's shoulders, not looking at Ron, as if he had never been a brother. Everyone didn't understand what happened to Ron, and he didn't understand what he had. No one thinks about these things. As Ron just said, they only believe in their own eyes. They saw that Ron had betrayed Professor Lupin, betrayed Gryffindor, betrayed the entire Hogwarts, and even Slytherin's students looked down on him. "Okay, Potter." Professor McGonagall came over and stood between Harry and Ron. "I know that you are very upset, but you can't solve any problems. You should believe in Dumbledore. Remus is not going to. Something is going on." Like everyone else, she doesn't look at Ron as if he doesn't exist. "I know, Professor." Harry wiped his tears and said, "I believe the principal." "We all believe him. Dumbledore has never let people down." Professor McGonagall sighed and said slowly, "There is so much happening this evening. Do you and Weasley need to go to the school hospital? I'm fine, I don't go to the hospital." Harry shook his head. He now has no discomfort except anger. "Me too," Ron whispered, as the Woodman did, and there was no reaction to Harry's own punch. "Well, then you go back to sleep." Professor McGonagall turned to look at Ivan and Hermione. "Mason, Granger, you need to go to the school hospital for treatment. I promised Bobo to supervise you back." "Wait a minute, Professor," said Ivan. "I am going to the office of Professor Dumbledore. He seems to have something to say to me. Can you lead me?" "There is nothing to say tomorrow. What you need now is bed rest." Professor McGonagall frowned. She saw Ivan looked at herself and pouted. "Okay, I will take you past, but you'd better be a little faster. We can't delay for too long." Chapter 135 Never Wrong Cap. Professor McGonagall returned Hermione to the school hospital, and Ivan walked into Dumbledore's office. Like last year, the principal's office was very interesting. Phoenix Fox looked at him affectionately. The table not far away was filled with magical props that didn't know the usefulness. The round silverware spun and spewed a small smoke. Before coming in, Ivan originally heard the embarrassing voice inside the house. They were eager to discuss what happened this evening. Ivan originally thought it was Dumbledore and Fudge, but when he came in, he found that there was no one in the office. Just talking about the portraits of the male and female wizards on the surrounding walls. They are the presidents of Hogwarts. It is a pity that Ivan did not see the portraits of the four creations in it, otherwise he could ask Gryffindor about his treasure key, the legendary magic item hidden in the Forbidden Forest horse tribe. What is it? The portraits are sleeping, but Ivan sees that some of them occasionally sneak open their eyes, look at themselves, and then close immediately, for fear of being discovered by themselves. Ivan didn't care for them. He saw the tattered, crumpled branch hat on the table. He hesitated for a moment, and he always had a question in his heart to ask the other person. Now is a rare opportunity. Ivan went over and took the hat up and put it on his head. The big hat slowly slipped down to cover his eyes, as he did when he first wore it. "Long time no see, Ivan Mason." A sharp voice whispered, "Do you seem to have something to worry about?" "Yes, some things don't understand. Regarding the branch ceremony, I am very curious why the little dwarf Peter will be. It will be assigned to Gryffindor, isn't it?" The hat said softly. "My job is to divide the little wizards into the appropriate colleges according to the wishes of the four founders. For over 1,000 years, I have seen too many little wizards. Some of them are kind, some are ambitious, some are talented, some are. But you have to know that in the ceremony, in addition to these innate qualities, everyone's choice is also a crucial factor." So, is Peter asking himself to enter Gryffindor? The child wants to go to Gryffindor and find the courage he didn't have. The cap said, "But actually, He doesn't have to look for it. Courage has been buried deep in his heart. When will he be able to wait? Looking down at your heart, you will find what he has been looking for. But he didn't do this. His later actions are far from Gryffindor. Don't doubt, I won't go wrong. The magic of the four founders can make me see the inside of my heart. My job is to assign the right people to the right college. The branch cap said cleverly, but there is no guarantee that the college will suit him. And there is no guarantee that he will not take a detour in the future. What about me? Ivan hurriedly asked. You didn't ask for my opinion at all. You know, I originally planned to enter Ravenclaw, but you have assigned me to Gryffindor. Is that really the case? Is this really your inner wish? The hat of the branch made a burst of laughter. Yes, like Harry Potter, the position of the two of you is not particularly easy. But I still that sentence, I will not go wrong. Gryffindor can help you complete your dreams. Ivan stunned. What is his dream? And learned more magic. Defeat Voldemort? Or is it to be a great white wizard like Dumbledore? Ivan was confused. He wanted to say a few more words to the other party, but he heard someone coming in. He hurriedly took the hat and put it back in place. The door of the office opened, and Dumbledore came in and looked very dignified. Professor, sit down. Avon. Dumbledore pointed to the chair in front of the desk. I need to talk to you, but I have to say a long story. I don't have much time. Conley is waiting for me in the foyer. We have to rush to the Ministry of Magic overnight to deal with the werewolf riots and Remus's allegations. Ivan sat down and naturally recalled the steps of using cerebral occlusion. First, I have to ask you, Avon, do you have anything to tell me? Dumbledore looked at Evan carefully, and the 10 fingertips of the slender fingers touched him together. He said softly, anything. I do have some things I want to talk to you, Professor. Ivan nodded and said slowly, but before that, please allow me to ask a question first. You just found out that Ron was under control. What? Obviously, just in the 3rd floor office. I believe that it's not just me who noticed Mr. Weasley's abnormality alone. Dumbledore said gently, what he did tonight is too obvious, like the darkness. The candlelight in the middle is generally obvious. So, you know who controls Ron? Although many people think that I know everything. But I am not rumored by outside rumors. Dumbledore sat on the high back chair behind the table. He used the light blue, penetrating my eyes fixed on Ivan. I have some thoughts about this, but I still want to hear your opinion. I suspect that the little dwarf Peter controlled Ron. Ivan looked away and tried not to look at Dumbledore. Although he is going to tell the other side something, he is not revealing all the information in his mind. Little dwarf Peter, this is really a surprising answer. Despite this, Dumbledore did not seem to be surprised, as if everything was in his expectation. This afternoon, Hermione and I met little Sirius Black in Hogsmeade. He told us that the little dwarf Peter betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. He was not dead. He was an animagus. He is now Ron's pet mouse streak. Animagus. This is an important piece of information. Dumbledore closed his eyes and meditated. Ivan, your intelligence verified my conjecture. To be honest, I did not really have a little dwarf Peter. It's my fault to invest too much attention. I could have avoided letting this child go to this step today. Ivan waited for the other party to continue, but Dumbledore seemed to fall into the memory and did not mean to speak. Chapter 136 Dumbledore's Expectations. The room suddenly quieted down, and the portraits on the walls were opened to confirm what was going on. Evan and Dumbledore sat silently at the ends of the table, and neither of them spoke. Dumbledore closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. Evan seemed to be interested in the weird props that were spraying out on the table, but in fact, he is thinking about the little dwarf Peter. Peter was at Hogwarts, and Harry's father's James Potter, Sirius Black, and Professor Lupin were just like a team of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The relationship between the four of them was very good, but because of Peter's betrayal, the other three were very miserable. Dumbledore has just said that this is mainly due to his fault. What does he mean by this sentence? Is it simply a feeling of emotion, or is it deeply hidden in it? Ivan waited for a while and saw that Dumbledore still didn't mean to speak. He had to try and say, Although I don't know what to do, Professor. But I don't think you need to blame for the little dwarf, Peter. Everyone's path is chosen by them. Everyone is on the path of their choice and bears the joy and sorrow that comes with it. If you go wrong, you can't betray others. That said, but as a forerunner, I should help you as much as possible before you walk, and guide you in the right direction. This is my duty. Dumbledore opened his eyes and continued, no, the opposite direction is more important than the effort. The little dwarf Peter originally wanted to find courage, but he was finally lost on the path of pursuing power. Ivan stunned, and Dumbledore's words were similar to those that Luna told him last year. Avon, when are you and Sirius Black ready to do it? Dumbledore asked suddenly. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night. He will come to the public lounge in Gryffindor. I planned with him. Very good. You just have to do what you want, and leave the rest to me. Dumbledore did not continue to ask the details of the plan. Wait a minute, Professor. Ivan said quickly. I don't understand. Why don't we just grab the little dwarf Peter? He is now in Ron's bedroom. Ron is still under his control. I think the sooner the better. This is really a good suggestion, but sometimes simple and effective methods are not suitable for dealing with complex problems. Dumbledore looked at Ivan and said calmly, I am more than Black and Peter. Worried is Ron. Worried about Ron? Ivan was confused and he didn't understand what Dumbledore meant. Since I was worried about Ron, why did you just tell Professor Lupin's office to stop the fact that Ron had won the soul? Exclamation mark. Now I don't agree to catch the little dwarf Peter directly and save Ron! Exclamation mark. I just said that, Ivan. I made a mistake in dealing with the little dwarf Peter. Some mistakes never have a chance to correct, but they can leave us a profound lesson, so that we can avoid making the same mistakes in the future. Dumbledore said, I don't want Ron to repeat the tragedy of the little dwarf Peter. Professor, you mean the best way to fight the soul curse is not a curse, but a strong will. If the willpower is strong enough, you can resist the invasion of this spell. Dumbledore looked at Avon, Ron, and unlike you and Harry, with strong enough willpower, I hope you can help him. Help Ron? Avon repeated. What do you need me to do? You just have to do what you want. Dumbledore looked at Avon's eyes. Besides Tom, you are the best little wizard I have ever met. I believe in you. Well, I try to be. Ivan sighed. Looking at Dumbledore, he knew that he was counted by the other side. It is no wonder that Dumbledore suddenly mentioned the little dwarf Peter, blaming Peter for his fault. He was waiting for himself here. He hoped to lead the topic to the rescue of Ron. Ivan sighed and things seemed to be getting more and more troublesome. What he had to do was to catch the little dwarf Peter and wash the grievances for Sirius Black. Now, on the basis of these two things, I also need to help Leo. Grace resists the curse of the soul. In his opinion, it is too risky to do so. And it is easy to accidentally complicate it by simply complicating simple problems. Although Dumbledore said that the rest can be handed over to him, but Ivan has an ominous premonition. The little dwarf Peter is not a simple opponent. He has to be careful. However, for Dumbledore's suggestion, he has no way to refuse. Dumbledore said that it makes sense. He couldn't watch Ron become like the little dwarf Peter, betray his best friend, and turn to Voldemort to become a notorious black wizard. Finally, the unclear tragic death Voldemort's hand. Perhaps he did not have much affection for Ron, but for the sake of Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family, he could not watch Ron continue to fall. Ron is already being controlled for the second time. Who can guarantee that he will not be controlled by other black wizards afterwards? As an extremely evil black magic, the Imperious Curse will have an indelible effect on the soul of the mantra. The more times there are, the less the Ron will increase his resistance to the Soul Curse. Instead, he is not an idiot, or he is an evil black wizard because of the influence of the Soul Curse. From the plot that I know so far, with the return of Voldemort, the situation in the next 4 years will become more and more severe. Wait a minute, Ivan suddenly thought, why must he wait for Voldemort to return, and then find a way to defeat him? From the known situation, this is undoubtedly the most dangerous way. After more than 2 years of experience, I have already told Ivan that it is not necessarily safe to follow the original story. He does know the development of the main story, but it is not absolute. Every word that I say and everything I do will have a positive or negative impact on the world and other people around me. They will also take corresponding countermeasures. The little dwarf Peter is the best example. In the original story, he never controlled Ron. Compared with Voldemort, the little dwarf Peter is nothing. Perhaps, after solving this year's incident, I should face the future with a more positive attitude. Anyway, in any case, destined to change the future, we must seize the little dwarf Peter to brush up for Black. Why don't you do it more thoroughly? Try to stop Voldemort from returning! Chapter 137 Send a letter to the principal because of the work of Professor Lupin. The atmosphere in the castle is heavy. Ivan didn't know how many people were insomnia tonight, but he slept very badly. Hermione, who was lying on her bed next to her, seemed to be the same. She turned over and over all night and was worried about Lupin and Ron. In the middle of the night, Ivan was once again awakened by a nightmare. He simply sat up halfway from the bed, looking at the snow fluttering outside the window through the dim candlelight in the hallway. Ivan thought of the conversation he had just had with Dumbledore. He didn't know whether his hard-working brain closure had come in handy, but the topic has always been dominated by Dumbledore, but it is an indisputable fact. Similarly, he does not know what the principal wants. Evan said that he didn't believe anything. Dumbledore didn't directly grab the little dwarf Peter. It was simply to let himself and Harry help Ron resist the Imperious Curse. The risk of doing so was too great. As an uncompromising strategist, Dumbledore must have other ideas not to tell himself. Ivan sighed. No matter how he thought, he couldn't figure it out. But one thing is certain, because of his relationship with Harry and his outstanding performance in the past 2 years, he has been included in Dumbledore's plan to defeat Voldemort. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Dumbledore has his layout and Ivan has his own plan. He was not a flag at the mercy of Dumbledore, and like others, he became a victim of his confrontation with Voldemort. Ivan is going to do what he wants. He wants to change his destiny and change the fate of everyone. In any case, he will not let Sirius Black, Fred, Colin and others sacrifice, nor can he watch Hermione marry Ron. These things need to be changed. He is going to start with Sirius Black and Dwarf Peter started. After the end of this year's event, stop Voldemort from returning and strengthen your own strength. Evan thinks so. The eyelids are getting more and more heavy. The battle with Greyback made him very tired. His physical strength was overloaded, and after a few seconds of determination, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Ivan was awakened by the loud vibrations in the castle. What happened? He hurriedly climbed out of bed and held his wand in his hand. I don't know. Hermione shook her head and she just woke up. You two are best not to move. Hurry back. Madame Pomfrey came in from outside and looked worried. I know that these voices will wake you up. It's awful. Now it's messy. Into a group. Why? Not because of Lupin. This poor man. Madame Pomfrey handed the latest issue of the Daily Prophet to Ivan, worriedly said, Look, now almost everyone knows, Professor Ping is a werewolf. Evan hurriedly looked down at the newspaper in his hand, and Hermione came over. All the sections on the newspaper are reporting the news of the werewolf riots last night, the passing of events, the number of casualties, the in-depth analysis, etc., as well as articles blaming the Ministry of Magic and Fudge. The fear and anger that people began to escape from Sirius Black's escape from prison broke out in an instant. The main bearers of anger were Connolly Fudge and the Ministry of Magic, and people severely accused the Ministry of Magic of not acting. The same criticism of Fudge as Dumbledore. Although the wording in the Prophet's Daily is more subtle, many people, especially the parents of the students, feel that Dumbledore hired a werewolf to teach at Hogwarts. Deeply shocked, the pure-blood family headed by Malfoy even collectively asked Dumbledore to resign. In short, Fudge and Dumbledore are under great pressure and the situation is very bad. As for Professor Lupin, He is the only werewolf caught by the Ministry of Magic. Many wizards called for him to be immediately taken to Azkaban. Many people even suggested that he be sentenced to death and use the Dementor's kiss. Come to deal with him. Seeing this paragraph, Hermione was pale. She wants what Professor Lupin once said, those who have been kissed by the Dementors will live like a dead body, and their souls will never be lost. If this is the end of Professor Lupin, Hermione can't imagine it. Just as she was preparing to say this to Ivan, there was a strong vibration in the castle, like an earthquake. Even the walls were shaking. A few seconds after the shock, a loud and quirky echo came from below, sounding like, "What is this sound?" Hermione looked up and asked worriedly. "It's a screaming letter. From this morning, the owls are screaming at the school with their parents' screaming letters, which is awful," said Madame Pomfrey. "Every professor has a share, but most of them it is sent to the principal." "The screaming letter sent to the principal?" Hermione did not seem to respond. "Where is Professor Dumbledore?" "Who knows? Since he left last night, he has never returned." Madame Pomfrey worried that the things of the werewolf and Professor Lupin must have made him busy, although he himself is not in Hogwarts. But these letters are still coming from a steady stream, almost filling the entire auditorium. Just after Mrs. Pomfrey finished, Harry went into the ward. He looks bad, his mood is low, his spirit is awkward, and there are two big shadows under his eyes. "Good morning, Avon." "Good morning, Hermione," Harry said weakly. "Good morning, Harry. Your face looks very bad." Hermione looked anxiously on his face. "It's not very good. If you just saw the picture in the auditorium, it would be as bad as me." Harry sat down in the chair next to the bed of Avon, and said, "March." Fu and Snape's conspiracy succeeded. During the breakfast, hundreds of owls rushed into the auditorium with a screaming letter, all accusing Dumbledore and Professor Lupin's screaming letters. "You didn't see Malfoy and others." Slytherin's disgusting look. "But apart from them, everyone believes Professor Lupin. He is innocent." "There is no use. No one wants to believe that we, the adults, were all listening to Ron nonsense guy. He accused Professor Lupin attacked the students," he said Harry angrily. "I really wanted to hit him up. He leans sober up." "Harry, there must be something wrong with this." Hermione worried. "Ron is." Hermione stopped. "When Avon came back last night, he told him about his conversation with Dumbledore." She knew that Ron was so unusual because of the soul of the soul. Concerning the plan between Avon and Dumbledore and Sirius Black, Hermione is not sure if she can say this. Chapter 138 Plan to start. "Don't excuse that guy, Hermione," Harry exclaimed. He felt an anger burning in his chest. "I have seen it all the time. Like the little Sirius Black. He used to be my father's best friends. He is still my godfather, but who can think of it? But he sold my parents to Voldemort. Like Ron and Black, I always thought he was my best friend, but he sold it last night. I betrayed Professor Lupin." Because he was too excited, Harry was shaking all over his body. In his opinion, Ron's behavior last night was exactly the same as what Black had done to his parents 12 years ago. He sold himself to Snape and Lucius Malfoy and sold Professor Lupin. This kind of behavior is completely unforgivable. "Harry, Black didn't sell your parents. When Hermione's words were not finished, Harry was interrupted. He said violently, "You don't know, Hermione. Yesterday morning, Professor Lupin told me everything. 12 years ago. It was Black who sold my parents to Voldemort and he killed him." "Little dwarf Peter," Evan whispered. "Yes, that's him." Harry snorted. He turned to look at Ivan and continued. "Peter is my father's best friend. He went to find Black for revenge for my parents. But he is not that mean." "The villain's opponent. He is not as noble as you think," Ivan said slowly. "He did not avenge your parents. In fact, the little dwarf Peter did not die." "What are you talking about?" Harry looked up in confusion. He didn't understand what Avon meant. How could the little dwarf Peter not die? "You listen to me, Harry." Ivan looked up and looked around. Madame Pomfrey returned to her office. There were only 3 of them in the ward. He lowered his voice and said, Yesterday, I and Hermione. I met little Sirius Black in Hogsmeade. Ivan told Harry the truth about the Black and Peter incidents. Now that Dumbledore has been told about this, then naturally there is no need to continue to take advantage of Harry. Only be careful, not knowing Ron. According to Dumbledore's expectations, while catching the little dwarf Peter, he would also save Ron and help him resist the Imperious Curse. No matter how you look at it, you can't do without Harry's help. The little dwarf Peter is still alive. He is actually Ron's mouse. Hearing Evan's words, Harry couldn't believe it. This is too ridiculous, and completely different from what he heard from Professor Lupin. Yes, Ivan lowered his voice again, and he still controlled Ron. This is why Ron was so unusual last night, why he accused Professor Lupin. What? Harry immediately stood up and said eagerly, "It turns out that it's no wonder that I have always felt that Ron has something wrong recently. Remember, he was controlled by Tom Riddle last year, and he must be controlled by Peter now. So he will sell Professor Lupin. We must save him." Harry had some doubts about what Irving and Hermione said, but after hearing that Ron was under control, he immediately believed in this matter. Deep down, Harry never believed that Ron would betray himself. Everything is clear now. The little dwarf Peter is the coolest culprit. It was he who killed his parents. He was framed by Sirius Black in Azkaban for the past 12 years. Now he has come to frame Professor Lupin by controlling his best friend. This is simply unforgivable. New hatred and old hate are added together. Harry has never thought of hating a person like this. He is full of hatred like never before. He must catch the little dwarf Peter. He will avenge his parents. He will wash the wrongs for Black. He will save Ron. Wait a minute. Ivan hurriedly stopped Harry. We can't just rush over. It's easy to happen. Let Peter take the opportunity to escape. I talked to Professor Dumbledore last night. We are catching the dwarf. At the same time, Peter must also help Ron resist the Imperious Curse. If it wasn't for himself to wake up, this black magic would affect his soul. What can we do to save Ron? Harry said eagerly. If there is only a simple solution to the demonstration, there are many ways. Ivan thought for a moment and continued. But if you want the curse to wake up, there is only one way. That is his own willpower. Be strong enough. Is the willpower strong enough? Harry repeated it, his expression confused. What should I do? I don't know exactly what to do. Ivan sighed. Maybe, before catching the little dwarf Peter, we can try to say something to Ron. By that time, look at Ron's own choice. I chose to be a little dwarf Peter. I believe he can wake up on his own. When the basilisks were preparing to attack Ginny last year, Ron broke away from Tom Riddle's control. Avon, will Dumbledore help us? Hermione asked worriedly. Maybe, Will, Ivan whispered. In fact, he couldn't guess the principal's thoughts, and he wasn't sure what the other party said last night. All that is left to me to deal with. Does this mean that Dumbledore will protect them in secret? This looks like Dumbledore's style. In the first year of Harry, he turned a blind eye to Quirrell's all kinds of abnormal behaviors in order to give Harry enough exercise, but silently stared at Harry 3 people behind his back. Performance. Dumbledore is not currently in Hogwarts, perhaps deliberately to paralyze the little dwarf Peter. Dumbledore will definitely come out to help us at the crucial moment. Before that, I and Black already have a plan. Ivan looked at Harry and Hermione. Now, we just need to make sure that Ron and Peter are both in the communal lounge. When I left in the morning, Ron was still lying in bed, said Harry. Remember, today is the first day of the Christmas holiday. Everyone else goes home for the holidays. The Gryffindor Tower is only 4 of us. The next time was a tense wait, and the 3 men revisited the details of the plan for this evening. Mrs. Pomfrey checked her body against Evan and Hermione and waited until she was about to eat lunch before allowing them to leave. Chapter 139 Unpleasant Lunch. Ivan, Harry, and Hermione left the school hospital. When they arrived at the auditorium hall, they found that the long tables used by the 4 colleges were moved to the wall. Only one piece was placed in the center of the room. The party table for 10 people dining. People who are planning to stay in school this year are sitting around the table. Ivan did not see Dumbledore. His position was empty. In addition to him, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Professor Flitwick and Hagrid are all there, and the gatekeeper Filch is also there. Filch has taken off his usual brown coat and wore a very old and rather outdated tuxedo. Next to Professor Flitwick are two extremely tense first-year students, all of them at Ravenclaw College. On the left side of Snape, a 6th grade student of the gloomy Slytherin College. And Ron, he was sitting alone at the very end of the table. No one wants to be close to him. Harry hesitated and walked over to Ron, his face full of worry. Evan hurriedly pulled Harry. He couldn't just pass. Because of the matter of Professor Lupin last night, Harry now reacts normally and should hate Ron. If you are close to it, it is easy to catch a snake. The little dwarf Peter is an awkward opponent and has to be careful. The three of them looked at each other, away from Ron, and sat down against Hagrid. Except for Snape's mouth, which has been hung with a weird smile, the atmosphere on the table is very low and depressed. There is no happy atmosphere for Christmas. Everyone is quietly eating lunch. No one is talking. Ivan, Hermione, how are you two? Hagrid asked with a sad face. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey said that we have no problem, just need to. Ivan's words have not been finished yet. He saw 3 owls fly into the auditorium. They had 3 red envelopes in their mouths and flew straight to the empty position of Dumbledore. It's enough. It's these screaming letters. They've been ringing for one morning. Professor McGonagall stood up, and she looked at the 3 screaming letters that were thrown at the table by the owl, and the corners of the envelope were burning. She pulled out her wand and waved at the screaming letter. The red envelope, which was slowly burning, slammed out 3 blue flames, turning the envelope into ashes in a blink of an eye, with no sound at all. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Professor Flitwick said with a sharp voice. Isn't these people crazy? They actually sent a message to Dumbledore. I haven't seen such madness for years. Things. Stupid owl. And the same stupid screaming letter. Snape sneered. I noticed that these screaming letters were all sent by the students of your college, Severus, Professor McGonagall said with a grin. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't find this before. Snape's mouth showed a cold smile. However, I can understand the reasons why the parents of the students did this. In my opinion, the principal did have this practice. If you can't think of it, can anyone think of the school professors meeting as a werewolf? Who would have thought that this tamed werewolf would attack his own students? With this lesson, I believe that the principal will definitely hire the staff in the future. Very, very careful. Professor Lupin is innocent. Harry looked at Snape angrily and shouted involuntarily. He didn't hurt anyone. Quiet, Potter. Gryffindor deducted 5 points. Snape turned to look at Harry, smirking and said, I don't want to know what relationship you have with the werewolf, but I have to remind you, pay attention to the tone of your speech. Don't yell at me like an uncultivated werewolf. Nephew. Harry sat down in a hurry and forced himself not to look at Snape. Do not worry, Harry. There is Dumbledore. Professor Lupin will be fine. Hagrid whispered comfortably and seemed to have some lack of confidence. It's terrible. I can't remember the 3 owls today. A few. They came with a screaming letter, and they continued to fly. This is the whole morning? Ivan said. Yes, you and Hermione didn't come when they had breakfast. They didn't see the scene. In front of everyone in the school, more than 400 letters were blasted at the same time. I told them just now. Harry asked weakly. Hagrid, is there any new news from Professor Dumbledore or Professor Lupin? There is really a bad news. Hagrid hesitated. I just heard that the Ministry is preparing to directly transfer Professor Lupin to Azkaban. There is no trial yet. How can they do this? Harry looked at Ron and his eyes quickly moved back. He lowered his voice and said, Ron's accusation is obviously absurd. Professor Lupin will be proved. It is not guilty. I know. All the guys of Lucius Malfoy are behind the ghosts. Hagrid replied angrily. I don't believe in Lupin, but if it is me, I would rather die than be locked. Azkaban, is it terrible? Hagrid, Hermione asked cautiously. You can't imagine it. When I was killed by a monster in the control room 50 years ago, I used to stay there for a few days. Hagrid said calmly. No, where is it? I thought I was going crazy. I was thinking about terrible things in my mind. On the day I was expelled from Hogwarts, the day my father died. Because the dementors? Yes, you have seen these monsters this year, but you probably haven't seen thousands of dementors together. That kind of horrible feeling. Hagrid closed his eyes and his face was painful. Recall, Azkaban prison is built on a desert island far from the coastline. The island is full of dementors. Just stay there. After a while you don't know who you are, and I don't know what it means to be alive. I still remember that. I used to want to sleep and die. When they let me out, I seemed to be alive again, and everything was remembered. It was the most wonderful in the world. The feeling. Remember, the dementors are not willing to let me go. But you are not guilty, said Hermione. Grime? Hagrid snorted angrily. Do you think they value this? They don't care. They have already made 500 people together with them. They can completely drain the happiness of these people. They don't care who is guilty and who is not guilty. When he heard Hagrid, Harry felt that his stomach had turned into water, and his blood became cold instantly. Don't worry. Seeing Harry and Hermione's face, Ivan hurriedly said, Professor Lupin will not be detained in Azkaban. If we pass this evening, we can prove that he is innocent. Harry didn't talk. He was still thinking about Azkaban. He suddenly remembered that Sirius Black had been locked there for 12 years, and this feeling must be very bad. Chapter 140. Sybil Trelawney. Just as Avon, Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid discussed Azkaban, the door of the hall was opened again. Coming in is Professor Trelawney. She glided to everyone, as if standing on a wheel. She wore a green dress with metal discs that made her look more like a shiny, oversized enamel. Good afternoon, everyone, said Professor Trelawney, using her most obscure and distant voice. I have been watching my crystal ball on the tower. What surprised me was that I saw myself abandoning. I used my lunch alone to come to your dinner party. Who am I? How can I refuse the urge to die? I immediately walked out of my building, and I sincerely ask you to forgive me for being late. No one spoke. Everyone looked at her with surprise. Ivan noticed that Professor McGonagall's mouth was tight and his face became more ugly. Professor Trelawney did not sit down directly. She turned around the table for half a turn, bringing invisible pressure to everyone. She stood behind Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Avon for a long time. Big eyes are always on the table. Suddenly, she screamed low. What's the matter, Professor? Asked the first-year student in front of her, uneasy. Dear child, you can't believe it. I saw it. Her eyes only stared at Ivan, and the expression seemed like he was dead. Sit down, Sybil. Professor McGonagall interrupted her. The owls and screaming letters are enough to be upset, and you don't need to put extra pressure on everyone. I can't sit down, Milva. Professor Trelawney seemed to have just noticed Professor McGonagall. She said in a panicked tone, I can't do this. If I sit down, there are 13 people at a table. Nothing is more unlucky than the 13. Never forget that if 13 people eat together, the first person who stands up after a meal will die the first. We are willing to take this risk, Sybil. Professor McGonagall said impatiently, sit down and watch for the Christmas holiday. Professor Trelawney stunned, and then she sat down next to Ivan. Ivan has a bad feeling. He can feel that Professor Trelawney has specially selected this position. She is looking at herself with the big, watery eyes, and seems to have something to say to herself. Don't guess, you know, this is definitely not a good word. With Ivan's understanding of her, what she wants to say to herself is definitely something that is unclear and ominous. Evan tried not to look at each other as much as possible, focusing his attention on the plate in front of him. The situation was already enough, and he didn't want to accept a curse by Professor Trelawney before the action this evening. Dear, is it necessary for the beef belly, Sybil? Professor McGonagall interrupted her again. She put a large spoon into the nearest large bowl. Professor Trelawney did not pay attention to Professor McGonagall. She looked at Ivan, then looked up and looked around. He gently asked, I didn't see the dear principal and Professor Lupin. Where did they go? Went? Obviously, Everyone knows what happened in the castle last night. I know where Albus and Lupin are now. Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, even if no one tells you, I definitely know, isn't it? Of course I know. Professor Trelawney looked at Professor McGonagall indifferently. But people don't show off that they are omniscient. I behave often as if I don't own the sky. This way others will not feel nervous. This explains a lot of problems. Professor McGonagall said, you call the sky. If you must know, Minerva. Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly became less blurred. I saw the poor Lou from the crystal ball 2 months ago. Professor Ping's ending. He stood there alone, in a place full of fear and despair everywhere. Apparently, the place in her discourse refers to the Azkaban wizard prison. The place is full of dementors, and only everywhere there is full of fear and despair. When I heard Professor Trelawney, everyone took a breath of air, which seems to have predicted the sad ending of Professor Lupin, who will spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Except for Snape's mouth still sneer, the faces of others have become very poor. Harry looked at Professor Trelawney for a while, and it was rare to argue with the other person. Maybe he thought it was not worth it. Throughout the semester, Professor Trelawney was proposing death to him, but nothing happened, and Harry was used to it. It is now predicted that Professor Lupin will be placed in Azkaban, which is simply a pediatrics for her. Ivan heard that Harry and Hermione started talking to Hagrid again about Azkaban. They asked about the details of Azkaban and tried to imagine the life of Professor Lupin and Sirius Black being locked up there. Then the topic went to the course of the eagle-headed horse, the winged beast, Buckbeak and Hagrid. Ivan turned his head and didn't look at Professor Trelawney next to him, listening absently to Harry's conversation. Harry and Hermione seemed to be desperately looking for words to divert their attention away from Ron. Except for the three of them, no one spoke on the table, and the atmosphere was sore. This is definitely the most unpleasant lunch experience that Avon has experienced. He uses his fastest speed to eat up the dishes, while whispering a little with Harry and Hermione, restraining himself from seeing him. Professor Trelawney. It was good until the end of the lunch that Professor Trelawney's manners were almost normal. About 10 minutes later, Ron finished the meal and left the table. Ivan, Harry, and Hermione looked at each other and hurriedly followed. God. 4 of you. Who was the first to leave the seat? Who? Professor Trelawney suddenly screamed loudly. I don't know, Ron said quietly. I don't think there is any difference, Professor McGonagall said indifferently. Unless there is a Mad Knives waiting outside the door, I have to cut the first person who walked out of the auditorium. Everyone barely smiled. Professor Trelawney stopped talking, and seemed to be greatly offended. She glanced at Professor McGonagall, grabbed a bottle of sherry from the table, and left the auditorium without looking back. Followed by Ron, Ivan, Harry and Hermione also rushed to follow up. According to the plan of 3 people discussing in the school hospital this morning, they decided to talk to Ron first. While learning more, try to keep Ron and Peter in the Gryffindor common room. Chapter 141 Crook Mountain and New Password. The 3 of them walked out of the auditorium, and there was absolutely no Mad Knives in the foyer. Professor Trelawney and Ron have just disappeared at the corner. Professor Trelawney went in the direction of the basement, and Ron went down the stairs to the Gryffindor tower. We'd better hurry, Avon said quickly, noting that the stairs leading to the 2nd floor were changing. The 3 of them rushed forward, but they still took a slow step. When they arrived, the position of the stairs had changed, and Ron's footsteps gradually drifted away. They had to change a slightly longer road, which made them 3 slower for 5 minutes. Just entering the Gryffindor tower, Avon saw a figure smashing out of the shadows. It is Crookshank with a piece of white paper in his mouth. Seeing the 3 of them, the relatives of Crookshank came over and snorted and cried. Hermione hugged it up and looked at the paper in its mouth, curiously saying, Crocodile, where did you get the paper? What did you write? Evan and Harry curiously scraped together and saw a few letters on the paper. A downbred mongrel. I don't understand. What does this mean? Harry said strangely. This sentence looks very rude. Maybe it is a student's mischief. Hermione frowned and said, Crocodile, don't just pick up some messy things in the future, remember? No. Crookshank screamed, and it shrank into a group, lying lazily in Hermione's arms. Ivan didn't talk, looked at this dirty piece of paper, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. With his knowledge of Crookshank, this clever little guy is completely different from an ordinary cat. It is impossible to pick up a useless note for no reason. The inferior mongrel dog. Is this really just a simple mischievous discourse? Still, someone deliberately wrote this sentence on paper to Crouch Hill, hoping it will deliver some kind of news. The three of them discussed it for a while, and when they reached the hole in the portrait, they found that Sir Cadogan was with two monks, several former Hogwarts principals, and his obese pony, drinking wine. He pushed the helmet up and toasted them with a pot of honey. "Good afternoon, young waiters," said Mr. Cardigan. "Password." "Odd body," Harry said to Sir Cardigan. "The password is wrong, not this." Sir Cardigan immediately came to the spirit. He pulled his big, outrageous sword out of the sheath, violently waved and shouted, "Are you ready? Entering this room behind me, I won't let you in. Fight, you bad dogs." "Shut up," Harry said, puzzled. "How can the password be wrong? I still have this when I left in the morning. I just changed it. I have already notified you of the new password. But we don't know." "Let's get out. We have to go in urgent things." "Don't give up. There is no correct password. I won't let you in," Sir Cadogan shouted. "Draw the sword, you guys." "Don't greet Mr. Cardigan's anger. I will win. You, or else I will die bravely in the charge." Harry looked helplessly at Sir Cadogan, and he was completely helpless in the face of this crazy guy. Maybe he told the new password to Professor McGonagall. "We should go back," Hermione said uncertainly. "Wait a minute. The words on the piece of paper." Ivan's mind suddenly flashed. "What?" Harry turned and looked at him, surprised. "The sentence on the piece of paper may be a new password." Ivan said to Sir Cardigan, "Inferior mongrel." "You are the same, Sir Cadogan yelled, and the portrait tilted forward reluctantly and slowly opened. The public restroom was cold and clear, and no one was there. "It's stupid. This guy has been changing those ridiculous passwords." The Kazakhstan interest rate climbed in first, and said angrily, "He now tells the new password to a cat, by means of paper, if not exactly meet Crookshank. That note can't be written by Sir Cardigan," said Hermione. "He is a portrait. How can he write?" "If it wasn't him, who would it be?" "It should be Ron." Ivan squinted and analyzed. "Jackard Cadoran just said that he told us the password. Gryffindor has only 4 people at the moment. Since we don't know 3, then only the possibility is Ron." "But why did Ron write the password on the note, which is really weird?" Hermione looked worried. She looked around and whispered, "Avon, what is the guy ready to do?" "I don't know." Ivan shook his head, which was really too strange. He doesn't understand why the little dwarf Peter did this for. Why did he write the new password on the note and hand it over to Crook? No matter how you look at it, for the little dwarf Peter, there is no point in doing this, even a very stupid, dangerous approach. In the current situation, Sirius Black is looking around him around Hogwarts. On Halloween, he even broke into the castle and tried to enter the common room, but in the end he failed because he didn't have a password. Now, Peter wrote the crucial password on the note and found it on Crookshank, or he deliberately handed the note to Crook. This is too strange. The little dwarf Peter cannot be unclear about the relationship between Crookshank and Sirius Black. The cat caught his animagus form scarred in the castle and grabbed it for half a year. He now handed the password to Crookshank, which means giving it to Sirius Black. In other words, Peter wants Black to come to the castle. Ivan suddenly had an ominous premonition. What did the little dwarf Peter want to do? From last night, Ron accused Professor Lupin of starting, and everything went away from the original main line and developed in an unknown and unpredictable direction, all of which were beyond his grasp. Ivan tried to think about this with the idea of the little dwarf Peter. He first controlled Ron and removed Professor Lupin. Dumbledore was not in the castle because of Professor Lupin. Then he was taking this opportunity to find a way to bring Black into the castle. This is obviously not normal. According to normal thinking, The little dwarf Peter is still too late to hide from Black. How could he intentionally let Black come in? Evan suddenly had a feeling of horror. Peter couldn't know the plan between himself and Sirius Black. I don't know if Black would come to the castle this evening. He is doing this now, which means he wants Black to come to the castle and come to the Gryffindor common room. He is not crazy. There is a new conspiracy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 142 True Prophecy. The little dwarf Peter can't be crazy, he must be planning a plot. They always wanted to catch Peter, but from the current situation, Ivan Meng woke up. Peter should not want to catch Black! Exclamation mark. Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts this evening, but Snape is there. Peter knows that Snape hates Black, and he is ready to take advantage of this. As long as Black's news of sneaking into the castle tonight was told to Snape, there was no need for the little dwarf Peter to shoot himself, and Snape would help him catch Black. With Snape's hatred of Black, once he is caught, I am afraid that he will give the dementors outside the castle the first time, instead of giving it to their magic for trial. As long as Black is removed, no one knows that the little dwarf Peter is still alive. No one can prove that he was betrayed Harry's parents, and he can appear in the public. At that time, he can tell everyone that he has been humiliated for 12 years and has been silently protecting Harry around him as a rat, protecting him from Sirius Black. Ivan's back was soaked in cold sweat. It was terrible. This is definitely a plot planned by the little dwarf Peter. From last night, Professor Lupin's werewolf identity was discovered by everyone. This conspiracy has already begun. Even without his own plan, this evening, the little dwarf Peter will seduce Black to the city. Wait a minute. Ivan forced himself to calm down. It stands to reason that Peter Dwarf could not know when Black came, even though he passed the password to Croker Hill. But Black did not necessarily act according to his ideas. The little dwarf Peter was even less likely to keep Snape in the Gryffindor common room. This is too unrealistic unless he can keep abreast of Sirius Black's movements. There are many ways to do this, but for the little dwarf Peter, the only practical thing is live map. Ivan suddenly found that he ignored this magic item that can know the position of everyone in the castle. When Professor Lupin confiscates the live map yesterday, Ron is also there. Peter must know that the live map is at Professor Lupin, so he only controlled Ron to Professor Lupin's office last night. He must go to find the map. Of Ron, Harry yelled. The three of them stood at the door of the bedroom, and the inside was faint. Through the faint light outside the window, Avon saw Ron lying on his four-poster bed facing him. It seemed to fall asleep, and the curtains around the bed were put calm down. He could feel that the little dwarf Peter was hiding in Ron's jacket pocket. Maybe he still hasn't got a chance to get a live map. He doesn't have time at all. He can't look for the map in front of everyone in the school. The map must be in the office of Professor Lupin. Evan hurriedly turned around. As long as he passed, he found a live map before Peter Dwarf. There will be no accidents tonight. Avon. What are you doing? Hermione said in a panic. I went to Professor Lupin's office and looked for the live map. Ivan said in a low voice. I am going with you too. No, you and Harry stayed here and watched Ron. Avon looked at Hermione and said with a restless voice, remember, before I come back, everything must be careful. I know, you are the same. Hermione hesitated, quickly stepped forward and embraced Avon. Ivan hugged Hermione tightly, carrying the girl's temperature in her arms. He ran out of the common room and rushed to Professor Lupin's office with his fastest speed. He followed the spiral staircase down quickly, and all he wanted in his head was related to the live map. At the corner of the fourth floor, he and Professor Trelawney collided. Professor Trelawney seemed to have just returned from the kitchen. She licked the smell of the next sherry, holding 2 bottles in her hand. And he was hit by Ivan. Be careful, see where you are going. Sorry, Professor. Ivan hurriedly helped her up. It turned out to be you, my dear child. Professor Trelawney clung to Ivan's arm. She suddenly came close, and the big, watery eyes stared at him, whispering in a fuzzy voice. Dear, I found that the signs on you are becoming more and more clear. Thank you. Professor. I will be careful. Ivan broke free from the other side, and the thick wine on her body made him very uncomfortable. No, you don't understand, Professor Trelawney muttered. Disaster, misfortune, getting closer. It seems that in order to match her words, a cold wind blew, and the candle not far away beaten and was blown out by the wind. The dimly lit corridor became more gloomy. In the dark, Ivan could only see the blurred figure of the other side. It's death, dear. Professor Trelawney's voice was like a whisper, intermittent and faint. It came, getting closer. It hovered over a vulture, getting lower and lower, just above the castle. Ivan didn't talk. He looked around nervously. He didn't want to be seen by other people in this embarrassing scene. Fortunately, there are only two of them in the corridor. Professor Trelawney did not stop, listening to what she said. Someone in the castle will die recently. This is definitely not good news. Will it be Sirius Black, or, of course, in Ivan's opinion, the other party is more likely to talk about it. Dear, will you choose a divination class next year? Professor Trelawney suddenly asked. Maybe, Will, Ivan whispered. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that he would not choose the divination course next year, or he would be scared to death by Professor Trelawney sooner or later. From the day she knew her, Evan never heard a happy prediction from the other side. You are never a good prophet like the child of Porter. The aura on your head is very small, said Professor Trelawney. But both of you are very ideal prophetic objects. Fate. The signs are more clear on both of you than others. The other party seems to be praising himself, but Avon is not sure if he should be happy. If the signs of fate are clear, it means that you must always be subject to death prophecy, which is really a sad quality. Professor, I have an urgent thing to do. I have to go. Ivan turned and left, but a loud, hoarse voice suddenly spoke behind his back. That is going to happen soon. Sorry, Professor. What are you talking about? Ivan quickly turned back. He saw Professor Trelawney as if he had changed someone. She leaned against the wall. Her body was stiff, her eyes were sloppy, and her chin was drooping. Ivan's heart slammed. And Professor Trelawney would not be prophesying! Exclamation mark. A true prophecy! Exclamation mark. Chapter 143. The person selected by the Black Devil. The cold wind blew outside the castle, and Evan could hear the sound of whistling. In the dark, narrow corridor, the atmosphere seems to be a bit strange. Professor Trelawney stood in front of him. His body was shaking slightly, her eyes began to turn, and it looked like something was going on. Ivan was not sure if he had to go, but when he was awkward, Professor Trelawney began to talk again, still the kind of hoarse voice, very different from her usual voice. The Dark Devil will return, but it is extremely weak. He personally marked a selected person. With the help of the selected one, the Dark Devil will rise again, stronger and scarier than ever. This matter is about to happen soon. In the Dark Temple full of taboos, the magic of the Dark Devils will be. Professor Trelawney's head fell to her chest and she snorted. Then, suddenly, her head slammed and lifted again. Sorry, dear child, she said. Like a dream, he said. I must have drunk too much sherry, you know, alcohol makes my brain groggy. I sleep. For a while. Ivan still stood in the local area, staring at him, and he was always thinking about what the other party had just said. What's wrong with you, dear Professor? You just seemed to make a prediction. Awen hesitated and continued. You told me that the Dark Devil is going to be picked up again, and it is stronger and more terrible than ever, because he personally marks a selected person. This selected person will help him. Black Devil? Is that the person who can't even mention the name? Professor Trelawney seems to be completely panicked. My dear child, this is not a joke. Re-emergence. Really? Yes, you did mention the Dark Devils, and his old magic. Ivan frowned. Professor Trelawney's words are obviously not finished. From the information currently known, Voldemort will use the magic he has left to mark a person, and this person will help him to rise again. What is this magic? Who is the person he is to mark? Also, she mentioned the place where this is going to happen. Where is the Dark Temple full of taboos? Dear I think you must have fallen asleep for a while. Professor Trelawney said. I certainly can't predict such a distant thing. We all need to be awake. Professor Trelawney stumbled away and disappeared into the corner of the corridor. Evan did not move. He still stood in the same place, thinking about what the other party had just said. Unlike the prophecies that Professor Trelawney usually does, if this is a true prophecy, then the information contained in it is very large, and it indicates the future that will happen. Voldemort is definitely planning a plot. According to the original story he has mastered, next year, Voldemort will be helped by his servant dwarf Peter and little Batty Crouch, who used his father's bones, the little dwarf Peter's flesh and Harry's blood to return. But from the predictions of Professor Trelawney, what is going to happen is completely different from the original. First of all, the prophecy mentions that the Dark Devils will return, but they are abnormally weak. He returned this time, perhaps the same as Harry's first grade, behind the head of Chillo, on with the help of the little dwarf Peter and little Batty Crouch. Perhaps. As long as Voldemort is willing, anything can happen. Awin originally intended to use his own imaginary plot to destroy the return of Voldemort, such as the little dwarf Peter and little Batty Crouch. Then what will happen next year in the Goblet will not happen. But from the current situation, this is of no use. Voldemort is still back. Also, Professor Trelawney just mentioned, the Dark Devil head personally marked a selected person, and with the help of the selected person, he will rise again, stronger and more terrible than ever. Who is this selected person? Ivan didn't have a clue, because there are too many people who are willing to follow Voldemort. For example, like a little dwarf Peter, such a stranger who has no way to go, a small loyal servant like Batty Crouch, an ambitious man like Lucius Malfoy. Chillo can't stand the power, ordinary people who are tempted by power, the werewolf Greyback, who likes the dark and evil black wizards themselves. If possible, they are willing to help Voldemort and help him rise again. It is also possible for Voldemort to select a person from among them, mark him, and pass on him the powerful and evil dark power, with the impression of Evan on the Black Wizard. The followers of Voldemort, the Death Eaters, will use this. Be proud. But things are far from simple. Professor Trelawney finally mentioned, this is about to happen in the Dark Temple full of taboos. The Dark Devils will use his former magic. What is this Dark Temple full of taboos and the magic of the past? From the newspaper that Ivan is currently aware of, there is nothing that can be related to these two things. Needless to say, the magic of the past. Voldemort knowledge reserves are very rich. He mastered a lot of black magic, some of which even Dumbledore did not know. Not to mention Evan, most of his knowledge is obtained from the library. As for the Dark Temple full of taboos, it sounds like an extremely evil place. Professor Trelawney's prophecy has not been finished, and Avon can't imagine it. Where is this Dark Temple full of taboos? What kind of person will it be? For what reason it appears in this evil temple? Professor Trelawney said it was too vague, and Avon had to be careful. Predicting is inherently illusory, and the difference in interpretation and understanding will have different effects on the future. For example, the prophecy that Professor Trelawney did 12 years ago, the prophecy that determined the fate of Voldemort and Harry. Voldemort was rushing to select Harry as his opponent because he did not hear the full prophecy. I thought it was the first to start, but in the end it led to his 12-year-long escape. Ivan rethought again and couldn't find any clues. He decided to tell Dumbledore this prophecy, and no surprise, the principal would be interested in it. At present, the most urgent need to do is to catch the little dwarf Peter, not to let his conspiracy succeed, or to escape again. If this happens, this uncertain future will certainly become even worse. Chapter 144. Boggart in the closet. Ivan thought about the prophecy and climbed down the stairs. In addition to the prophecy just now, he is still considering that he should take a divination class next year. Although Professor Trelawney is usually not very reliable, like a vulgar liar, he always likes to make some tragic predictions for his students. But once she enters the true prophecy state and gains the veritable prophecy, she does. Those predictions are crucial to the future development. In the words of Professor Trelawney, As Voldemort returns, the signs of fate will become clearer. Ivan must maintain constant contact with the other party to ensure that they can know the new prophecy in the first place. 5 minutes later, he came to the door of Professor Lupin's office. There was no one in the narrow corridor on the 3rd floor. Even the portraits on the corridor were empty. The temperature on the 3rd floor is significantly lower than other floors. I don't know where the wind is blowing from the wind, making it extraordinarily sinister. Ivan suddenly found out that perhaps because Voldemort's curse on the defense against dark arts class, the rooms were also a little bit suffocating. And it seems that all the unfortunate things happened on this floor. A low hole is open. He took out his wand and tapped the door of Professor Lupin's office. With a bang, the door was opened, and the furnishings in the room were the same as last night, but it was even more deserted. Ivan waved his wand and lit the fireplace. The warm flames dispelled the cold, green water monster Gidolo, soothing the limbs in the large water tank in the corner. It floated on the water, constantly vomiting bubbles. After seeing the light, it immediately buried himself in a mess of water in the corner of the tank. Although the things of others are not very good, Ivan believes that Professor Lupin will forgive himself after he knows the current situation. He stood in front of the fireplace and looked at the room carefully. There were very few places where things could be placed. It seemed that it was not particularly difficult to find a map of the Live. But actually, it is not the case. 10 minutes later, Ivan still couldn't find the parchment. He has carefully flipped Professor Lupin's desk over, with nothing but a few missing cups and an old-fashioned kettle, teaching textbooks, and student homework. Professor Lupin will definitely not take the Live map away. Since it is not on the desk, it may be placed elsewhere. Ivan's eyes turned to the old closet next to the water tank, where the faculty put rich robes. He walked to the closet and the closet suddenly swayed and slammed against the wall. Ivan was shocked. He raised his wand against the old wardrobe and didn't know what was inside. He carefully opened the closet door, and there was nothing but a worn, almost faded little suitcase and 2 extremely old robes with a lot of patches. From these things, we can see how economically Professor Lupin is struggling. No one wants to hire a werewolf. He has been wandering alone. Even the only 2 robes left on his body are the styles of 15 years ago. Ivan vaguely remembers that he saw Professor Lupin passing through Harry's photo album. He was attending the wedding of Harry's parents. Professor Lupin was so pitiful. Ivan sighed. He simply flipped 2 times and found a map of the living in a robe. This dress was the one that Professor Lupin wore yesterday. Ivan had not had time to be happy. The old wardrobe in front of him shook again. This time, he noticed the specific position of the wardrobe. He lowered his head and found a small compartment under the closet. He hesitated, and pulled the door open. It was very dark. It seemed that something was hidden in it, Ivan slammed back 2 steps, his eyes wide open, and his mouth was gasping. This is impossible. He just saw a face in the closet. It is Hermione's face! Exclamation mark. Not a smile that I am familiar with, but a face that is full of horror, blood-stained, pale face like a dead person. This is really terrible, and Ivan never thought of seeing this kind of thing. The feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He swallowed his throat, and his body was full of sweat. The right hand holding the wand shivered slightly. He wants to confirm it in the past, but he is afraid to see the face again. Ivan took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. This fact is too ridiculous. How could Hermione go to Professor Lupin's closet? And she clearly stayed with Harry in the Gryffindor common room upstairs, and she just hugged her. Could it be said that Hermione was actually dead, and her body was cut into pieces and hidden in the castle? Exclamation mark. And the one who has been in contact with himself is actually pretending to be preyed by a compound soup? Exclamation mark. Or, Professor Lupin has a special hobby. He hid Hermione's head in his closet? Exclamation mark. Ivan shook his head and shook away these ridiculous thoughts. Fluorescent flashing, he muttered softly. The tip of the wand ignited a strong light, completely illuminating the dim office, and he was ready to confirm it in the past. Alvin had no action. and he saw Hermione crawling out of the old closet in a strange pose. Under the glare of the light, Ivan clearly saw that her mouth was hung with a gloomy smile. Her expression was cold, and her body was full of blood. She is approaching herself. Because of her injury, she is extremely difficult every step of the way. Ivan took a step back and involuntarily tightened his wand in his hand. Hermione, he tried to scream. His voice was too small to hear. There was no reaction on the opposite side. She was still close to Ivan, and her body was stiff like a walking corpse. "No, you are not Hermione. Don't come over," Ivan suddenly shouted, and the magic under his body gathered in a wand in his hand. Hearing this sentence, Hermione suddenly stopped. No matter what she was, she seemed to feel the dangerous atmosphere from the wand in the hands of Ivan. The next second, her body began to distort. With a slamming sound, Hermione disappeared. Her body shrunk into a pack of ink-like black things in midair, and then a thick, humanoid monster appeared in front of Avon, who saw each other full of long black hair. Going up, it is a ferocious, horrible wolf. This is a werewolf, and the guy I have seen in Avon was the Raymond Finley Greyback who attacked himself and Hermione yesterday at Hogsmeade. The eyes of the other party are full of blood and madness, which is 10,000 times more horrible and ferocious than Hermione. But Ivan didn't feel a little scared. I don't know why. He suddenly wanted to laugh. He knows what the other party is. This is a boggart. Ivan heard Harry say to him a few days ago. In order to help him practice the patron saint, Professor Lupin found a new boggart in Filch's filing cabinet. They have been using this thing to simulate the dementors. Thank you for your support. I am going to be on the shelves tomorrow, and I will ask weekly, will anyone really subscribe? For a niche with the humanities, for a newcomer who is a bit of a ticket, the book can persist until today and be able to stick to the shelves. To be honest, I am very surprised. Recalling the reason for the original pen, it was entirely because of the impulsive impulse after the Harry Potter movie. Before you write, don't say that you have never written a novel. I don't even read more than 10 nets. I started writing purely with impulsive impulses and hobbies, and did not consider the things that followed. Because there is almost no reason for the basic signing of the humanities at the starting point, I have never thought that the book will be signed, not to mention the shelves. The initial idea is very simple, that is, where to write. If anyone wants to see, it is the greatest happiness. In fact, the same is true. As a person who is not destined to have much future, plus my own non-based routine, since the writing, the book has a lot of slots, poor results, brain holes, plots, the settings are not satisfactory. The comments in the book review area and the voice of the Tucow have been constant, and many people even started to spray directly in the face of this situation. Friends who have been with me since the beginning of the book know that I was planning to give up and not write in the middle, because I could not find a reason to continue. It took about half a month or so to write a word. I still remember that when I was in the book review area and euphemistically expressed the meaning of do not persist, many readers and friends who had never spoken before, commented on their support, and many people also rewarded them. In particular, the first singer of the book, Shui Ng, was so frustrated at that time, and it scared me a lot. It was not until that moment that I knew that there were so many people watching this novel. I still remember the feeling, how to say, there is a feeling of joy and excitement mixed with emotions, and the heart is warm. I am not afraid of jokes. For a while, I opened the pages almost every day and counted the number of people who were rewarded. Seeing so many people support, it may be because the face is too embarrassed to say that giving up. It may also feel that you cannot live up to the trust of everyone. In short, despite the more people spray, but I have not written to continue to write. Now think about it. The last thing that can be sustained and persisted until now is the reason why everyone has always supported it. Therefore, with this opportunity, I would like to thank you all, the friends who recommended, commented, and rewarded the book, and the friends who really liked the book behind the silent support. Thank you very much. If one day in the future, this book can be completed, it is entirely because of everyone's credit! In addition, I would like to thank Dan King for the book. Although I have never contacted him, even QQ has not been added, but the recommendation has been constant. A few days ago, even took the initiative to add me QQ to inform the shelves. Just now I also deliberately sent a letter inside the station to pick up a lot of points to pay attention to before putting on the shelves. It is too embarrassing. In my vision, I originally wrote here, I am asking everyone to subscribe, and the testimony should be finished. I should also go to sleep, wait until tomorrow morning to brush up the background page, nervously stay there and see how many people subscribe. But thinking about it is a testimony, then say a few more words, talk about the feelings since the pen, because there are original plots that can be referenced. There may be many people who think that the same humanities are very good to write, and even some people are very rude to say that the author copied the originals and sent them to lie to the money. This sentence is very lethal, looking uncomfortable, shocking. But the actual situation, is this really the case? Since everyone understands the original work differently, it is very difficult for the same person to write and write color. Especially Harry Potter, as a children's fairy tale, the main storyline in the early stage is very fixed and single. It is almost a road to the end, and even a road cannot be found. It is very difficult to find a suitable entry point. It is necessary to carry out rededuction based on the original setting, plot, and character. In the past few months, many people have advised me to open Golden Fingers, carry out magic reforms, quickly enhance the protagonist's strength, and take the cool text route. To be honest, if I write this way, I will be very relaxed and not so tired. A little change, you can ignore a lot of character, logic problems, simple upgrades, text can also be very cool. It's not like now, the protagonist starts to drop IQ when it reaches the critical moment. Although this may be a normal reaction of normal people, and I spend a lot of effort in the text to explain the protagonist Ivan this way. But now, the effect very poor. A large part of the reader seems to skip those descriptions, very dissatisfied with this non-text protagonist template approach, which is probably the main reason for the poor performance of this book. It's not that I don't know what a routine is, nor is it that I won't choose a relatively simple and easy to write result, but until now, I have insisted on not loosening the mouth, but choosing a relatively difficult and unrewarding road, step by step to enhance the protagonist's strength. The original fantasy world of magic will slowly show up, try to get out of the original story. The recent story unfolds, and everyone must have been able to see the clues. In my vision, in the later chapters of the book, the plot will increasingly deviate from the original main line, around the book's main body of the 4 giant secret treasures, and Voldemort's conspiracy, gradually show the Harry Potter magical world in front of everyone. A little more imagination, a little less routine. To be honest, this sentence is easy to say and hard to do, especially to write a novel. To write a novel that is bound to not have much success, is a very difficult and very painstaking thing. As you may know, I have almost no time code words during the day, and I don't even have the chance to go online. They come back to work after work in the evening. Since I wrote the novel, I almost wrote about 12 o'clock every day. If I was in Calvine, I would write it in the middle of the night. Because I slept too late, I thought of the plot and the language movements of the characters, and sometimes I started to suffer from insomnia. Even if you can continue to fight mentally, your body can't support it. The excitement at the beginning of the pen, until now, almost completely does not exist. As I said before, I can continue to write down the reasons. In addition to not disappointing everyone's support, I also want to see the actual subscription and income after the shelves. Although it will be on the shelves in an hour, my mood is exactly the same as when I first started writing a brief introduction, even more fearful. In the introduction, write the article entirely according to personal hobbies, do not guarantee the update, do not guarantee the plot, do not guarantee the quality. Please be careful to enter the pit. The author just dig no matter whether buried. Although this sentence is straightforward, but it is my consistent style. Originally also I don't know how many students are scared away. Perhaps it is because of the straightness of sex, in the principle of always understanding and dealing with things. If there is anything, we must say it directly. Everyone can understand it. It is boring to hide it. Although there are not many novels to read, I promise to finish this. Not supervised, constantly more. Such words seem to have become the biggest lie of the authors of the net. It is very easy to write such a guarantee. In the eyes of many people, it is also a matter of not being hurtful and happy. But I am very difficult to do, so although I am going to be on the shelves soon, I still can't make the guarantee of this and more. Think about it, considering the actual situation. You should be able to guarantee that if I can't keep going, I will definitely say it in advance, and give everyone a reason. That's it. Okay, unconsciously, I said a lot of words to lower morale. It's too out of date to write these words in the speeches on the shelves. I don't know how many people to scare away. Finally, ask for a subscription. Hope that friends who have not been scared away can continue to support the monthly ticket, the recommended ticket, what is expected, and destined to rush to the list. It seems that it is useless to vote for me, but still take the red envelope. Don't waste it, just subscribe. I believe many authors have said this sentence. The reader's subscription is very, very important for the author, especially the source of income such as the same person who subscribes and rewards. If the book can be written down, this should be the only motivation for me to stick to it. Starting tomorrow, the daily guarantee is 2. If the score is good, even if you don't sleep, you will add more code. Again, thank you for your continued support. Thank you. Also, tomorrow is the Children's Day. Live a happy holiday. Always young. Chapter 145. Little Dwarf Peter am not afraid of the werewolf, nor afraid of Greyback. Ivan whispered. The reason this guy made me scared yesterday was because I was worried that I couldn't protect Hermione. The fear in the heart of Ivan is not the danger itself. I am afraid that when danger comes, I can't protect the person I want to protect. This is the thing that makes him worry and fear the most. Yesterday in Hogsmeade, he was afraid that Hermione would be hurt and fear that Hermione would be bitten by the werewolf. Hermione is not here now, and he naturally has no such concerns. Ivan's calmness made Boggart feel overwhelmed. With a slamming sound, its body began to change again, and it wanted to change what Evan really feared. Ivan didn't act. He looked at each other with interest and wanted to see what it could look like. The next second, a tall and thin man appeared. His face was paler than the cockroach. The 2 big eyes were red, the scorpion was 2 slits, like the cat's eyes, the nose was as flat as the snake's nose, the nostrils it is 2 slits, and there is a chilling temperament that chills out from the body. Ivan was a little surprised that this Boggart turned into Voldemort. Voldemort's face showed a cruel smug look, his bright red eyes staring at Ivan. The air seemed to get thinner at once and the atmosphere became heavier. Ivan did not evade, even his eyes did not blink. He looked back at Voldemort's gaze. His face was calm and indifferent. Perhaps because he knew that the other party was a Boggart, and there was not much fear in his heart. The 2 sides looked at each other for a while, and Ivan suddenly felt a little tired. There is no point in doing this. The other party is not Voldemort, just a weak Boggart. He hopes that when he meets the real Voldemort, he can look at him as fearless as he is now. Funny. Ivan gently waved his wand. A scream. The evil, ferocious Voldemort turned into a funny clown, wearing a ridiculous hat on his head, wearing a fat clown suit with red and green paint on his face. Too large, the eyes are black, like a panda, so people can't help but laugh. Ivan's mouth was slightly up, showing a smile. If Voldemort knew that he had turned him into such a look, he didn't know what to think. It was so interesting. He looked at it for a while and was ready to solve this Boggart. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in Ivan's perception, and he felt dangerous. Ivan didn't even think about it, and the subconscious fell to the ground. The next second, a red light rubbed his body and flew over, hitting Boggart in front of him. With a bang, boggart flew backwards and landed heavily on the floor. His form was shattered in midair, and Avon saw only half of the body's clown Voldemort, struggling to escape back to the old closet compartment at the fastest speed, because the force was too strong. The entire wardrobe there was a loud noise. Ivan didn't have time to manage this escaped boggart. By tracking the help of the pharmacy, he felt that the person was standing behind him. He turned quickly and turned back a few steps backwards, his wand across his chest, his face full of vigilance. In front of him, an ugly middle-aged man is standing in front of Professor Lupin's office. This man is very short and even taller than himself. His thin, pale hair was unkempt, and he was awkward on his head, and his appearance was like an obese person who lost a lot of weight in a short time. His skin is very dirty, almost the skin of the mouse is almost the same. The pointed nose and the small watery eyes also have the characteristics of mouse. Almost in an instant, Ivan recognized each other. It's a little dwarf Peter, he's just attacking himself! Exclamation mark. The other party must have sneaked in when he concentrated on boggart. His gaze quickly looked at the door behind the little dwarf Peter, the door of the originally opened office, which was closing tightly. Ivan involuntarily clenched his wand in his hand, and did not understand why the little dwarf Peter appeared here. It is reasonable to say that he should not stay with Ron in the upstairs public restroom! Exclamation mark. Is he, like himself, coming over to find a live map? Exclamation mark. His face is as confusing as possible, as if he never knew the little dwarf Peter. Contrary to Ivan, the little dwarf Peter's face was full of horror. He didn't think that Ivan could escape his own curse attack. It's so close, he's just another unexpected attack. If it's not a coincidence, this is the case. The child's sense of fighting is simply terrible and completely beyond his imagination. Seeing that Ivan was looking at himself, Peter hurriedly hid his wand in his hand. Ivan recognized this as Ron's wand at a glance. On the last day of the summer vacation, Ron once showed himself to Harry and the Harry in the Smashing Bar. He remembered that the wand was wicker wood, 14 inches long, and the essence. It is a unicorn tail hair. Dear child, you have nothing? Peter Dwarf said in a panic that his voice was sharp and sounded uncomfortable. It's terrible. I just saw that I couldn't even name it. Mentor, it's just a boggart. Maybe Voldemort is the most fearful thing in my heart. Ivan's wand forwarded and pointed firmly at the other side, gently asking, who are you? How have I never been? Have you seen you in school? Hearing the name of Voldemort, the little dwarf Peter trembled abruptly, and his face became more alarmed. He looked at the confused look on Ivan's face and didn't seem to know himself. The little dwarf Peter hesitated and grabbed the wand hidden behind him. He was thinking about stunning the boy to take the live map as he did just now, or to swindle the map with rhetoric. As soon as he thought of Ivan's reaction to hiding his curse, Peter decided to adopt a more secure approach. He can take risks. Regardless of the actual level of Ivan, it will be very bad to fight and make a sound for others to hear. Before Sirius Black was caught and killed, it was not when he should be exposed. He has to be patient and wait for the opportunity. Just like 12 years ago, he has been forbearing to the end, waiting for Jim and Lily to choose themselves as their secret person. The little dwarf Peter looked at Ivan again and nodded with satisfaction. The raised heart was put back. He even deceived Dumbledore, James, Lily, Black and Lupin. The other party is just a child. Even if you are smart, you can't see your own disguise. That's it. After all, in everyone's knowledge, he was killed by Sirius and Black for the revenge of James and Lily. He is a hero, but he is not dead. He is back now, in order to save Harry and the other little wizards from Black's claws. Who are you? Ivan asked softly. Little dwarf Peter. My dear child. Peter Dwarf's mouth showed a strange smile. It's nice to meet you. To be continued. Chapter 146. Peter's lies. Although the little dwarf Peter said this, Ivan was not happy to see each other. In his plan, he and the little dwarf Peter met this time. It should be a few hours later, when one side wins, and Sirius Black, Harry, Hermione and others are present, instead of now. meet Peter alone. Ivan quickly thought that in this situation, he might be able to risk defeating Peter, but he could not stop him from running away. In the form of Peter Animags, if you run away, it is a terrible thing. He is going to talk to the other person, look for a mobile phone or try to delay the time. Harry and Hermione knew that they had come to Professor Lupin's office. As long as they didn't go back, they would definitely come with Black after Sirius Black entered the castle. In this way, in the case that both parties are not sure to defeat each other and want to communicate, there is a strange scene in Professor Lupin's office. Two people who clearly guarded each other to the extreme, suddenly began to talk happily. The original tense atmosphere, it also seems to be easy, but in fact, the two men secretly hold their wands tightly, and the spirit is highly concentrated, without any slack. Little dwarf Peter, Avon said in amazement. I heard about you. You were the wizard who was killed by Sirius Black 12 years ago? Yes, it's me. Seeing that Evan knew this, the little dwarf Peter seemed very satisfied, which saved himself a lot of trouble. He had a strange smile on his mouth and asked with a scream, You are Avon Mason, dear child? Ivan nodded briefly and signaled the other party to continue. You know, Avon. The little dwarf Peter glanced at the wand in the hands of Avon, and quickly turned to other places. He didn't seem to notice Evan's hostility towards himself. He continued, Black was betrayed. Harry's parents, James and Lily, still want to kill me. But he didn't succeed. I ran away at the last minute. But everyone said that you were killed. Ivan said slowly. I didn't die, I just hid. Peter Dwarf's voice was a little trembling, and he looked at Evan in tears. I have to do this. After all, I caught Black. I personally sent him. Azkaban. That madman must have hated me. Hide up. Ivan looked at each other strangely. Since Black has been caught, why are you hiding? Even hiding for 12 years. You don't understand, my dear child. Peter Dwarf's voice was sharper than before. I have to hide. Black has invested in someone who can't even mention the name. The other person taught him some tricks. He has us. These people can only dream of evil. Those spells are very evil, and powerful. I am not his opponent. Evil powerful spell? Ivan squinted. You mean Voldemort? Don't mention this name. Peter Dwarf stared pale, as if Evan smoked him with a whip. He wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve and continued. In short, the person who can't even mention the name can be handed over. There are a lot of evil laws for Black, which is why he escaped from Azkaban. Well, since you are hiding, why do you suddenly appear in the castle now? Ivan said flatly. I am here to save you. The little dwarf Peter took out his wand hidden behind him. His face was full of flattering smiles and looked very distorted and ugly. We all know that Black escaped. It is to kill Harry. He wants to avenge anyone who doesn't even mention his name. I can't let his conspiracy succeed. I have to stop him. Even if I risk further danger, I will not hesitate. Because of me. It was Harry's best friend before his death, and they had entrusted the child to me before the tragic thing happened. Seeing the little dwarf Peter, Avon suddenly felt a little disgusting. 12 years ago, it was obvious that he sold his friends James and Lily to Voldemort, made Harry an orphan, and framed Sirius Black in the Azkaban for 12 years. Just yesterday, he also controlled Ron's exposure of Professor Lupin's werewolf identity and the fall of Professor Lupin's attack on his students. Now, he still wants to continue to deceive himself and use Harry to once again smear Sirius Black. Can a person be shameless in order to say this? Ivan took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat the little dwarf Peter. He was full of anger in his heart. He really felt worthy for Harry's parents, Sirius Black, Professor Lupin, and all the people he had sold. At Hogwarts, they obviously put the little dwarf Peter as a friend. But this person has only interests in his eyes. He betrayed them. He is the chief culprit of their tragic fate. The little dwarf Peter snorted and made Ivan upset. His right hand clasped his wand tightly and said in a soft tone, So, you really have a good heart. Believe me, Avon. I designed to catch Black. I switched him to Azkaban. Peter Dwarf continued. I am here to save you, you just need to put it. You haven't said, how did you get into the castle? Ivan interrupted the other. There is a strong protective magic around Hogwarts, no one can come in. This is not a difficult thing for me, you know. The little dwarf Peter's gaze once again looked at Ivan's hand and pointed his wand firmly. He hesitated and said, I am an animagus. Animagus? This is a spell that can transform a wizard into an animal. Peter Dwarf suppressed his voice and didn't seem to want others to hear what he was going to say next. My animagus form is a rat, that is Ron's pet Streaks. I've been around you for years, protecting you day and night. Don't protect us day and night. As a mouse, Ivan sneered, and he didn't know what a pet mouse can do besides eating. He continued to disdain. So, you are streaked. I am really surprised that a normal person is willing to spend 12 years working on a rat. I have to do this. I have already guessed that black will run out. I have to protect you. Peter Dwarf licked his lips and looked at the live map in the hands of Ivan, eagerly said, I believe me, boy. Carefully count. We have been together for almost 2 years, you have hugged me before, and still feed me. Remember, in the last few days, you even specially made a fuss for me. Ivan nodded and he was glad that he did it. If it weren't for the bottle of tonic with a tracking agent, he would probably have become a dead body now. To be continued. Chapter 147 The future star of the magic world. A wand in the little dwarf Peter's hand pointed to Evan if he had nothing to say. And he could say everything he said, even saying that he was an animagus, but the thin brunette boy opposite not moving. He seems to be suspicious of himself, and the little dwarf Peter knows that he is too sudden. According to the original plan, he should have reappeared in front of everyone after the Sirius Black was kissed by the dementors. At that time, he can tell other people that he planned all this behind the scenes. He revealed Lupin's evil werewolf identity. He introduced Black to the castle and designed to capture each other. Halfway through his plan, Lupin has been removed by himself. Even Dumbledore's nasty guy is not at Hogwarts. According to the agreement, Lucius Malfoy will leave him in the Ministry of Magic. All that remains is only the trouble of Sirius Black. For most people, trying to catch Sirius Black seems to be a very difficult thing. The Aurors and Dementors of the Ministry of Magic spend more than half a year, even the shadow of Black did not touch. However, for a smart person, it is very easy to do this. The little dwarf Peter smiled smugly. In his opinion, grabbing Black, grabbing the stupid dog, and even not needing to shoot himself, just introduce Sirius Black to the castle and tell Snape his whereabouts. Because of the hatred of the student era, the other party will be very willing to help themselves solve Black's. It's like a puppet with a line. Everything is in its own hands. In the plan of Peter Dwarf, when he came out, everything was over. It should be an endless honor to meet him, not a skeptical look of a 12-year-old boy. Under the eyes of Ivan, the little dwarf Peter suddenly became a little annoyed. His burning gaze stared at the live map of Ivan's hand. His plan went very smoothly, and he only has this map. As long as he has this thing, he can master Black's whereabouts. The little dwarf Peter originally planned to work with a boy. This can save yourself a lot of trouble. However, from the current situation, this road does not seem to work. The other person is suspicious of himself. This boy, unlike Ron, can be easily manipulated by himself. Unlike Harry, he can be influenced by impulsive emotions. In fact, all the little wizards that Ivan and Peter have met are different. He has his own ideas. In the view of the little dwarf Peter, Ivan and Dumbledore are a variant of Gryffindor. They have almost all the qualities that the 4 colleges require. The courage of Gryffindor, the cleverness of Ravenclaw, the hard work of Hufflepuff and the blackmail of Slytherin. When these traits are concentrated on one person, it is doomed to be a difficult opponent. Although Ivan now looks like a human being, it is a pet rat with a pet, and the little dwarf Peter knows what Evan did after he entered school. For a freshman who has just been enrolled for less than 2 years, it is incredible to be able to do these things. There are many of them, Even if he can't do it now, there were a lot of miracles in this boy's body. Even James Bart and Sirius Black couldn't compare with him. Maybe only Dumbledore and Dark Lord were able to do these things in the student era. I thought that Avon might grow into such a terrible existence. The little dwarf Peter was nervous and suffocated, and he even breathed almost out of breath. He clenched his wand in his hand. Since he must do it, then you'd better be surprised and take the initiative. Hey, he is still hesitating, and he is better off taking the opportunity to defeat him in one fell swoop. The little dwarf Peter suddenly has some distraction. He is thinking about how to deal with the boy when he arrives. The Forgotten Mantra is a good spell, but it is not insured. Maybe he should be given an avatar so curse. Then he can leave him here, and when his body is discovered, everything is over. Everyone will think it was Sirius Black or Lupin who killed him. One of them is the evil Black Wizard, Voldemort's most effective card. The other is the ferocious werewolf. In order to satisfy the bloodthirsty instinct on the full moon night, attack your own students. As long as there are two of them, no one will doubt himself. No matter how good or talented Ivan is, he is still only a child, and certainly will not be his opponent. There is no point in a powerful wizard who has not grown up. Dear child, please believe me. Peter Dwarf's watery little eyes stared at Ivan. He leaned over his wand in his hand and said pitifully, "The situation is very good now. In an emergency, Black can break into the castle at any time. I am here to save you." "Okay, I believe in you," Ivan suddenly said. "What do you need me to do?" The little dwarf Peter stunned, and did not seem to think that Awen would say so. "It's very simple. You just need to give me the live map." "Is this something?" Ivan Yang raised the parchment in his hand. "That's it." Peter Dwarf stared greedily at the live map and shouted, "Hurry up and give it to me, Avon." "With the help of it, we can join forces to grab Black. This is a shortcut to success. When everyone will praise you, you will receive an unprecedented honor." "Is it?" Ivan closed his eyes and seemed to be immersed in the future of the little dwarf Peter. "Think about it. Black is jailbreaking to kill Harry. You caught him. You saved Harry." The little dwarf Peter approached Ivan, and he said in a confused voice, "More than the savior." "For a great boy, how do people describe you?" "The future star of the magic world. The future star of the magic world." Ivan repeated, opened his bright eyes, and firmly looked at the little dwarf Peter, his mouth floating a smile. "You said it is very good. It is really exciting. But unfortunately you neglected a little, the crucial point." "What?" the little dwarf Peter said differently. "You neglected," Ivan said slowly, with unprecedented confidence in his voice. "I am different from you, little dwarf Peter. I will not sell innocent people for my own benefit. For the sake of great strength, I won't go out and sell my friends. I will become a great wizard by my own efforts." "Great wizard?" Little dwarf Peter did not seem to react. "Yes, even bigger than Dumbledore and Voldemort," Ivan said, with a backhand, throwing the live map to the burning fire. To be continued. Chapter 148. Ivan's bottom line. "Don't!" the little dwarf Peter screamed, panicking to see Ivan throwing the live map to the fire. He subconsciously rushed over and reached for the map. This map is the key to his grasp of Sirius Black. He can't let it burn. In the next second, the little dwarf Peter grabbed the parchment under the map of the fire. The expression on his face was distorted. The emotions of greed, surprise, humbleness, joy and so on merged and looked ugly. While the little dwarf Peter hit the live map, Avon waved his wand and shouted, "Drowsy!" A fiery red light flew out of the tip of his wand and hit the little dwarf Peter. The little dwarf Peter rose from the ground, hit the wall, and then slid onto the floor. He seemed to have lost consciousness, lying there motionless, and his wand rolled to the side. Ivan gasped, and he walked over and took the live map back. The room was quiet again, and the monster came out of the water and looked at the two people with horror. Evan pointed his wand at the little dwarf Peter. The tip of his wand broke out with a snake-like band that wraps around Peter's neck, wrists and ankles, wrapping him tightly. A few minutes later, the little dwarf Peter woke up. "Dear child, what do you mean by this?" The little dwarf Peter trembled and said, He looked at the rope on his body in horror, and his breathing was almost stagnant. Obviously, we all understand what this means. Ivan pointed his wand at the little dwarf Peter. Before you are ready to attack me, I will start. I don't understand what you are talking about. The little dwarf Peter looked at Ivan liked, and the sweat flowed down his cheek. There is definitely a misunderstanding here. I just helped you to map the map. Don't you understand? This live map is just a bait. I deliberately threw it into the fireplace, as I expected. You really got hooked. Ivan squinted. Peter Dwarf, or I can't be sure. Just knock you down with a stun spell. When you see this, I will of course rush over. I can't watch you destroy this map. Peter Dwarf screamed. Dear Ivan, you may not know, I made it. I am not as ignorant as you think, Mr. Wormtail. Ivan shook his map of the living point and continued. You are just one of the makers of this map, and there are 3 others besides you. Personal, Moonface, Pointed Fork, Bigfoot Board. The 3 of them are my friends. We made it together. The little dwarf Peter said with guilty conscience. He avoided Ivan's gaze. His face was full of sweat. Friends? Ivan's wand sparked a few sparks, an unprecedented anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Do you really have 3 of them friends? Or are they ready to sell props for profit? I don't know what you are talking about, Peter Dwarf said in a panic. He looked at the wand in the hands of Ivan. The development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. He had an ominous premonition. He can feel that the boy opposite must know the truth about what happened in the past. No matter who told him, it is quite bad for himself. It looks like I still need to continue to add. Ivan looked at the weak little dwarf Peter. You are the Wormtail, the moon face is Professor Lupin, the pointed fork is Harry's father James Potter. The big board. It's Sirius Black. Sirius Black. The little dwarf Peter, who seems to be falling into the water, grabbed the last straw. He shouted loudly and his voice was sharp and thin. I just said it, Ivan. It was Black who betrayed the mysterious man. James. He is also trying to kill me. We all know, he wants to kill Harry first, for the mysterious person. It's Voldemort. Upon hearing the name, the little dwarf Peter stunned and seemed to faint at any time. Why, are you afraid to hear the name of your old master? Ivan snorted. Give it, little dwarf Peter. From the time I first found this live map, your plot tonight is doomed. Maybe successful. The little dwarf Peter did not speak. His eyes swam back and forth between the wand in the hands of Ivan and the wand on the floor. For me, the live map is just a good magic item, but it's an essential part of your grasp of Sirius Black this evening. Ivan continued, if you don't have this map, you have to tell Snape. Black is in the castle. Snape is not Lucius Malfoy. With his character, he will not believe in a hidden man. He is even less likely to believe you if he knows I am afraid that I will kill you with my own hands. This is indeed my original plan, Ivan. Black is a powerful black wizard. If you rushed up, it would be very dangerous. So I want to use Snape to make a head start. The little dwarf Peter eagerly said, if you don't like to do this, we can change one method. Don't need Snape. We can join forces to grab Black, and then we will share all the honors with us. You can get a first-class Merlin medal like me. Like you? Ivan suddenly laughed. Like you? Have you become a mouse for 12 years? No, Peter D. hurriedly screamed. The situation is completely different from that of the year. We don't have to worry about Black's revenge. I watched the Daily Prophet a few days ago. As long as we caught him, the dementors will solve all the troubles. They will give Black a kiss. At that time, he is a living corpse, no soul, walking dead, will not. Don't say it again. You make me feel sick. Ivan's wand tipped a few sparks and said with a disgust, tell me the truth, I have seen Black before, he will be the thing of the year. All told me, Harry and Hermione, you don't need to continue playing, this farce should end. Listen to me, Ivan. The little dwarf Peter was full of trembling in his voice, breathing out of breath. I don't know what Black said to you, but what happened in the past was not what you imagined. I am not an idiot, I can tell who is telling the truth. We need to talk about it. Avon. Peter Dwarf gasped and said loudly, How about doing it? How to catch Black? All the honors. Are you alone? I don't want anything. Don't worry. Harry and Hermione, I can use the Forgotten Mantra or the Confusion Curse on them. No one will know. Shut up. Ivan kicked the little dwarf Peter a foot, and even he couldn't believe it. Don't touch my bottom line, otherwise I will kill you personally. Also, I'm telling you that your so-called honors don't make any sense to me. To be continued. Chapter 149 Gryffindor's Test. The little dwarf Peter screamed and screamed back and forth on the ground. Ivan was surprised to find that the little dwarf Peter actually cried. That look is terrible. He looks like an oversized bald baby, shivering on the floor. Listen to me, Ivan. You are a smart boy, the little dwarf Peter whispered. He struggled to climb over to Ivan, shaking forward and grabbing the edge of Ivan's robes. You have said enough today, little dwarf Peter. Ivan pulled the robes out of the little dwarf Peter's grip, and he stepped back and retreated to the office door. If you have anything to say, I can stay for a while and say to Dumbledore and the Aurora of the Ministry of Magic. I think they will be interested. No, don't. The little dwarf Peter muttered. Is Sirius Black? Of course, if you are innocent, they will naturally let you go. Ivan looked at the little dwarf Peter. But if you prove that you are guilty, you will get the deserved end. The dementors outside the school can't wait. Maybe they will give you a kiss. When I heard the dementors and heard the dementors' kisses, the little dwarf Peter's face turned pale and a little bloody. Let me, boy. Peter Dwarf pleaded. It doesn't do anything good for you. You don't want to be a powerful wizard. I will help you. I know a secret. That thing, with powerful magic, it is in the Forbidden Forest. I know how to get it. If you mean hiding in the Malay tribe, the magic item left by Gryffindor, Ivan said slowly. It's a pity that Black has promised to take me there before you. Without my help, you won't succeed, said the little dwarf Peter. The guardian magic imposed by Gryffindor is still working before the millennium. You must overcome the depths of your heart through the final test. The most real fear can get that thing. The power of that magic is very strong. No one will succeed. But I know a method, a shortcut, is told by the Dark Lord. I can. Not everything can take shortcuts, little dwarf Peter. Ivan looked at Peter mercifully, with great confidence in his voice. If that is the test left by Gryffindor, then I believe I can beat it. Wait a minute. I have other. We have wasted too much time. After handing you over to the professors, I have to look for Sirius Black to save Ron and go to the auditorium for dinner. So many things are waiting for me to finish, or end this as soon as possible. Everything. Let me see where Professor Dumbledore is. He may have returned. Ivan used his wand to point out the map of the living point in his hand. I solemnly swear that I have not done anything good. With the words of Ivan, the thin ink lines of the spider web appear on the live map. The black and white lines on the map of the live map depict all the details of Hogwarts Castle and the various venues. The small ink spots that move along the map begin to appear. Each ink point is marked with a small letter. Give a name. Ivan first glanced in the direction of the Dumbledore office, and there was no one inside. His gaze was down, and most of the people who stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas were concentrated in the auditorium. It should be dinner time now. But Ivan didn't see Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He swiftly swept to the Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Hermione were there, and in front of them was Sirius Black. When Sirius Black entered the castle, he should bring Peter to see him immediately. Wait a minute, where did Ron go? Exclamation mark. Ivan's eyes turned and he didn't see Ron everywhere. In the next second, he suddenly saw that in the office of Professor Lupin on the third floor, where he was, in addition to himself and the little dwarf Peter, there was another person who stood outside the door behind him. In the Gryffindor common room, Ivan just left, and Crookshank also contacted Sirius Black with a new password. Now, only Harry and Hermione are still here. They are outside the third-grade male dormitory. Ron? Harry shouted with concern. No one responded, and Harry and Hermione looked at each other and they thought that Ron was asleep. But when he turned around, he found that Ron was lying on the bed, squinting and watching them quietly. In the dimly lit bedroom, Ron looked very strange and the atmosphere was terrible. For a long time, Hermione said timidly, "You seem to be sick, Ron." "I am fine," Ron replied stiffly as he climbed out of bed. Harry and Hermione looked at each other again and saw concerns on each other's faces. "No, you look bad. You should go to Madame Pomfrey and she will help you." "I don't need any help. I have never been as good as it is now." Ron came over and he seemed to be going out. "We want to talk to you." Harry reached out and stopped Ron. He shouted, "I have something to say to you about last night." Harry was full of anger and knew that Ron was controlled, and all turned into worry. The only thing he wants to do now is to wake Ron. He still remembers that Avon has said that the best way to resist the spirit of the soul is to have a strong will. As long as his willpower is strong enough to resist the invasion of this spell. In the spirit of the curse, people will feel a blank in their minds, and then they will feel very happy. Then there will be a voice for the man in the curse to do something. Just as if it is hypnotized, the man of the curse enters the subconscious state of consciousness, and he will subconsciously obey the command of the curse. But not absolutely. The man of the curse can still feel all the information of the outside world, and he will have an impression of everything he does. If these things seriously touch his heart and let him have a sense of resistance, then the man of the curse will actively resist the spirit of the curse. To the greatest extent weaken the power of this spell. Ron, I know. Harry held his hand tightly on Ron's shoulder and looked at the other's eyes distressedly. He shouted, I know all. What happened last night didn't blame you. I should not have hit you that last punch. You are. What happened last night? Ron lowered his head and repeated it slowly, replied with a monotonous voice. You can understand that it is best, Harry. Last night, I saved you. Per minutes also has everyone. Once the werewolf runs into the castle, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Professor Lupin is innocent. He will not attack anyone. Harry gasped and said, he shook Ron hard, with a cry in his voice, I beg you, Ron, come and wake up. Well, you shouldn't be like this. To be continued. Chapter 150 Hero. What should I look like? Ron looked at Harry indifferently. Harry stunned. He didn't know how to answer the other person. The tears ran down his cheek and flowed out of control. Ron. Hermione shouted softly, her tears in her eyes. Her memory returned to Ron accused Crook from eating streaks that afternoon, and in the common room, Ron was also a terrible look. He first accused himself and then fought with Ivan. Ron was very abnormal at the time, but his expression now made Hermione feel unfamiliar. I saved you last night. I exposed a ferocious werewolf. I am a hero. Ron did not go to see Hermione. He stared at Harry. The tone of the monotonous voice revealed unprecedented determination. Hero? Harry and Hermione snorted, not knowing why Ron would say that. Yes, I am a hero. But you tell me now, I am not like this. Ron is not like the control of the sorcerer. He seems to have been treated unfairly, angrily shouted. What do you think of me? Is it natural that I should be the savior of the famous savior, a humble, cowardly follow-up? A dispensable funny existence? Ron, I am not, Harry said sadly. Enough, Harry. Ron broke free of Harry's hands. I have nothing to say to you. I know that all of you look down on me. What am I like? I will show you the actual action. I will personally grasp the little Sirius Black. I want to do things that everyone has not done. Catch the little Sirius Black. Hermione stepped back halfway, looking scared. The unpredictable hunch rose from the bottom of her heart. She panicked and asked, what do you want to do? Going to be a hero should do. I won't let you go before you wake up. Harry regained Ron's robes. Wake up, Ron. Think about our past 3 years. Harry's words had not been finished yet, and 2 stout red lights flashed through the dorms, hitting Harry and Hermione respectively. Slamming, the 2 men fell down and lay motionless on the ground. Seeing Hermione fainting to the ground, Ron seemed hesitant. He moved a little and stopped immediately. Come on, dear child, my benevolent master. A sharp voice screamed in the room. It's time to do what we should do. The 2 of them just fainted. Wait for us to catch Black. They will know your greatness. In the office of Professor Lupin, Ivan saw from the map of the live point that Ron was standing behind him. He hurried back, but it was too late. At the moment he turned, the door of the office was slammed open. Ron rushed in with awkward inertia and slammed into him. Two people fell to the ground and beaten and entangled in everything. Ivan wants to use magic, but Ron does not give him a chance. He held Ivan's right hand tightly, and his strength was terrible, and he did not care about the attack that fell on himself. He seems to be a sandbag that doesn't feel pain. Ivan can't get rid of him. The wand spurted out a few rays of light, breaking the water tank in the corner, and the green water monster slammed on the floor, dying. Quickly, Ron! Ivan shouted angrily. Do you know what you are doing? He saw that the little dwarf Peter, who was not far away, was deforming, and Peter's body quickly shrank and became a rat shape. He was breaking free of his magical bondage, and the tightly tied rope that had been tied to it began to slide down to the side. Oops! Ivan hurriedly pushed Ron out of his knees, and his free left hand hit him a few punches. Ron swayed for a moment, and because of the pain, he ducked to the side. Ivan took the opportunity to point the right hand's wand at him, and the light flashed. Ron flew out and hit the wall behind him. I haven't waited for Ivan to turn to look at the little dwarf Peter. A red light flew over from the side. With a slamming sound, the wand in the hand of Ivan drawn a parabola in the air and landed at the foot of the little dwarf Peter. Dear child, this farce really should be over. Peter dwarf starred Ivan's wand, his face with an uncontrollable excitement. I finally won. Ivan didn't talk. He saw Ron crawling up again, his face full of bruises. Hey! Look at your wand. The little dwarf Peter stroked Ivan's wand, like a child with a new toy, with a smile on his face. It's so good to maintain. My little master is much more beautiful. The little dwarf Peter returned another wand to Ron, who pointed his hand at Ivan. Ivan, I can give you another chance. You just have to. You can change your face very fast, Peter. Ivan interrupted him, dismissively saying, you just squatted on the ground and begged me, willing to give everything to change a way of life. But now it immediately becomes such a look. Because I am a smart person, smart people can often laugh at the end. Peter Dwarf's mouth smirked with a weird smile, screaming, this was the case 15 years ago. My 3 stupid Gryffindors, many friends, they have been brainwashed by Dumbledore, and they are going to fight against the Dark Lord. What good is this? So, you betrayed them and become a traitor. Don't say it is so ugly, I just choose the strong side to vote. The little dwarf Peter continued, let me tell you, Ivan. For the little guy, the most important thing is to choose. The one who chooses the strong get the most benefit. The power of the Dark Lord is something you will never imagine. Strong power? It sounds a lot like Slytherin's tone. Ivan said calmly, I heard from the branch hat that you had asked for Gryffindor when you originally planned to find it. The courage that you never had. That was what my mother had expected of me. My father was a brave and fearless Gryffindor. The little dwarf Peter closed his eyes and showed a trace of his past memories. But you let your mother down. I don't think so. I compensated her with a first-class Merlin medal. Little dwarf Peter said slowly. As I grew older, I slowly understood everything. My mother didn't want me to be like the father is as brave. She needs the honor. She can make her feel the honor of pride. But those honors are not yours. You deceive everyone. Does this make a difference? The little dwarf Peter suddenly laughed. As long as I am a hero in the eyes of others, that would be enough. To be continued.